Chapter 1 of For 15 Years. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Deanna Beauvais. For 15 Years by Louis Ulbach. Translated by Elizabeth Wormeley LATIMER. Chapter 1. The Prison Register. Le Livre d'écrou. 15 years had passed since the murder of Pierre Mortier. 15 years. 15 years had been the sentence of the man condemned for that murder to the galleys. Those 15 years that Jean Mortier shrank from in his despair, have they brought with them no pain, no punishment to others? The answer to this question lies within the leaves of a journal kept by Gabrielle de Monterey. I turn to it and gather light upon the subject, which it would take long to obtain in more indirect ways. Gabrielle herself shall begin by informing us how the idea came to her of writing down, day by day, the events and the emotions of her life for 15 years. The very evening of her return to Paris, she wrote thus in her diary: I will have no confidant whatever. I will even deny myself the comfort of a confessor. I made up my mind on that point during our journey. Ah, if I could only feel sure that my confession might be made to God alone without the interposition of a priest, who probably would freeze into a formula the answer for which I look to God in heaven. I would fling myself upon my knees before my God, and without words pour into his ears my tale of shame and sorrow. My tears might wear away the hardest stone in the church pavement, for I have no right to hide myself in a nunnery. But the best of priests would grow weary of consoling and advising me. He would say over and over again the same things that he had said to me in his first burst of charity. He could not possibly vary his guidance to suit the multiplied emergencies of the dreadful life that I now see before me. It is not that I am proud. It is not for lack of piety that henceforward I will dispense with a confessor. God, who reads my heart, will read there my confession. My duty has become that of the wife of a condemned criminal. I must wear my chain. I must pass its links through my fingers every day. I must feel its clank as I walk. I must bend under its weight. It must lacerate my flesh. I must never suffer it to be broken. I think I have heard that in prisons the register kept of the arrival and release of the prisoners is called le livre d'écrou. Gaston and I are passing into the shadow of a great trial. When shall we pass out of it? Shall we ever pass out of it? Ours is a life sentence. Can any one give us pardon? I have resumed my place as a wife that I may share my husband's punishment. The alienation that has parted us shall not be made greater by this crime. We will walk together, side by side, all the rest of our lives, but we can never again be linked one to the other. Between us there will stalk a specter, whose ice-cold hands will take our hands in his, and freeze us by the pressure. I shall commit to the pages of this book my every thought. I do not mean that I will jot down exactly, literally, every fact. I care not for the sort of vanity, self-consciousness, which takes pride in a well-arranged confession. No one will read these pages but myself during my lifetime. This book will be hidden in a cabinet, of which I alone shall keep the key. If I die, leaving my task unfinished, without having been able to raise Gaston to the point that I earnestly desire he may reach, that point of repentance on which pardon may flow down without his self-respect being utterly crushed out of him, my husband may tear up and burn this painful record. I shall be released then, though released alone. I shall be no longer at his side to plead for him. If my son finds these papers after my death, I beg him to read them with tender love for me and a respectful pity for his father. Yes, I beseech him to treat his father with considerate pity. To do wrong is the worst of all misfortunes, and great crimes proceed commonly from great infirmities. Mankind, dear Roget, have the right to be severe. Sometimes it may even be their duty to be cruel. It is the law of self-preservation and self-defense. God, who knows better than men, and who sees and judges us on a higher plane than that of mere society, is alone able to measure the weakness of the criminal and his temptation. He knows how to adjust the measure of the guilt to our measure of moral consciousness. He will make allowances for the ignorance of men. Our children are our judges. I do not refuse to accept thy verdict, O my son, but do not base it upon that of society. Give judgment according to God's justice. He has no scaffolds, no places of imprisonment. I have confidence in my Roger. If, when he is grown a man, he should find these pages, he will pity us both. He will not harshly judge his parents. I trust that I may bring him up to be so scrupulous on points of honor, so capable of judging for himself in such things, that he will feel no need of placing a barrier between himself and subtle temptations by undue severity toward the faults of others. My dear son, it is for you I write, for you I live. Before you I humble myself so far as I can without further condemning him who was earlier than you in my affections. Gaston asks me no questions. He tries to appear unconcerned, but he only seems humiliated. When he tries to assert himself, his gaiety becomes so violent, so bitter, so unnatural, that it frightens me. It makes me feel like bursting into tears. We shall be each other's punishment. My gentleness will make him conscious that my resolve is quiet but inflexible, while he, by his attempts at deception, will keep me ever painfully conscious that I have not been able to assume or to keep that command over him that is necessary in our position. We travel back to Paris almost in silence, a silence that affected even Roger. Sometimes I dread lest, child as he is, he should understand or try to understand the situation. He is graver than I like to see him, too grave for his age, but how can I smile and make him merry? His English governess seems to imagine that it is her duty to train up this little gentleman, whose father and mother are so grave, to be grave and silent too. She is wrong. Anyhow, I do not intend to keep her. She is a good woman, and will easily secure another place. I intend by degrees to change all my servants, and adapt my household to the new life I propose to lead. Shall we remain in Paris? That depends on the visit I am now about to make. Till that is over, I know not what we are going to do. The same day, between 11 o'clock and midnight. I have seen her. She has accepted my offer, but it was hard to accomplish. And what do I feel now that it is over? I have done my duty. Is my presentiment one of coming evil or one of coming relief? My conscience is a little comforted, but my heart seems fuller than before. My remorse is less, my fear is greater. And this is the state in which henceforward I must live. I must learn to grow accustomed to my cup of poison. Yes, I know now. Something tells me that I have done right, but that I shall suffer from it terribly. I went to the village of Boulogne. The poor woman was living in an empty house there. Everything in it had been sold. I could well believe, alas, that her resources had been drained to pay the costs of that terrible trial. The law had been a harder creditor than her landlord, for the landlord at Boulogne had taken pity on her, and had let her, for the present, remain in her empty home, probably reflecting that she would take good care of the premises till another tenant could be found. She had not yet reached the stage of sharp and bitter poverty. She had found work. She was at work when I went in. Though she seems delicate, she has the strength that proceeds from the first energy of despair. But I think I came to her help just in time. She would soon have failed entirely, and in a few days have been utterly broken down. The only manner in which I found it possible to make my way over her pride and her mistrust of me was by speaking of her daughter. The little girl will be very pretty some day, but she is now a poor, melancholy little flower that has blossomed in sadness and been watered by tears, not caressed as a child's life should be, by rays of sunshine. She shall be Roger's little sister. When I knocked at the closed door of the house, that door where no hand seems ever to knock now, The empty shop gave back the sound as if I had been knocking at the door of a tomb. It is a tomb. It was a prison. I heard the bolts drawn back. Madame Mortier had shut herself in to keep pity from intruding on her sorrow. At first she did not recognize me, and yet her eyes had been fixed on me all that day of the trial. I had my veil down, I was dressed in black, she was in deep mourning. We might have been sisters, but she has no wish for family ties. She wanted to get rid of me. She held her door ajar, unwilling to open it. I was afraid I might tremble as I spoke to her. As I drove out there, all along the road, I said to myself, what will become of me if she should guess the truth from my looks or my behavior? I resolved not to tell her the truth at first. Hereafter, if, in order to complete my work, I must make her our confession, I possibly may, but first I must have linked her heart to mine. At present, the truth would be useless, fatal to us both. It would hinder the good I hope to be able to do to her. Happily, I was able to address her gently and simply, as I had hoped to do. I told her that, having heard of her second misfortune, I had come to see how I could be of use to her. " I have no need of anything," was her answer. She took me for some charitable lady, and though she is doubtless more pious than I am, I could see that her repugnance to such persons was a bitter root from her experience of piety. She would have closed her door at once if I had not hastened to give her my name. That name produced an effect which at first frightened me. She opened the door wide, drew back to let me enter, and, looking at me with eyes that sparkled with excitement, said, " Ah, you, madame, that is different." She walked before me up a little staircase leading from the empty shop into her chamber. Nothing was in this room but her bed and the crib of her little girl. She could not ask me to sit down. I leaned against the mantelpiece to keep my limbs from trembling. I was trying to find suitable words, but she spoke first, and thanked me in a tone of scarcely concealed bitterness for the honor I was doing her by returning her visit. Only I had come too late. " I saw you in the court room," she said, suddenly interrupting herself, and seeming harshly to reproach me for having gone to such a place, as I might have done to a theater. Then, without giving me time to assure her of my pity for her husband, she went on :" Monsieur, your husband did what he could for us, but he was too kind. His too great interest led possibly to the verdict against Jean." I hardly know how I remained standing as she said this. My legs bent under me. I was afraid of falling on my knees. She said the truth, although she knew not the full bitterness of that truth to me. Gaston had prejudiced the jury against the prisoner. It would have been better had he openly charged him with the murder rather than pretend to make excuses for him. They might have been afraid, on circumstantial evidence, to send him to the guillotine, but Gaston's excuses offered them an alternative. That sentence to the galleys was a compromise, without which he might have been acquitted. I told her, as best I could, that we had been deeply affected by the verdict, and that we both felt assured of the innocence of Monsieur Jean Mortier. " Since when ?" asked the widow. " Since he killed himself?" I assured her it was not so, but I could not tell her the hour when this conviction broke upon me. She added still more bitterly, " You thought him guilty when I came to see you." " I had doubts of his innocence then, I own," I answered ;" but from that moment I would have done anything in the world to save him." I had spoken too vehemently. My words probably appeared to her too full of feeling. " It was you, then," she resumed in a tone of reproach, " who sent me money to pay the lawyer ?" Ought I to have concealed the truth ? I did not dare. I could not frame a denial. " Yes, it was I," I answered. " Why did you send it me by a priest, then, instead of coming yourself and bringing it to me ?" There was outre in her tone as she put this question. Evidently I was undergoing a cross examination. " Because I did not wish to be thanked," I answered. " But now you are willing ?"" No, I am not." " Then why have you come here ?"" Because I am sorry I did not come before the trial." She did not seem convinced by what I said. Her black eyebrows were contracted into a frown for a few moments, and as her brow cleared again, I saw a sudden flash from her dark eyes. Did anyone suggest to you that priest's visit? No one. Did you, unmoved by any other person, conceive the idea of finding me a lawyer? I did. Do you suspect anybody? I had to tell a falsehood. I said no, and to drown the effect of this falsehood on myself, I hastened to add, your visit made a deep impression on me. I thought much of your eloquent grief, of your conviction of his innocence, which I almost shared, which I wished to share. That is why I advised you to choose the best lawyer to be had." "The best, indeed." She shuddered and clasped her hands together, wringing them one and the other as she did so. "You ought to have sent him word by that same priest that he was called upon to defend an innocent man. He would not believe me. Thank you for your kind intentions, madame, but you threw away your money." She had become aggressive. One felt from her present bitterness how much the poor woman must have suffered. She was passing through that bitter stage of grief when injustice makes the sufferer cruel. She took a sort of pleasure, now that she had me in her own house, in torturing me. Had I not let her visit to me result in terrible disappointment? She was taking her revenge. I had not expected to find her thus. I had fancied she would oppose my plans, but I thought it would be with tears. I knew that she was proud. I did not know that grief had hardened her. She would not honor me by shedding tears in my presence, even supposing she still had tears to shed. I submitted to all this as the beginning of our expiation. I looked at her. In our previous meetings I had not sufficiently remarked the strong will which I now read in her dark eyes and in her beautiful face, full of intelligence and energy. If that woman should ever be possessed of my secret, she will be implacable. Is it not madness to expose myself to the chance of her finding it out? And, besides, though I may trust myself to keep my secret, can he be trusted? She is in mourning for the loss of her good name as much as for her husband. The very day when a chance presents itself of setting herself right in the world's eyes, she will embrace it with all her strength. She will burst through all obstacles. And I, alas, had thought of laying all bare in her presence, of dragging up before her my husband for sentence, and of compromising my son. Now I feel that such a step would be suicide. But I would not draw back. Her courage excited mine. The sight of her little girl sitting on the floor, looking with a sort of tender passion, singular for a child of her age, at a cheap, flimsy dressed doll that she was hugging in her arms, a present, doubtless, from her unhappy father, gave me some hope. Could any mother refuse the chance of making those dear little cheeks, on which poverty and sorrow had already laid their hands, less pale and less hollow? The little girl had tied a new black ribbon round her doll. In all their penury, the mother had found means to put the little one in mourning, and the child had found mourning for her doll. The mother, thought I, will aid me to vanquish the obduracy of the wife. Is it not mother love that has given me courage for my task, and brought me thus far toward its accomplishment? I made believe to see nothing but the little girl, with whom I was not yet acquainted. I stooped down, drew her toward me, and kissed her tenderly. She drew away from me, even the little child. Can there be something mysterious and mesmeric in strong impressions? The mother's savagery had been easily imitated by the little girl, but because, as I caressed her, a caress had by chance fallen on the doll, the little maid seemed softened by my homage. The baby motherhood in her heart was touched, and the real mother, in her turn, seeing a flush of pleasure in her little daughter's cheeks, was likewise softened. She sighed. I hastened to profit by that sigh. What did I say to her? I cannot now remember. Anyhow, my words are not worth recalling and transcribing. What I said was from my heart, and there I can always find it if I want it. I spoke to her of plenty. I had to grow eager on the subject myself in order to make her interested. I forgot the peril of intimacy between us. I had a sort of vague hope that the peril might be annihilated by the fervor of my earnestness and goodwill. I asked her to let me be a sort of godmother to her daughter. I spoke of my son. I went on till I saw a mist rising before her eyes. I did not stop until the mist became a tear. She sobbed. Her mother tenderness had overcome her anger. She took my hand. True. You too are a mother, she said, and then she gave a deep sigh. Perhaps I have no right to refuse for Florence what I would certainly refuse for myself. At that I made my proposals more definite. She must come and live with me in my house. I was very near saying something about friendship, but was ashamed to do so. It seemed to me as if a sort of fear would prompt the word, rather than real feeling. I told her that I wanted a housekeeper, a person to superintend my linen and my mending, a seamstress by the year. I had considerable difficulty in defining the situation I expected her to fill. If I did not give her to understand that I expected of her some kind of domestic service, she might feel surprised, alarmed, and shrink from a situation out of keeping with our social positions. She might fancy it a snare. My compassion for her misfortunes, my sympathy with her grief, would hardly account for my coming with no excuse to ask her to consent to live with us as an equal in our home. And yet it goes against my conscience to bring a woman into my house as a mere chambermaid, before whom I ought to fall down upon my knees, and to whom I ought to minister. She listened quietly at first to all I said to her about our family arrangements, but with a visible repugnance which I could see was opposed by the desire of not letting slip this chance of providing for her daughter. Then, by degrees, I could feel that her curiosity was at work, then that she was trying to account for things, then something more. Suspicion had taken hold of her and incited her to a fresh attack on me. " It seems very singular in you to have formed such a plan," she said. " Is it not natural ? We feel that you have been the victim of a great injustice which we could not hinder. You will help me to avenge it, will you not ?"" Avenge it ?" I murmured, almost in spite of myself. " Avenge it ? Against whom ?"" Against him, the murderer." This time it was no effort to dissimulate. The peril was too real, too menacing, not to rouse up all my courage. " Do you ever hope to find him, then ?" I asked, without flinching. " Indeed, I hope so. But for that—" She said this with such an energy of faith that I repented for a moment that I had ever come in search of her. But as things were, all weakness might be dangerous. I needed great boldness and great courage. I said in a tone of compassion that deceived her as to the motive of my question :" Have you any clew, anything new since the trial ?"" I ? Not yet." There was a hard, set look about her eyes which denoted her fixed purpose. She will be turned aside by no discouragement. She thinks, and thinks rightly, that the murderer must have been one of the men who were supping that night in the restaurant with Pierre Mortier. But whom can she interrogate ? Oh, if Monsieur Henri des Arbois were to return from India, if she ever meets with him ! Alas, on what a fragile basis rests my tranquillity. I am at the mercy of a chance meeting. I am about to bring under the guilty man's own roof the very person who is in search of him, a woman who will seek him no doubt even there, and the only protection I can afford to Gaston is my own prudence, and the chance that he may not be betrayed by any accident. This frightful risk, O God, I here accept. This madness, this folly of bringing together in contact in one house the wife of the man who is innocent and the man who is guilty, I will commit deliberately, in the hope of disarming the judgment of Heaven by this very deed. May I be able to do Madame Mortier all the good I hope to do. May I help her to bring up her daughter. May I set right, at the price of my own peace, some of the consequences of my husband's crime, without bringing the truth to light against him, and perhaps, whenever that truth is discovered, he, who is all truth, will have pity on us for the sake of this reparation. If I were the voluntary accomplice of my husband, I should secure our own safety by leaving this unhappy woman to her poverty and bereavement. In a month she would be in the hospital, never to leave it again alive. There would only remain the helpless orphan. We should be delivered. How horrible! Delivered from what? from a virtue to be acquired, from suffering that may expiate, but nothing can ever deliver us from remorse. On the contrary, it would then be worse than ever. No, away with such cowardice. I hope to reconcile, by a mixture of human weakness and of human dignity, my maternal and conjugal self-interest with my duty. I will secretly repair, as far as I can, the evils of which we have been the origin, and should it please Providence that the reparation leads to a public scandal ruinous to Gaston and myself, I will submit. I will force him to submit, doing me at least the justice to believe that I have done my best to turn aside the legitimate curiosity of this woman from discovering the truth." After I had sustained her fixed look for some moments without flinching, Madame Mortier, with that suddenness I had before remarked in her, said :" I accept. I will come to you." " Thank you. You are too kind in thanking me. But when you are tired of providing bread for us—" I interrupted her. " You will earn your own bread," I said. " So be it. But if you find I have not done enough to earn it, or that I can earn it equally well and with more freedom elsewhere, you are to send us away, and I shall not complain. On my part, I must make some stipulations. I trust you will not accuse me of ingratitude when, if after your charity has done its work and put me beyond the reach of destitution, I ask you to give me back my liberty. I hope you will never ask for it. We will try to make our hospitality very pleasant to you." " Do not make it too pleasant," she cried, with a singular distrust, " or I should leave you." What a strange woman ! At once fascinating and dangerous. How glad I should be to love her, and how greatly I shall dread her in my household. But I thanked her with all the sincerity I felt for having yielded to my wishes. I was almost afraid of betraying myself, but I took the little girl up in my arms, and pressed her to my heart, and kissed her. Yes, I rained kisses on her precociously grave little face, which alarmed me, and seemed a reproach to me. I made her smile. I promised her playthings and dolls, and this time, feeling free to express exactly what I felt with all my heart, I was so eager in trying to give her pleasure that Madame Jean Mortier was reduced, I dare not say seduced, to sympathy. She said :" Madame, you have found the best means to make me obey you. I fear that I may love you before long." " Why fear it ?"" Because I have made a vow never to love any one any more." " You were wrong." " No, I shall keep my vow." " Well, this oath will not be broken by feeling for your friends a strong esteem." " Anyhow," she added, resolutely, " if I find myself inclined to care for you too much, I can go away." She has these sudden fits of ferocity which give her a kind of grandeur in my eyes, for underneath them I perceive traces of a proper pride and delicacy. We talked a long time. We settled the preliminary details of our arrangements. She is to come to morrow in the afternoon. Her room will be all ready for her. Gaston will be put upon his guard. I shall not sleep to night, but I fancy I shall pray more easily. The next day. She has come. The importance, the peril of the step I have taken, have greatly increased during the few hours that have just gone by. Yet everything went off smoothly, far better than I had dared to hope. But this smoothness of itself alarmed me, for it indicates the intention of every one concerned to practice dissimulation, to accept a truce, or to contrive a snare. How shall the tie I have been endeavoring to create between this victim and ourselves ever be broken ? If I find it too onerous, if it proves no solace to my conscience, unless in regard to justice, how shall I dare get rid of it ? I never can send her away, and if she ever wants to go, I must do all in my power to keep her here. Unless, indeed, her wound being healed, her resentment lulled to rest, and her material prosperity improved by my solicitude, she might make easy or possible that confession which it now seems to me can never be made. What meanness ! Am I already speculating how to give up my duty ? Alas ! I feel that I shall often have fits of this kind, which will exhaust my courage. I thought it was rising to heroic, and it is nothing beyond what is commonplace. I am pleading that my cup may pass from me. When I was this morning arranging Madame Mortier's chamber, I did all sorts of little things that I thought might work upon her feelings, making believe, for instance, to forget a photograph of Roget that had been sticking in the frame of the looking glass, and putting up in a little dressing room that opened near her bed a charming little couch for Florence. For I was timid and cowardly. I wanted to impress her by the first sight of her own chamber. I was imprudent, too. Very early this morning I had knocked at the door of Gaston's chamber. He was not aware of what I had in hand. He suspected it, probably. Anyhow, he had rallied his courage. He would show no weakness before me. What means he takes to keep his courage up, my poor unhappy husband. Did I need that he should give me a new cause for uneasiness? What will come of us, if, attempting to find forgetfulness, he should sink into degradation? It is certain that he has collected a perfect store of strong drinks and liquors in his chamber, and that he drinks by himself morning, noon, and night. I ought to oppose this vice. It is a mean way of cheating destiny to let him go on increasing his indifference, lest he should alarm me by some sudden outbreak of his conscience. But what can I do? Ah, if we were but alone, if, with closed doors, I could talk to him, reprove him, help him to cure himself, force him to humble himself as a repentant sinner, constrain him to docility, to self-abasement, which I might make use of for his salvation. But I have made life's tete-a-tete impossible. I have broken up our solitude à deux. I have no longer time. I made believe this morning that I did not notice Gaston's troubled eyes, that I did not smell in his chamber that odor of alcohol which is beginning to pervade it permanently. I opened the conversation boldly, almost gaily. I told him that I was about to begin the good work for which we had left Geneva, that, not knowing how otherwise to make Madame Jean Mortier accept my assistance, I had thought the best plan would be to bring her to live in our home. I had the hypocrisy to make believe that I thought she might be useful to me, being an excellent seamstress, that by taking her into the house I should save money, which would be an additional advantage in doing a good action. When I began to speak he seemed agitated and nervous. I thought at first he was going to give way to anger, but I was so calm, I seemed so determined, that he did not attempt to intimidate or threaten me, but, with a sort of strident laugh, he said, "As you will, my dear." I tried to reassure him, in order that he might not betray himself on first meeting Madame Mortier. I made a most agreeable sketch of her in every way. He shook his head. " I know her by sight," he said, recklessly. " I saw her in the court room. She does not look soft hearted in the least." I was indignant at this fashion of accepting my indulgence. " Did you ever suppose," I asked him curtly, " that she was capable of advising the murder for which her husband was condemned to the galleys ?" Gaston's face grew very pale. I went on. " The utmost she may have done was to advise him to kill himself, if he had been guilty." " But he is dead now. He did kill himself," stammered Gaston in a bewildered way. I came near losing my self command, but I contrived to say gently, " She did not advise him to commit suicide because she knew that he was innocent." Gaston seemed reassured, not by what I said, but by the way I said it, and he went on in an indifferent tone, almost that of a man who aspires to be a lady killer. " She is very pretty." I forgave him that piece of impertinence. I even took it half upon myself, for I owned that I thought her pretty and distinguee. I related to him, though I did not tell him everything, the particulars of my visit, how hard I had found it, but persevered. I wanted to make my husband acknowledge that he approved of my arrangements, and I asked him to aid me by his cordiality, and above all by his natural good breeding, to make the poor woman feel at home in our house as soon as possible. As Gaston listened to me, he kept pouring out and drinking large glasses of water. He wanted to recover his self-possession. He saw clearly that the interview before him was so perilous that he must do his best to have full command of his nerves. His best defense, above all, if I was to be on his side, was to have full command of his reason. I left him strongly resolved and master of himself. Will there ever come a time when I may have to wish that he had, at least for a moment, the unblushing hardihood which is common to great criminals, that he might have me more at liberty to invest, to attack his conscience, without being all the time upon my guard, as I am now, against some sudden lapse of will which may give him up to punishment before he has been brought to repentance for his crime. My heart beat quickly when I heard a carriage stop at the door. It beat, too, when Madame Mortier rang, and when she entered. I was afraid of turning pale. I kissed Roger very hard, which made him kiss me back again in like fashion, and that gave a little color to my cheeks. She, too, was pale. I was struck by her air of dignity. Her troubles have developed in her an instinct which has brought out her natural grace and supplied deficiencies of education. I went to meet her, holding out both hands, and saying, " Thank you." She accepted my thanks without protest, being probably embarrassed, or it may have been because she feared to abase herself if she declined my friendliness. Her eyes were moist, which I was glad to see. Ah ! I shall tremble if some day those dark eyes, which seem always on the alert, could weep no more. " Here is a playfellow for your little girl," I said, drawing Roger forward. I had given him instructions. I had begged him to behave very nicely to the lady in black, and to be very friendly with her little girl. Either Roger was very obedient, or else I had taken an unnecessary precaution. His kind little heart would have led him to do the right thing without my lesson. He took Florence by the hand, looked at the poor little orphan 2 seconds with a smile, and said :" Will you come and see my playthings ?" She consented by a little nod, and, that she might not be behind her new comrade, she pulled from under her arm the doll wrapped round with a black ribbon, which I had seen her have in Boulogne. Ah ! those dear children, will they be our punishment or our bond of reconciliation ? We are both doing what we do for their sakes. For my son's sake, I went to seek out Madame Mortier. For her daughter's sake, she has consented to come here. I took her to her chamber. She found out all my little devices at once. She stopped on the threshold and turned toward me. " This is too nice for me," she said, abruptly. " But I can not give you anything less." " Ah ! Is this, then, how you lodge all the servants in your family ?" There was sarcasm in that question. I protested against her thinking herself too well cared for, pressing her hand, which she left a few moments in mine. She went into her room and dropped into a chair. Then, with some harshness of tone, but in a voice that trembled, as if almost moved to tears, she said :" I can not understand all this. My misfortunes can hardly have inspired so much kindness. What is your motive ? Tell it me." I was frightened. My heart was very full. Had she spoken to me thus much longer, I must have dropped upon my knees before her. Oh, may such a temptation never come upon me again till the right moment. There is in her a strength and gentleness combined, a strength of feeling that attracts me, frightens me, and tends to make me humble myself before her. Happily, her attention was diverted from her scruples at this moment. The children came back as we were speaking. They came in, holding each other by the hand, comrades already, brother and sister. Roger had a charming air of protecting his little companion. He was carrying Florence's doll, with but little regard to the doll itself, but with manifest deference for the little girl who had trusted it to him. Florence was carrying a trumpet, which she had picked out of a collection of warlike toys belonging to Roger. At the first glance she was enchanted by the pretty little bed I had prepared for her. She thought it beautiful. I dare say it reminded her of playthings she had seen with envy, or else of the pretty draperies under which the image of the infant Saviour is shown at Christmas in the churches. She had never before had a bed with such pretty white curtains, curtains so charmingly looped up on each side of her pillow. She drew near the bed with a kind of respect, and ordered Roger to lay the doll down on it, for she must be sleepy. Then, by way of thanking my boy for his obedience, she laid the trumpet softly at the feet of Dolly, who lay there on her back, and said :" She shall have it when she wakes." Madame Mortier had watched this little scene as I had done. She sighed, and, calling Florence with no harshness this time in her voice, said to her :" Do you feel very glad to be here, darling ?" The child gave a glance around the room. which took in the group we formed, her mother, myself, and Roger, who was looking at her delightedly, the little bed, the doll, the trumpet, and replied, " Yes, I am very happy here." " Would you like to stay here ?"" Oh, yes, always, forever." Roger had crept up to me, and, taking my hand, slyly kissed it caressingly. I knew the meaning of that kiss. It is my boy's most earnest and most eloquent way of thanking me. He, too, was glad that they had come to live with us. Poor child ! His pleasure in having a companion was a reproach to me for the past. I have never taken pains to find him playfellows or friends of his own age. I have been bringing him up too lonely. I have come very near making him a self absorbed, unsociable child. Will mother love always suffice a boy? I loved him selfishly. I might have made him selfish. In keeping him all to myself, I did him wrong. He made me feel this by his caress, by his thanks for his new companion. I bent down, I kissed him, and, interpreting aloud part of what I felt that he had silently communicated to me, I said :" You must not thank me, my boy, but madame, who has consented to come and live with us, and who has brought you a little sister." I drew him toward the widow. The poor woman did not shrink from the gratitude of the innocent child. She took my son in her arms and pressed him to her bosom. Her heart was touched in spite of all her resistance, all her prejudices, and it did not hurt her pride to show her gratitude by caressing Roger. She pressed a long kiss on his forehead, on the same place where I had just put mine. Her lips and my lips, her heart and my heart, which may never join, have at least one common end in view. She looked up at me and said softly :" He is handsome, your son, and he seems good." I saw by the emphasis upon her words that she wanted to make me understand, without precisely expressing it, that Roger was like me, and that she thought me good and beautiful. " I hope he will be a true and honest man," I said, without quite knowing what I was saying. I felt constrained to uphold the honor of my son, as if by doing so I would better shield his father, for perhaps she might think him like his father too. Madame Mortier seemed satisfied. Roger was the guarantee of my sincerity. She made no further resistance. She only felt the pain inseparable from her establishment in a new home, which made her feel afresh her sorrows and her widowhood. She only retained a certain embarrassment in accepting so much more than she could feel she had any claim to from me. We talked for a few moments on a footing of intimacy. I told her all that was necessary, and before I left her alone to arrange her things in the closets and wardrobes, I asked her Christian name, begging her, at the same time, to grant me the privilege of not calling her madame. She told me her name. It was Emilienne. I once knew a nun of that name, who was very fond of me, in the convent where I went to live before I was taken into the house of my guardian. Ah ! if that name might but prove a happy omen. As she did not put the same question to me in turn, I said of my own accord :" My name is Gabrielle." " That was the name of the angel who announced the coming of the Saviour," she replied, with an air of friendliness and of devotion. " But I shall only use that name in my prayers, madame. I had rather not use it on other occasions." I did not cross her. Reciprocal regard will come after a while. If I could only confide in her without telling her everything ! If I could only cease to fear her, as I do, and could devote myself to making her my friend, and to making her happy. Chapter 2. of For 15 Years, by Louis Ulbach, translated by Elizabeth Wormeley Latimer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. Emilienne, continuation of the Livre d'Ecru. Same date, evening. I do not want her to be called in our household by any name but that of Madame Emilienne. No one shall give her her married name under our roof. The name of Mortier would jar upon my ear. Somebody might feel astonished at seeing in our house the widow of a man found guilty of murder, and really guilty of suicide. Some friend of my husband, visiting us, and hearing the name of Mortier, might remember the part Gaston played as witness in the trial. Were any one to suspect our secret, it would not take long for the whole truth to be brought to light. I am always haunted by a sense of how slight have been the chances by which we have till now escaped suspicion. What might not happen if Monsieur Henri Darbois came back from India and dropped in upon us? I dreaded the first interview between Emilienne and my husband. I am still more alarmed by the perfect smoothness and success with which the meeting was gone through. Did I not know Gaston, or is it that, having committed a crime, he has instinctively adopted the dissimulation of criminals? When he killed that man, did he kill his own conscience by the same blow? He was calm, he was dignified. He had even a dash of gallantry in his manner to Madame Emilienne. He, who had almost lost his good manners and the speech of good society from want of use, and whose conversation for some time past has become mere rattle, by which I mean that he has permitted himself to say anything that came into his head, now, in order to seem natural, was exactly what he should have been in receiving and speaking to Madame Emilienne. I stood by with my heart beating and my hands like ice. When I had introduced Emilienne, he said at once :" We are very grateful to you, madame, for being so well assured of the sincerity of our sympathy. We can not make you forget your sorrows, but we hope to assist you to soften their effect on your little daughter and yourself." She drew together her dark eyebrows, and in that deep voice which, in spite of its habitual sweetness, has such terrible tones in it when anything displeases her, she said :" Nothing, monsieur, can alleviate my sorrow. If I am ever able to prove the innocence of him for whom I mourn, I shall have done my duty, but my own grief will remain always inconsolable." Gaston bent his head. I trembled lest he might look dangerously pale, but he seemed only to have bowed low out of respect, and, recovering himself, and partly closing his eyes, he had the temerity to add :" We will assist you, madame, to fulfill your duty as well as aid you to bear your heavy sorrow." There seemed to me a slight break in his voice, but perhaps it was a mere trick intended to prove to me that his self command was assumed, and that he wanted me to pity him. I felt for a moment as if I hated him. Oh, my God, keep me from hating him ! I want to love him, though he is a criminal. I want not utterly to despise him. If I hated him, I might be the cause of his losing his soul, which now I hope to save. I should suffer from my contempt for him, but I know it would also make me fierce and cruel. Instead of which now, in spite of the deep shame in my heart, I feel for him a secret hope inspired by deep pity. Emilienne, who has the instincts of good society, which proves to me how little education does for those who are under the influence of deep feeling, put an end to this conversation which was embarrassing to us all. Was she unwilling to sadden us? Was she pained by allusions to her grief, or did she want to observe us without exciting our emotions? Her dark eyes have depths in them which perpetually disquiet me. I am practicing dissimulation, and doing it well. Why may she not dissimulate as well as myself? She expressed her fears of being in our way should we set out again upon a journey, for she had heard Roger tell Florence that his papa and mamma were fond of traveling, and that his papa had not at all liked coming back from Geneva. " If we go away again," I said, " you must come too." " Or else," said Gaston quickly, with the air of wishing to give me a lesson in propriety, " if you do not like traveling, madame, we can leave you here in our absence, mistress of the establishment. Our liberty ought not to involve the loss of yours." She thanked him. He pretended that he had a letter to write, and left the room. Another extract. A few days later, evening. I am constantly afraid that some sign of my anguish may filter through my conversation or behavior, and that some of our dependents may notice it. The least suspicion would turn them all into spies. They suspect nothing now, but the smallest thing may awaken the keen-wittedness of Emilienne. Her suspicions never sleep. She makes believe not to be watching us, but she bides her time. Our new servants will be able to tell her nothing of the past. I am the jailer of Emilienne. I hold my secret, too, in custody. I must take care it does not escape me. Gaston is away nearly all the time. He has fallen into the habit of dining at his club. He comes back late at night. In the morning he breakfasts with us, but he is always in haste to get away. Sometimes I dread lest this desire to avoid us should seem rude to Emilienne, and yet I should have more dread if she seemed to want to retain him. I am letting him slip back into his old habits of vice. Does he gamble? I don't know, but I do know that he drinks heavily at late suppers. Monsieur Henrion is absent, is traveling. He might have hindered me when I was bringing Emilienne into our household, or perhaps he might have helped me. If he were here, I should know if Gaston is gambling again or getting into debt. Ah, my God, why must I let him do these dreadful things which deaden his conscience? I suffer. I knew I should suffer, but I hope that the deep mourning that I carry about in my sad heart, my shame and my remorse, might be the heaviest crosses that I had to bear. They are not my only ones. A heavier cross is laid upon me. It seems more than I can endure. It slowly sticks hot pins deep down into my flesh. It is this incessant, ever-increasing necessity of using all my powers of dissimulation. I ought to treat Gaston with gentleness, but at the same time keep him in fear of me. He ought to be made aware of the cup of bitterness I have to drink. He ought to see something of the anguish that consumes me. He ought not to forget that I watch, I pray, I weep because of him. But I must be careful how I make him too miserable, how I drive him to despair. If I wish to save him, above all, I must not aggravate him, or I may harden his heart. When I take my son into my arms, I go through another kind of suffering. I have another mask to put on. My boy has a spirit of investigation which frightens me. He never has been known to tell the smallest falsehood, but he does not talk of all he notices or understands. He has mute questions in his eyes. If I forget myself, and involuntarily give way to melancholy, he comes gently creeping up to me to kiss me, to offer me his consolation, and timidly, hesitatingly, he seems to draw away from his father, a distinction which makes me shudder. He guesses that I am unhappy. He feels that his father is the cause of my grief. He seems waiting for a time when he shall be old enough to judge between us. Meantime, he looks at us with saddened eyes. What judges we have in these dear young creatures! Some day I shall be willing to submit our case to Roger as our judge. But if his precocious intelligence had to pronounce sentence now, his innocence would suffer a shock that he would never get over, for he loves his father as well as me. I wear all masks to Emilienne. I try all kinds of devices. She accepts the situation. She has taken up the routine of her daily tasks without any further scruples. Her deference to me might make me feel myself safe, but that her mixed gentleness and arrogance are so unfathomable. If I meet her with a smile, I say to myself a moment after, she will think me too gay. She will guess that I am shamming. She will see that I am making an effort. If I am as sad as she is herself, or sadder, for she sometimes tries to hide her sorrows, I am afraid she may think me guilty of hypocrisy, or that she may fancy some ulterior object in my sadness, or imagine some remorse because I have not that open motive for bitter grief which is patent with her. Am I condemned for life to all this suffering? Can I not look forward to some end to it, foresee it, hope for it? Is there any harm, O God, in asking thee that thy care being extended over the future of this family, my son's life may not be made to pass under the cloud? Perhaps I might be able to bring Gaston to repentance, to save him, if I were free to do nothing but to watch over him, and had not to keep so strict a watch over myself. And this is what I have come to in 8 days, to find my cup too bitter, my expiation too difficult. What a coward I am! I have chosen the least possible portion of shame and punishment. No, I will go forward to the end, not knowing, alas, whether there ever will come an end. I mean any earthly terminus to my painful road.
Emilienne does not like me. She never will grow fond of me. She may remain in ignorance of my secret, but she will never feel for me anything warmer than gratitude, mixed with a mistrust stronger even than her native kindliness of heart or power of reasoning. In our very first interview, when I thought her husband guilty and wanted to believe mine innocent, we clashed against each other. She still feels, in spite of everything, a grudge against me for this first encounter. All my caresses will never remove this feeling. The doubt thrown on my generosity that day makes her suspicious now. She probably thinks that in the idleness of a wealthy life I have grown weary of having no interests, and that I am amusing myself by toying with beneficence ; that she was at hand for me to try my skill upon ; that I sought her out to gain the outward credit of a virtuous deed, while she agreed to come to me for her child's sake and for her husband's, that she might not miss a chance of re establishing his good name, or put aside any means of arriving at the truth that Providence might offer her. She feels that she owes me consideration, but that friendship can never exist between us, though she would be glad if it were possible ; and she will be quite ready to leave us the moment I grow tired of my work of charity, or should our hospitality threaten her, were it ever so little, with any loss of dignity or independence. Ah, if she only knew that Gaston is ruined, that there is nothing left but my money in the partnership of marriage, perhaps that knowledge might awaken her suspicions. She is very considerate, but rather unbending toward Gaston. During the few moments that he spends in his own house at breakfast, I can generally see a sort of gleam about her, a slight desire to attract my husband. She listens to all he says, and smiles to encourage him, as if she never thought he said enough. She knows very well it would be easier to fathom him than me. And yet, were it possible she could suspect him of the murder, surely horror would reveal itself in her dark eyes, or in the corners of her mouth, which looks perfectly natural when in repose. This morning I was comparing her with myself. I was looking in my mirror. I only consult it now when I want to rehearse my various deceptions. I notice some white hairs which have come during the last few days. Her shining black braids, which form a frame that sets off her fine face, are not likely to grow gray. Tears have worn fewer furrows in her face than in mine. Her very deep mourning is worn outwardly and visibly in token of her great grief. She makes no parade of it, but it becomes her exceedingly. She has the hope ever bright in her life of a wrong to be set right, of a vengeance to be accomplished. When the day comes that she tramples us under her feet, she will be radiantly beautiful. She attracts Roger. When that day of discovery shall arrive, perhaps she may take pity on my child, and though she treads us under foot, may she not hold out her hand to save him ? Would she spare him ? Would she listen to the pleadings of her little girl, for whose love and pity I pray daily as I load her with caresses, kissing her and petting her ? Would she, I wonder, sacrifice our child with the same pitiless delight with which she would rend in pieces his father and mother ? A fortnight later. Monsieur Henrion has come back, and his visit, good man, has broken to pieces all my carefully laid plans. I saw him alone, as usual, when he came. He began by cross questioning me, being, as he is, the physician of my material interests on the state of my affairs. Did I want any money ? No, I said, smiling. There are, then, no more old debts to be paid ? Not one. And no new ones ? No, my good sir. His conversion continues ? Yes. And yet I know, through private sources, that your husband goes more than ever to his club. Possibly, but he is not gambling. Monsieur Henrion made a gesture of surprise. My confidence must have appeared strange to him. He may not gamble, but he frequents suppers," he insisted. " What would you have me do, my dear old friend ?" I replied, bravely. " I do not think that the attractions of bare virtue would have much influence over Gaston. I am resigned to seeing one vice cast out another vice. Gaston has given up gambling of his own accord. I hope to help him to cure himself of this other error." You began well by taking him away from Paris. Why did you come back from Geneva? Geneva is a very dull place, with its air of Calvinist prudery. Then had you not better have pushed on to Italy? Yes, probably, but we were obliged to come back to Paris. Yet you knew you would not find me here. Monsieur Henrion is so simple-hearted, so paternally devoted to me, that he does not seem to imagine I could consult anybody but himself in any difficulty, moral or monetary. I did not need your help for a little deed of charity that I have done to please myself," I answered, feigning a playful gaiety. After this I had to tell him what I had been doing, and to explain to him how, after the great interest Gaston and I had taken in Jean Mortier's trial, we felt ourselves compelled to come to the assistance of the wife, the widow of the condemned man. I did not dare to say that I believed him innocent ; that would have been reckless temerity. Monsieur Henrion made me shiver when he said, with a serious air, which I thought meant something, but which was only simple and natural :" Was it your husband who first took up the idea of this good action ?" Why should my old friend have asked me such a question ?" No," I replied, deliberately, " it was my own notion altogether, but Gaston approves it." " You have taken on yourself a heavy burden." " No, indeed. The poor woman has been here 2 weeks already, and we have grown so accustomed to her presence that it seems to us as if she had been here 15 years." " How long do you expect to keep her ?"" I have made no calculations. As long as she likes to stay." " If she is not discreet, she may be on your hands a long time." " I assure you she has a great deal of proper feeling." " And yet she accepts this excessive charity ?" I interrupted Monsieur Henrion eagerly. " Don't say what you were going to say. It is an insult to her and to us." " To you ? I don't understand. What claim has she upon you ?" I felt that Monsieur Henrion could only be persuaded to see things in their right light by a subterfuge, so I told him I had made a vow to God that this good deed was my thank offering to him for Gaston's reformation. This was not wholly untrue, but still I was deceiving my too prudent friend. Monsieur Henrion would not give up his point. He had some powerful arguments still in reserve. He talked of economy. He insisted that the charge I had undertaken was too heavy a burden on the resources of the family. " Well, then, you must find me some investments that will pay me more interest," I said, laughingly. " Are you going to gamble in your turn ?"" Yes, I want to win Providence over to my side." In spite of myself, there was a gleam in my eyes as I said this, which touched the heart of Monsieur Henrion, though I had not convinced him. He insisted that he would like to take a hand in the good work and would become my partner. He told me how well off he was, how little he spent of his income. Of the promise he once made my guardian never to let me take any risk in any speculation where he could not go shares with me. He claimed that to assist me was his right. He said that, in case of need, he must insist upon it. Was my speculation not a material one ? Well, he, too, wanted to put some of his money out on mortgage — in Paradise." All this was said with artful good humor, with the simple affection and the half scolding interest of an old family friend. He is not the kind of soul which takes high flights, but his kindness spreads itself abroad and enlarges its borders upon earthly soil. I should horrify him if I told him the truth. He probably would have nothing whatever to do with my work of expiation. He would find out my secret — so easy, alas, to arrive at — if he suspected that I was trying to keep anything from him. It seemed to me most prudent to let him approach very near the truth, as near as he could do without discovery. I made believe to be convinced that I was only alarmed. " All right, then," I said, " we will go halves," and I held out my hand. " Introduce me to her," he said, " at once. It is only right I should make her acquaintance, since I am, in some sort, to be her guardian." I assured him that a formal introduction would offend Madame Mortier, and perhaps hurt her feelings. Emilienne, before she had been made to understand that he was my partner, might fancy he was moved by vulgar curiosity to make her acquaintance, or that I had been guilty of unbecoming self complacency, and had been boasting of my intentions in her favor. It was therefore agreed that Monsieur Henrion should stay to dinner, and that they should make acquaintance without formality at table. It was the first time we had entertained a guest since Emilienne had come to live with us. Happening to pass by the dining room, she saw, through the half open door, an extra plate laid at the table. She was surprised, and as I came in at the same moment to give some order, I found her questioning the servant as I entered. She was going away, but stopped when she saw me, and her eyes asked me the question she had been putting to the subordinate. " Do not be afraid," I said. " It is only an old friend. The more reason that my presence would be indiscreet." " No, for this friend of ours hopes to become yours too." " Ah ! Have you been telling—" She stopped short. Her eyebrows drew together, her face darkened. That sarcastic tone that I detect so constantly, even when she is trying to speak pleasantly, was in her voice, and this annoyed me. " You are very kind, madame," she said, " to wish to procure me other friends, but new acquaintances are fresh witnesses of my sorrow. Monsieur Henrion, madame, is my guardian and my adviser. I have never done anything without consulting him. He was absent from Paris when I went to seek you. It was my duty to tell him of the step I had taken, and how it has succeeded. He approves what I have done, and he wishes to help me in doing more for you." " More for me ? That is impossible," sighed Madame Emilienne. A certain sharp tone in her voice seemed to accent the sigh. Was a reproach or a compliment or a threat contained in her words ? Then she continued :" Do you prefer that I should stay to dinner at your table ?"" I beg you to do so." " I am ready to obey your orders, madame." " My orders ? No, I give you no orders." She showed impatience at this for a moment. " I should prefer to receive your orders, madame," she said. " I have evidently accepted a situation in which I am an embarrassment. You do not dare to give me orders, and I dare not persuade myself that I hold any place in your household but that of a waiting woman." " Excuse me, madame, I am wrong, but every time you make me an advance I wonder at myself. I often feel astonished that I sit at the same table with you when my proper place is in the kitchen. I consented to be your manager, your housekeeper, yes, to accept any measure of confidence that you were willing to grant me. Give me your keys. I will do my best to keep house for you. Why do you not put me in charge, as I expected you would do ? It would be much better for all of us, and then when a guest comes I should not be afraid of being intrusive. You would not have to spare my feelings. You promised me that I should earn my bread. I wish to earn it, madame." She paused and looked at me as if fearing she might have pained me or put me on my guard. Then she added, with her mysterious smile, which always provokes me, even when she means it to be kind, " I feel the more anxious to earn my bread because it is so good, and because my little darling finds it more than good for her." I was embarrassed. " It was with a view to finding out the best means of satisfying your scruples that I asked Monsieur Henrion," I said, " to stay to dinner. He is an excellent adviser." " Ah ! if he could only find me another place !"" He will, if you wish it." I was altogether provoked with her. There are moments when I persuade myself that I have the right to resent her distrust of me. I opened the parlor door. Monsieur Henrion came forward. The introduction was made in the dining room. The dinner hour had struck, and Gaston came in. I saw, by an involuntary start given by our old friend, that he was not prepared for the change — I may say the dreadful change — that has taken place in the looks of my husband. I have grown accustomed to his loss of color, as I suppose people are growing accustomed to mine. I have not remarked enough lately how colorless Gaston's face has grown to be. He has blue patches under his skin, which seem like the scars of red pimples, the unclean spots of leprosy, which show the new vice he is indulging in. I wonder if Emilienne also notices the chronic lividness of his complexion. My husband seemed very glad to see Monsieur Henrion, and yet he never liked him. He used to make fun of the old man, fun that was almost cruel. He used to make him the butt of his sarcasms. But to day the presence of this old friend of both our families seemed to give him protection. Monsieur Henrion would assuredly let nothing cast a stain on the honor of the name of Monterey. He has done so much already to save it, under less critical, less alarming circumstances. The first part of the dinner was served almost in silence. No talk was exchanged except thanks and offers. Gaston and I weighed every subject before we dared to start it. It might contain some snare, it might lead to something we did not anticipate. Emilienne, who is habitually reserved, wore more than ever that submissive, self-concentrated look which is her way of being on the alert. She was evidently absorbed in what was going on. She was gathering up every scrap of conversation to see what she could make out of it. She fancied that the old gentleman who had been introduced to her, and who seemed disposed to take an interest in her, must have been commissioned by me to make some proposition to her which he would unfold at table. Monsieur Henrion, too, was embarrassed. He usually has the amiable weakness of loving to make his discourse a little didactic, but, besides the impropriety of speaking of our domestic affairs openly before a stranger, he had lost his text now that he had learned that Gaston was not gambling, and the pretext for good advice upon another subject, afforded him by the besotted looks of my husband, would have brought him upon ground too delicate to be touched on before Madame Jean Mortier. It was not likely that by a man so exact, so formal, so particular on points of etiquette, any hint would be furnished, were it ever so slight, that might be to our disadvantage. But so it was, and Monsieur Henrion, in his embarrassment and kind-heartedness, made his blunders more marked and more terrible than if he had spoken unreservedly concerning the ruin and the dissipation which were the usual subjects of discourse between him and me. All of a sudden, in the middle of dinner, after a dead silence which had seemed to oppress everybody, he said, with a sort of playful familiarity and eager kindliness :" Ah, my dear Monsieur de Monterey, I want you to give me a lesson." " Give you a lesson, Monsieur Henrion ? What could you learn from me ? A lesson about what ?"" A lesson in baccarat." Gaston was so astonished that his fork trembled in his hand, and in putting it down hastily he knocked it against his plate, which made a clatter. I had cold shivers all over my body. Madame Emilienne, who probably did not know what baccarat was, but who perceived that something was coming from my husband's sudden emotion, made a quick movement of her eyelids. She glanced all round the table, under cover of the shadow of her dark eyelashes, and was at once on the alert. " Do you play at baccarat ?" asked my husband, articulating each word slowly and distinctly, like a man who has been palsied. " Yes, I have caught the gambling mania since you threw it away." This time I saw a gleam in Emilienne's eyes. She looked at me, and the gleam was more intense than ever. Monsieur Henrion, delighted to have broken the ice, went on most affably :" The truth is, I have always liked cards, but whist is the only game I play regularly. Once upon a time, in my law days, I used to play occasionally at other games with my friends among the notaries. The other day, in the country, where I was staying with one of my nieces, you must know they took a notion to initiate me into baccarat. I wouldn't learn it at first, but when I saw little fellows of 15 and girls of 19, my grand nephews and nieces, half despising me because I knew nothing of the fashionable game, I did not like to look like an old fogey, so I ended by doing like the rest of them, and, ma foi, I played too. Ah, when I was a boy, wouldn't my old father have given me a fine scolding for playing anything more than loto ? But children, nowadays — well, I had not gone to visit my niece, to preach a sermon, so I played baccarat." By this time my husband was smiling, and lifting his head with a certain movement of the nostrils, like the war horse who hears the trumpet in the distance. " And I bet you won," he said to Monsieur Henrion. " No, I lost." " That is surprising. You must have been finessing." " Well, probably I was. I did not understand the game. That is why I thought I would ask you for a little instruction. I passed on a 5. It seems that that was wrong." " No, that depends." " Well, that is exactly what I did not know. They made great fun of me. When ought one to pass or take another card ?" Good Monsieur Henrion was quite pleased with himself for putting this question to my husband, and sat expecting the answer with an exaggerated expression of interest and curiosity. I was careful not to put in a word. Any word of warning from me would have been useless. Gaston, encouraged by finding that a person who was usually the censor of his conduct was, for the first time in his life, turning to him for instruction and advice, and acknowledging that there was one point on which he was his superior, became at his ease, and in the tone of an instructor, diffusely and with authority, gave the required explanation. By degrees he grew excited, brought forward examples of persons who had won by standing on a five, added other instances of timid players who had gained by never taking the risk of a fresh card, and as he did not see my eyes, I was looking down for fear of interrupting him and bringing him up too suddenly if I seemed to give him a hint of his imprudence. He started off at full speed, and exclaimed rashly, speaking loudly in his excitement:
See here, Monsieur Henrion. That time I lost 15,000 francs to Henri des Arbois, I had five, and was taking the risk of a fresh card."
Hardly had he said this when he perceived the great black eyes of Emilienne opening wider and wider. He stopped short, swerved as it were in his talk, and said in a much lower tone, which only served to emphasize the imprudent speech that had preceded it: " You remember, Monsieur Henrion, that game we played that night?" " Oh, perfectly, last March. I know." Monsieur Henrion smiled a kind, fatherly smile. He was pleased to be able to show Gaston how well he could fix the date of his reformation. Emilienne's eager look seemed rather to surprise him, but she subdued herself at once and resumed her self control. I looked at her from under my eyelashes. She had done as I did. She had half closed her eyes, and was listening intently for what might next be said. " Well said, Monsieur Henrion," with a jovial laugh. " I only lost 5 francs. They were playing for a centime a counter. It was a terrible loss for me. I paid up just as you did, but I did not have a chance, like you, to make my loss good that same evening." Gaston no longer needed me to warn him of the imprudence he had committed. I saw his very hands grow pale as they rested on the table cloth, and tremulously toyed with his knife and fork. Madame Emilienne sat expectant. He made no reply, which was worse than anything he could have said. Monsieur Henrion, suspecting nothing, unconscious of what was really passing at table, disposed, indeed, to attribute my husband's emotion, which he could not but have observed, to the remorse of a reclaimed gambler, went on serenely: " But, after all, you have not answered my question. When ought one to—" " Why, I told you," stammered Gaston in a low voice. " Well, but I did not understand you. I suppose it is not my vocation, and I should not need to be cleaned out (that's the word, isn't it?) to give up baccarat. Apropos, I hear your friend des Arbois has come into a large fortune." " That is true." " Well, I suppose you brought him good luck. Who can say that ill gotten gains never prosper?" The stupidest commonplaces in this conversation cut like intentional allusions. " Does your friend write to you ?"" No. I am surprised that I have not heard from him," replied Gaston, recovering himself a little. " He promised, when he took leave of me, to send me news about himself." Did I blush ? Did I grow pale ? I do not know. Did Madame Emilienne see me change color ? Did she notice my embarrassment ?" Then I can tell you something about him," resumed Monsieur Henrion. " Has he written to you ?"" No ; but his man of business, who is mine too, told me that it was very likely he would come home soon. The fortune he inherits is all in stocks or bonds. He won't care to begin to spend it in foreign parts. When he comes back, take care ; you might be tempted to ask for your revenge." Though Gaston knows nothing of the letter I received, and has no conception of the terrible light that the return of Monsieur des Arbois might throw upon the mysterious murder in the Bois de Boulogne, he seemed to me almost as much alarmed as I was at this prospect of his friend's return. He did not say one word. He poured himself out a glass of wine, and drank it slowly. Monsieur Henrion could not open his lips that night without saying something alarming. His fatal want of tact, or rather the fatality which led him on to torture us, had not yet done all the mischief that it could. Well meaning people are sometimes the most cruel. He began to perceive that he had been talking about the gaming table before little folks. Roger sat listening to him with wide open eyes. Monsieur Henrion was unwilling to say anything improper before children, and with the same smiling, fatherly air with which he had addressed Gaston, he said to Roger :" I trust, my dear little Roger, that you will never take to card playing." The boy looked at me and answered :" I play sometimes with mamma." " Oh ! yes, play with her as much as you like, and with papa, too, provided you play the game of goose. That is a game that has come down to us from the Greeks, but it would not suit the Greeks."
Footnote: Le grec is the French name for professional blacklegs, those who cheat at cards. Translator. End of footnote.
Of our day. One can cheat in a game of goose. That game will never lead you, like roulette, to crime or suicide. Roger listened with all his ears. And then, as if Monsieur Henrion had been commissioned to probe every wound in our hearts which had so far escaped probing, as if some demon urged him to destroy during this visit every chance that remained to me of concealing my horrible secret, he went on talking more gayly than in any case he should have done before a widow in such recent mourning, and pleased with himself, proud of his own importance, endeavoring covertly to congratulate me on the reformation of my husband, before whom it was now possible, theoretically, to discuss the long tabooed subject of the gaming table. He went on to say :" You are too young, my dear madame, ever to have seen Frederic Lemaitre in the 30 Years or the Life of a Gamester. Trotteneur la vie d'un feuille." " No, I have never seen it," I stammered, expecting some fresh stab. " Well, if Frederic Lemaitre, though he is too old now to play the first act, the act wherein the hero is led away into vice and folly, ever should act the part again, I advise you to go and see him. At first it will make you shiver all over." Monsieur Henrion was speaking to me. Emilienne, who generally is silent, and who had to day been more silent than usual, here suddenly spoke. I know the inflections of her voice now, and in that tone of voice which, while it is grave and calm, conceals a threat of some kind, she asked Monsieur Henrion :" What is the end of that play ?" Monsieur Henrion was hardly as much surprised by this sudden intrusion of Madame Jean Mortier into the conversation as we were, but he seemed all at once to take the alarm. He felt very unwilling to speak of the end of that bloody drama before a woman whose husband had been found guilty of murder and highway robbery. How did he know but that Jean Mortier had been a gambler ? He felt that he had gone too far. But he had not generalship enough to retreat, though he had shown such powers of attack. He lost his self possession and stammered :"
Oh, it has a very romantic ending. The gambler meets his son in the dark. He intends to rob him."
And he kills him ?" said Madame Emilienne. " Yes," panted Monsieur Henrion. Emilienne went on with singular eagerness :" Would he have killed him, think you, had he recognized him ?"" You ask me more than I know, madame." " Then you can not say he would not. Gambling makes a man capable of any ferocity, of any deed, however infamous." I ought to have said something to the same effect, but Gaston and I both sat there with bowed heads. Monsieur Henrion was out of countenance. Madame Emilienne held her head high. She had the command of the situation, and I saw Roger and Florence with eager eyes drinking in her words. Will they remember this scene ? Dinner soon ended after that. Satisfied with what she had done, Madame Emilienne did not say another word. She resumed her modest demeanor, and as soon as she decently could leave the dining room, she carried off her little girl and went back to her own chamber. What must have been her smile of hope and of ferocity the moment she found herself on the other side of the door of the dining room ! It seemed to me I felt the magnetism of her threatening look piercing the very walls. Her absence was no relief to me. Gaston went off to his club. I kept Monsieur Henrion with me. I did not want him to suspect that he had made such dreadful blunders. He spoke to me of the widow. He thought her pretty and interesting. He thought that she had had more education than was usual in the wife of a tradesman. But all the same, he added, as if summing up his impressions, Notwithstanding the good opinion I have formed of her, I do not think she ought to stay here. Has it ever occurred to you that your husband, who now has become virtuous, will have very little to do, might take a fancy to her?" "Oh, my dear friend! Ha, ha! If you should dry her tears, her eyes might become dangerous. I saw your husband looking at her with a strange expression. I only wish I could make you jealous so as better to persuade you to get rid of her. She may be a great embarrassment to you." "I am half inclined to think so myself," I sighed. "I have promised to come and have a little talk with her to morrow," he continued. "I may I not?" "Of course you may." "I want to know her better. Till then, I will think over how I may best relieve you of the burden of your rather reckless work of charity, leaving you all the pleasure of it, of course, and all the merit too." "You would be very skillful if you could do that," I answered. I was hurt and I was furious. I would have given anything to throw my arms around the neck of this old man, who stood to me in the position of father and guardian, and tell him, with tears, "You are doing everything you can to ruin us." I should have liked to reproach him, and yet I know that he was only the unconscious instrument of implacable justice, that the blows I have received this day from his hand are but the first fruits of what is in store for me. Why should I be angry with her or with him? Everything, henceforward, must be painful to me, piercing through the mask of honor and of charity that we assume. Our best friends will unconsciously put us on the rack. All this occurred this evening. Tomorrow I shall know if Emilienne suspects anything. It was very strange, her entering in that way into the conversation. The next day. Monsieur Henrion came a little while ago, according to his promise, for his talk with Madame Emilienne. I contrived so as not to see him before he had had his interview. I wanted her to have no cause to suspect collusion. I had gone out telling her I was obliged to attend to some business that morning. It was no falsehood. I wanted to go into a church. I spent 2 hours there, but I could not pray. Prayer would not come to me. I am afraid of changing, as I should have to do, those forms of devotion that only suit the innocent. Near me stood a confessional, with its door open like a black coffin set up on end. Several times it seemed to me as if I must rush into it, shut myself in, and seek for peace there, peace troubled by remorse, the peace of the tomb which is disturbed by worms. I would have liked to press into that confessional before those pious women round me, who, with clasped hands and bowed heads, were going in, one after another, to put off, to fan away, to disperse in the air of the cold church the little sins that lay upon their consciences. What had they to confess like the burden of my secret? I know all about their scruples. They were my own 6 months ago. They would confess to temptations to be dissatisfied with their lot in life, glances that may have looked beyond their family circle, though their hearts came quickly back to the dear cradles at home, negligence in devotion, omissions of fasts, neglect of church going, sins, in short, which are the outcome not of evil but of innocence. But to confess a crime, to go into the confessional and accuse oneself of being accessory to a murder, to implore advice how to retrieve a dreadful error, how could I? That would be something that would startle the confessor from his drowsiness, something that would be worthy of that black confessional. I durst not, and besides I caught sight of the priest. I knew him. He is a young rector. He would be rigid. He would require me to give up my husband, to ruin my child, to destroy my honor. I feel myself growing a coward. I foresee that I may go mad. When I returned, Monsieur Henrion had ended his talk with Emilienne, and was waiting for me in the salon. He was more serious than yesterday, but had no better tact. He owned to me that the upholsterer's widow had almost persuaded him of her husband's innocence. The picture that she drew for him of their home life, of the sweetness, the gentleness of Jean Mortier, in short, the ineradicable faith in him that proceeds from her own love, had touched the heart of her kind listener. She must have carefully concealed from him any suspicions of us that she may have formed. "The poor woman," he said. cherishes dreams of establishing her husband's innocence which can never be realized. The law seldom goes behind a verdict. To get any trial revised, fresh and convincing evidence must be brought forward. It is true that the murdered man was exposed to various dangers the night he was killed. Who knows what kind of people may have fallen in with him when he was drunk, and have followed him into the Bois de Boulogne? But that hammer they produced in evidence is a thing not to be got over. I did not altogether discourage her, poor thing. I promised, at any rate, to set on foot certain inquiries. According to Madame Mortier, there is some mystery to be cleared up which has not been fathomed by the professional skill of the police or the lawyers. Do you know, too, my dear friend, that, if we could succeed in proving that somebody else was guilty, not only would the poor upholsterer's character be set right, but it would make a great alteration in his wife's circumstances. She would become, for I would undertake the business for her, the heir, as being guardian for her daughter, to all the property of the murdered man. He left 100,000 francs, it appears. It would be a fortune to them, and would rid you of the burden of the sacrifices you have taken on yourself. This practical side of the romance is what pleases me. I shall imagine I am working on your behalf to save the money of which you have made a bad investment. So Monsieur Henrion will take it up in a business point of view. I see he will, and the suggestions of Madame Emilienne will possibly withdraw the veil that his interest in us has placed over his eyes. My mind is made up. We will take flight. The danger of Monsieur des Arbois' return, the danger that the curiosity of the police may be aroused by Monsieur Henrion, urged on by Madame Emilienne, the danger of Gaston's imprudence, even the danger of his paleness, all seem to me to threaten us. We must fly. We will go and live in the country near one of the frontiers. I will leave Madame Emilienne in Paris under the care of Monsieur Henrion. The letters of my old friend will tell me what I have to dread. At the first indication of a possible discovery, I will carry Gaston and Roger into some foreign country very far away. We will change our names. I shall still have a terrible duty always before me. I shall only secure myself by flight from the cruelty of events that might take me unprepared. I feel that I must get my guardian to authorize this step, to advise it even. I dreaded to name my husband in our conversation. I could not believe that Emilienne had not mentioned him, had not tried to find out, in some way, the past history of a gambler converted, as if by a thunderclap, on the very night of the murder. It would seem a mockery of eternal justice that such a crime should long lie hidden under a veil so thin that at any moment it may be laid bare. If it all comes out when we have one foot in a land of exile, exile itself will punish us without exposing us to more terrible disgrace. I told Monsieur Henrion that I was beginning to be seriously anxious about my husband's health. I apologized for having yesterday spoken lightly of the new bad habit he was contracting. I alluded as adroitly as I could to our old plans of long journeys, which Monsieur Henrion had once approved. My precautions were uncalled for. Monsieur Henrion thought it very natural that I should be convinced at last by his own arguments. He forgave me for having hesitated to give him the credit of knowing what was best for me. Perhaps, too, he was really pleased to take my work of charity out of my hands, and to keep Madame Emilienne to himself in his own home. " That's right," he said. " Now you are a sensible woman. You are doing just what I hoped you would do." You must speak of it to Madame Jean Mortier as a plan that has originated entirely with yourself," I said. " Don't let her suppose that I wish to get rid of her." " Get rid of her ? Do you call it getting rid of her to entrust her to me ? Trust me to make a conquest of her." Emilienne, as I had done, had gone out after her talk with our old friend. No doubt she went into a church to pray, too. If she has been tempted, as I have been, to enter a confessional, she would not have resisted it, as I have done. She has no reason to do so. We might even have confided in the same place, on the same day, the same secret, to the same priest. He might have been the judge between us two. If she continues to live in my house, I may even become jealous of her. Everything about her I envy. Her sorrow, which ennobles her, while mine takes all spirit out of me. Her piety, which is deeper than mine, though she needs help less than I do. Her devotions comfort her, while mine torture me. Her intelligence, too, is greater than my own. I see it, I feel it every day. I must escape. This life would drive me mad. I have no courage left. My desire to accept punishment, and so expiate guilt, was a mere mirage. I am a coward. I am the mother of Roger. What a singular woman! She insists on going too. Singular? No, she is logical, ferocious, consistent with herself. She is right. I am her prey. She will not let me escape her. When Monsieur Henrion told her that we thought of leaving, she owned that, having been the cause of our sudden return from Geneva, she felt relieved by this idea of a new journey. When my old friend added that he hoped for the honor of being delegated by me to request her to permit him to carry out the offer of hospitality she had accepted, she assumed an air of passive submission and gratitude which exceedingly embarrassed Monsieur Henrion. She said that she had entrusted to us her destiny, that she did not feel at liberty to take it out of our hands, that if I had commissioned Monsieur Henrion to tell her that she must go away, she would go at once, but that she thought so kind a man, so good a friend, would stand between us. She added that I must know that I had no need of any intermediate person to speak to her on any subject. She simply wanted to know my wishes plainly. She had warned me beforehand. She had made such conditions when she entered my household, that she had the right to expect to hear from me, and me alone, that I wanted to get rid of her. Monsieur Henrion was completely bewildered by this style of self-assertion. I ought to have smiled when he reported the conversation to me, but I felt more like crying. She knows that I am trying to escape. It was an imprudence to let her see it. It was almost like beginning a confession, to plan to get away from her the very day after those lights which had fallen upon her at our dinner table. She mistrusts the old friend whom I sent to her. She says to herself that he will not help her to discover the truth. She will be beholden to nobody. She wants to keep near me, to watch me, and to observe Gaston herself. Paris or the ends of the earth, it is all the same to her, provided that our secret rivets Gaston and me to one another, and that she can strike, from time to time, her blows upon our chain. And after all, this is not devilishness, it is virtue in her. She thinks we want to throw her off the scent. She resists and defies me. I accept the challenge. I begged her to go with us. She bowed humbly and thanked me for the honor. She spoke of the comfort it would be to her to leave Paris. As she can never be consoled, she said sadly, change would help her to forget her sorrows, and she would gladly be made useful to me. She has renewed her offer to keep house for me. She recalled to my mind the promise I had made to give her some fixed employment in my household. She insists upon it. Monsieur Henrion is so good as to say that he will make inquiries for me, she said, though he does not think they will be of any much avail. I am of no use to him here. I have told him all I know. I can tell him nothing more. Suppose I should decide to stay, now that I find that she insists on going with us. But no, she is not our only danger. Another danger lies in Paris. If I take her away, I hinder any meeting, any communication between her and Monsieur des Arbois.
She has not thought of that. How fortunate! Besides, we will go so far away that she will frighten me no longer. She will not tire me out, but I may tire her. Poor woman, she is to be pitied. I am growing to hate her, whereas I ought to force myself to love her as my punishment. Alas, I am the wife of a great criminal. This everyday home life, which I can carry on only by deceit, is the cup that I desired to accept, then put away from me through weakness, and now I have to drink it to the dregs.
O my God, give me strength in all things willingly to accept thy will. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of For 15 Years by Louis Ulbach. Translated by Elizabeth Wormeley Latimer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3 in the Ardens.
Now that Gabrielle's journal has informed us how the strange introduction of Emilienne and her daughter took place into the household of Monsieur de Monterey,
Now that we know the beginning of a connection which seems almost monstrous between the widow of the victim and the family of the man who caused his death and ignominy, it remains for us to explain how this life under one roof went on for 15 years unmarked by any open outbreak or discovery. I do not say unmarked by suffering, for all suffered, and their very sufferings made it the more remarkable that their secret was so well preserved. It was wonderful that Gaston never betrayed himself. It was wonderful that Emilienne never perceived that remorse inspired the humility of the wife and the inconsistencies of the husband. Emilienne, during the first months of this life, and indeed through its first years, hoped for some clue to the truth, some revelation, but it never came. She also counted a little upon Monsieur Henrion. But this excellent man, being now far removed from the presence of the interesting widow and her sorrow, was no longer of an age to fling himself vehemently into other people's affairs, and had no taste for becoming an apostle of humanity, which was the incentive to Voltaire's exertions in the affaire Calais. At the very first step he took, he found himself brought face to face with the great doctrine of the law's infallibility. He was received with a smile when he spoke of making further inquiries into an affair that had been finished and done for. Indeed, it had been doubly finished by the limitations of time and the death of the condemned criminal. What was the good of reopening it? It had been laid aside as done with in the archives of the law courts, and there it was likely to lie buried forever in the dust of ages. When he went to see the notary, Maitre Boisselot, to learn something about the property of Pierre Mortier, the murdered man, he was informed that, being a selfish old bachelor, though very weak and vain, he had, about a year before he inherited his property, made a kind of will in favor of a servant girl upon his farm, who had had a child by him, and who, after his death, asserted that he had promised to marry her. So the inheritance had already an heiress, to the exclusion of Jean Mortier's wife and daughter. The establishment of poor Jean's innocence would no longer produce any material results that could be put in comparison, in Monsieur Henrion's opinion, with its other disadvantages. There only remained to satisfy the feelings of the widow. That might be difficult. But it was merely a matter of sentiment, and at Monsieur Henrion's age even kind-heartedness has a considerable distrust of sentiment, besides which, no well-preserved old gentleman likes people to consider him a simpleton capable of gouche. Monsieur Henrion, however, for some time kept up a courteous correspondence with Madame Jean Mortier. The Monterey family, on leaving Paris, journeyed about for a long time without settling in any fixed place of residence. Letters, therefore, necessarily often reached them irregularly. Their correspondence was waiting for them, or was sent after them to various points. And though Emilienne answered her letters as soon as she received them, she could not but be sensible that it was hopeless to rekindle in Monsieur Henrion the zeal which had grown tepid in the uncertain interval from one letter to another. At the end of 3 years, Monsieur Henrion died of an attack of gout, and Emilienne lost her correspondent. On this occasion, there occurred to her the unusual circumstance of grieving for what Gabrielle grieved for, but their common loss did not draw them nearer together. Henri des Arbois came back to Paris.
finding Gaston neither at his own house nor at his club, he satisfied the obligations of friendship by sending him a turned-down card, after which he set off again, either for India or some other far-off country, and thought no more of Monsieur de Monterey.
Gabrielle ascertained this, and felt that danger from that quarter was averted for a time. Her duty lay plain before her. It was to continue firmly, gently, and with Christian patience the tasks she had taken up voluntarily, the task of watching carefully over herself and over her husband, and of bearing the untender companionship of Emilienne in her domestic life, that she might expiate the crime that she was compelled to conceal, and constrain her husband to expiate it, she standing security for him, as it were, of her own accord. And they did expiate it. After 2.5 years of traveling, when she thought that the atmosphere that surrounded her life had been so far broken and stirred that it no longer threatened a thunderstorm, she bought a picturesque country place, conveniently situated in the Ardens, between Givet and Fumay, on the banks of the Meuse, a short distance from the frontier. A slate quarry and a small forest offered her some possible employment for her husband. As for herself, the loneliness of the situation, and the sight of the chateau, which was perched above a sharp cleft in a cliff, attracted her when her man of business wrote to suggest the acquisition of the property. Gabrielle there found, to her heart's content, solitude and work for herself and for all her family. She hoped to find there, too, a sort of indefinite security, for in case of any sudden alarm she could at once cross over into Belgium. The Chateau de la Houpoix consisted of two separate buildings, which looked as if they had been originally designed to be lodges at the entrance gate of some great chateau intended to be built farther back on the lawn that sloped to the edge of the forest. Had the proposed chateau ever been built, or had it been demolished? These questions were of little consequence to Madame de Monterey. She would never have bought it, and certainly entertained no notion of rebuilding it, nor of realizing the original plan of the architect. But the present condition of the chateau was an attraction to her, as well as the extreme retirement of the situation. Madame Jean Mortier and her daughter were able to live apart, having a detached building of their own, and only joining Gabrielle and her husband at meal hours. It gave each family an independent life, suited to the exigencies of the situation, and Emilienne was very ready to accept the liberty offered by this arrangement. One wonders if she had ever been tempted altogether to escape from her surroundings. Her daughter was now grown up. She was active, industrious, and loved steady employment. The two together could easily have made a comfortable living. Was it that the upholsterer's widow had grown accustomed to her easy way of life, or was there still a hidden purpose in her heart that kept her on the watch, always with Gaston de Monterey within her reach? This might be the case, but, besides this, there was a really generous motive in her prolonged residence in the chateau. Emilienne looked after all the business connected with the sale of the timber of the forest and the working of the slate quarry. For about 13 years she had been trying to build up the broken fortunes of Monsieur de Monterey. She was not a woman of expansive feelings, but she held in reserve against that future day when the secrets of his household should be laid bare a proof of her own probity and usefulness, of which she was very proud. If Gaston really had had no part or lot in the great misfortune of her life, then, as Jean Mortier's wife, she could satisfy her conscience by knowing that she had gratefully acknowledged and amply repaid, by her devotion to the interests of the household of her hosts, and by the increase of their fortune, the hospitality she had received. If, on the contrary, the terrible fact which she suspected, the secret which, though it eluded her, seemed always on the point of discovery, should ever come to light, she might say to herself, I have paid for my place by their hearth. I have made them rich while they have made me poor. I have returned 100-fold any expense I may have been to them. I owe them nothing. Therefore I may strike, I may punish, I may glory in my revenge. Meantime, outwardly calm and somewhat more dignified than she had once been, from having been for many years accustomed to command and to management, she seemed like the mistress of the chateau. At any rate, she was a species of vice mistress among the workpeople. She had become stouter, but her stoutness was kept down by exercise, and was that graceful plumpness that we often see in nuns. Her dress was always black. She had made no change in it since leaving off her weeds, and the keys which hung down from her waist completed the resemblance to a Sister of Charity. Her dark eyes had lost nothing of the vivacity of youth. A few white hairs in her braids, which white hairs she made the most of, enabled her to rival Gabrielle in outward signs of sorrow, for Gabrielle also had a light snow upon her forehead. The once delicate, frail woman, who had seemed hardly likely to live in the days of her poverty, had become robust in the days of her mental misery. Gabrielle, on the contrary, had grown slight, and was always struggling with a sort of undefined ill health, which opened terrible possibilities, and which she fought off bravely, unwilling to yield to it, lest it should incapacitate her for watching over her husband, who, alas, was incurable. One hardly dares to speak of Madame Jean Mortier as pretty, because something sad in her whole aspect made it irreverent to notice the whiteness of her skin, or the delicacy of her features, but she was not the less interesting, attractive, and undefinably good looking. 15 years ago, in a former volume, The Steel Hammer, we saw her going through the streets of Boulogne to meet her husband with her little girl in her arms. Now Florence was the image of what Madame Mortier had been then, her mother's soft and pensive shadow. She helped her mother, she kept the books, she attended to the correspondence, she wrote business letters to the timber merchants and to the houses that bought slate from the quarry. She drew up these letters, and Emilienne signed them. When Gaston was forced to authorize anything, or to add his signature to that of his wife, Gabrielle, having received the papers from Emilienne, laid them before her husband. Madame Jean Mortier has no direct intercourse with Monsieur de Monterey, except when such intercourse was indispensable, which was principally at meal times, and then Gaston was very often absent, sometimes because of what was called bad health, when he shut himself up in his chamber, and sometimes when he went shooting or made excursions round the country. On this particular morning, Madame Emilienne was carrying in her arms a burden as heavy as a baby. It was her ledgers and other business papers, which every 3 months she submitted to Madame de Monterey. Gabrielle had given up the personal care of her property, partly because she did not like the occupation, partly because she thought she could thus make Emilienne take her share of the life of the household, and partly to satisfy Emilienne's scruples as to accepting charity. She hoped, too, by thus associating her with their prosperity, by thus laying open to her all their family secrets, except the most terrible, that she might interest her in the fortunes of the family, besides which she had not spirit for the task herself nor strength. The effort to live was all that was possible for her. During all these 15 years of apparent prosperity, her heart had never been lulled into security. She had never known 1 minute of absolute peace. She had lived, dreading the revelations that a mere accident, or one of the many indiscretions of her husband, might occasion, and recently she was beginning to apprehend vaguely that her son, grown up to manhood, and more thoughtful than was usual with young men of his age, might develop an inconvenient curiosity, and that if he made inquiries into the past, it might be very hard to answer him. She had brought Roger up admirably, but he had inherited from her a sadness of temperament which was associated with great tenderness, and the intercourse of mother and son was pervaded by a sort of melancholy. As for Gaston, we shall see what he had become, and with what dangers he menaced his wife, even in these days. Gabrielle had furnished with much taste, indeed with all the elegance of a Parisian woman who has broken away from the frivolities of Parisian fashion, a sort of little salon, something between a parlor and an oratory. It contained a bookcase, 2 or 3 fancy tables, a writing table, a work table, and an ebony cabinet, where she kept the little souvenirs always cherished by a family. Generally, indeed almost invariably, long continued sorrow develops in intelligent minds a disposition to what has a quasi theatrical effect, what, in other words, we may call artistic tendencies, but in Gabrielle there was nothing of this kind. Most people, when they have made up their minds to live side by side with a great grief, like to dress it up an altar, or at the least to place it on a pedestal, and in doing it honor to seek honor for themselves. Gabrielle had tried always to remain humble, forced as she was to live under the threatening possibilities of fate. The only thing sacred to her grief was her journal, into which she poured the overflowings of her anguish. She had never for one day failed to communicate to this, her sole confidant, a confidant whose lips were sealed, all that she feared and all that she dared still hope for. When Madame Jean Mortier, who by long habit, originating in an especial request from Madame de Monterey, never knocked at any door in a house where everyone was glad to see her, a house in which, to all appearances, everything was open to her, entered this morning the little salon, which was the sanctum of Gabrielle, its mistress was just writing down her feelings concerning the little events of the preceding day. She stopped on recognizing Emilienne's footstep. She did not attempt to conceal her little book, the outside of which Madame Mortier knew perfectly well. She put down her pen and waited. She was sitting opposite to the door. Emilienne, therefore, could not possibly have read, upside down, what she had been jotting in her pretty, delicate handwriting. Nevertheless, Emilienne, on seeing the book, had a slight trembling of the eyelids, and said with a forced smile, " I fear I am disturbing you, madame. I will come back by and by." " You never disturb me, as you know well." The two women smiled at each other, but their smiles were only on their lips. Emilienne drew near, and placed on Madame de Monterey's little writing table the papers and the account books she had brought with her. Gabrielle slowly closed her diary and slipped it under her elbow. Then, fearing there was not enough room on the writing table for the accounts, she got up from her seat with gentle deliberation, and crossed the room, replacing her manuscript beside several others like it in the little oak cabinet whose door was standing half open. She closed it, locked it, and put the key in her pocket. Emilienne made no sign, but she watched what was being done, without, however, turning her head, following with a jealous eye this little proceeding. This cabinet was the only thing in the house that was not open to her. She felt it to be a coffer which contained some hidden treasure, the holy of holies, where she must not tread. During these 15 years, Emilienne had had opportunities of opening, or of forcing open, this piece of furniture, but she had always, by a supreme effort of heroism, put aside the temptation, trusting that chance would some day make known to her the secret of that confessional without her doing anything dishonorable to discover it. She would rather, while mourning for one whose strict honesty had been so little appreciated, keep her own probity and fidelity intact, that she might boast of it in that great day of her revenge that now was all she lived for. Chapter 4 of For 15 Years by Louis Ulbach, translated by Elizabeth Wormeley Latimer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. The Hearts of Mothers. When Gabrielle came back, she drew up to her own chair a chair for Emilienne, and said, gently, making a gesture toward it with her hand, " What increase of fortune have you come to tell me of ? To make me ashamed of, I fear. There can be no shame in honestly making money by industry." " Oh, but we are growing too rich, Madame Emilienne." " I don't think the village poor complain of that, madame. They have too little reason to be glad of it. And while we are on that subject, I want to ask you not to wait for the exact expiration of the 3 months before you tell me how much I shall have this quarter to spend. I could help more people if I could do it every day. It is impossible, madame, to make up a correct balance sheet till we have settled with the furnace masters and the people who take slate from the quarry, and we only settle with them every 3 months. Then you will oblige me to make debts. You can do so if you like. I can pay them." Emilienne spoke with a sort of proud humility. She bowed her head at every remark, but her cold, sharp voice seemed to have a tone of reproach in it. Gabrielle desired to disarm her. " Ah, well," she said, sweetly, with a sigh, " I see I shall have to resign myself to economy. You have a supply of practical good sense for both of us." Emilienne here sat down, after laying her books on a corner of the table. " You yourself, madame," she said, respectfully, " instructed me and set me an example in economy. I had not learned how to keep down the small expenses of my household 15 years ago. That was the first cause of my sorrows. You, madame, have now doubled your fortune. If I allow myself to oppose you in anything, you must forgive me, remembering that you yourself granted me that right. It is always a trial to me to avail myself of it." " I thank you for using it," said Madame de Monterey quickly. The allusion to 15 years ago, made by Madame Mortier, alarmed her. " I regret," continued Emilienne, in a tone which, being slower and less sharp, seemed to express softened feeling, " I regret that I can only render you such trifling services." " Indeed, they are great services," murmured Gabrielle. " I wish for no others." There was a brief silence. Involuntarily, Madame de Monterey had turned her eyes toward the little cabinet that contained her diaries, and voluntarily Emilienne's glance followed that of Madame de Monterey. Their eyes met. Gabrielle was afraid she might have pained her woman of business by apparently refusing to treat her as a friend and equal. She laid her hand on hers. " Yes," she said, " you do me the greatest service. By myself I could not have retrieved my fortune, which was much impaired, and in spite of all that you say to flatter me, I could not possibly have looked after those things myself. The death of Monsieur Henrion left me without an adviser. Your friendship has taken the place of his." She emphasized the word friendship, and as she did so, pressed Emilienne's hand. Her eyes seemed pleading for some response from Emilienne, even while she thanked her for her services. " You do my gratitude too much honor," replied Madame Jean Mortier repressively, " when you dignify it with the name of friendship. People must be equals to be intimate friends." " Equals ? Are we not equals in age, in feeling, through our children, and through our sorrows ?"" Our sorrows can bear no comparison," replied Emilienne, her voice becoming severe. She frowned with her dark eyebrows. " I did not compare them. But during the 15 years you have lived under our roof, surely you have learned that I told you no untruth when I said, when we first met, that I too had shed many tears." " Monsieur de Monterey's health does not seem to me to give you cause for any great anxiety," said Emilienne. " His health ? Is not his health the only cause of sadness which sometimes I have been tempted to fear I brought with me into your household, and which all my devotion seems to have no power to remove ? Ah, madame, with your fortune, which puts it into your power to do good, and with a son like Monsieur Roger, most women in your place would esteem themselves very happy." " Don't let us speak of such things, if you please," said Gabrielle, interrupting her with a forced smile, and a little resumption of her dignity as mistress. " Have you indeed been making more money for me ? Did all the timber, then, sell well ? And may we hope that the exhaustion of the vein of slate that was talked about was only a vain fear ?" Emilienne spread out her great pages of foolscap on the table. On them all her accounts had been made up, ruled, and balanced. They made a little breeze in the room as she unfolded them. She went over several points perfectly unintelligible to Madame de Monterey, who, though seeming to listen, was weighing and pondering far other things. When Emilienne had done, she seemed to expect a reply, or at least a remark of some kind. Gabrielle roused herself, and, smiling, said :" Florence copied all that for you, did she not ? What pretty writing !"" Yes, thanks to you, madame. My daughter has had a far better education than I ever had. She writes better. I think Roger was her first writing master. Do not you remember how they used to squabble when he made her write copies on a slate, and she would not let him guide her hand ?"" I remember," said Emilienne, not well pleased by the remembrance. " When she grew older you taught her to sew, Madame Emilienne. I am sometimes afraid she does too much sewing." " Do not fancy that, madame. Florence likes to do her duty." " Oh ! but at her age, almost 20, the lonely life she leads in this wild country must make duty seem rather monotonous sometimes. But her chief duty is to love us both, you first, and then me, because I love her dearly." " She does love me," replied Emilienne in a sharp tone of voice, " and she entertains, madame, for you such sentiments as become her."
Yes, she is very sweet, but I want more. She sometimes seems to avoid me. Yesterday, for example, when I begged her to drive with me to Fumet, she excused herself and would not come. It was my doing. I kept her to finish these accounts. The accounts might have waited for one day. Are you afraid your child may love me too well, Madame Emilienne?" This speech was a great piece of audacity. The forced gaiety Gabrielle put into the remark made it the more pointed. "I am not afraid of that," replied Emilienne firmly, looking Gabrielle straight in the face, that she might be the better understood, as she added, "I think it just and right that she should love you." The way in which the word "you" was employed gave the sentence another meaning, full, complete, and menacing. Gabrielle, bent on uniting the two threads that Madame Mortier seemed equally desirous to keep apart, said with the softness with which a tender heart bestows a kiss, " Roger is coming home this evening." " Then you will need no other company in your walks and drives." Gabrielle sighed. " How can I tell how long he will stay with us ?" she said. A smile, half pain and half amusement, passed over the lips of Emilienne. " Let him travel, madame," she replied. " At his age, and with his talents as an artist, traveling is necessary for him." " Yes, but this talent, which he is doing nothing to cultivate, is only as yet a promise of talent. He travels less for improvement than to get away from his home. Yet here lives every one he loves." Emilienne no longer smiled. She drew herself up in her chair, and shortly and decidedly remarked, " It may be best that he should marry early. He is so handsome a young fellow." Gabrielle looked at her reproachfully. " You know well," she said, " that he does not wish to marry. And yet his letter, which tells me he has decided to come back, is more cheerful than those he has written lately. Well, you see I am right. Traveling is good for a young man." Gabrielle mused a moment. Emilienne sat watching her, ready to parry her next remark, for she feared that when Madame de Monterey resumed the conversation it would be to make another attack, still more direct, upon a point that was tacitly understood but rarely touched upon between them. But Gabrielle was afraid to say more that morning. She did not want to run the risk of shedding tears upon the day of her son's arrival. After a few moments' silence, she said :" Have you anything more you want me to sign ?"" No, madame." Gabrielle took up her pen, signed the papers before her in due form, and, with rather a proud grace, held out her hand to Emilienne without saying a word more, as if to thank her over again for taking such care of her property. Emilienne lightly pressed the hand of Gabrielle, but remained seated. " I had," she said, " another matter to speak to you about, a most unfortunate occurrence. I am afraid you will have to part with one of your best workmen. I mean Pavell." " Pavell ! Why, he is a married man. He has a wife and two children. And besides, you say yourself he is an excellent workman." " Yes, when he is not tipsy, and when he does not play cards." " What has happened ? Please tell me at once." " No great harm so far. He drew a knife on one of his fellow workmen." " A murder ? Here on my property ?"" Only an attempt to murder, in a drinking saloon. But I thought you might not think it a right thing to keep a would be murderer in your employment." Gabrielle made no direct reply. " His poor wife !" she murmured. This time big tears, which she could not repress, rose in her blue eyes. " Yes, the wife is much to be pitied, of course," said Emilienne gravely, " but she has only got what she deserves." " Oh, don't say that, Madame Emilienne." " I say it because I think it. Why did she let her husband go every evening to that cabaret, coming home in the middle of the night ? Why didn't she prevent his losing or gaining money at play ?"" How do you know that she did not try ? If she had tried resolutely, she must have put a stop to it." " Do you really think so ?"" So it seems to me. Pavell was fond of her. He is still fond of her. And besides that, they have two children whom they both love. With all that in her favor, a wife and mother ought to be invincible. She might have kept evil from entering her home." " There may be fatalities," murmured Gabrielle. " Yes," replied Emilienne, growing very pale, " I know there are fatalities, but fatalities happen to the innocent, not to those whose career is one of vice. The innocent may be suddenly struck down.
Misfortunes fall upon them without warning, but evil should have been foreseen. When a woman knows that her husband goes to the cabaret, that he plays cards there, that he squanders all his money there, and knows too that when he loses much and drinks too freely, that he loses his senses and becomes capable of committing any crime, she ought to act with energy. She ought to show no weakness. She has her own honor to look after, and that of her children and her husband's. She should oblige the man to choose between her and the children on the one part, and the cabaret on the other. It is not always possible. I do not say it is easy, but it is always possible. If the love of drink and cards is stronger than a man's love for his children and his wife, she has a last duty before her. She should leave the man, who does not deserve to be a father or a husband, and who before long will fall into the hands of the police. She must pass judgment on her husband before the law condemns him. She ought to try to save him, to redeem him. No, a wife is not to expose herself to the danger of becoming an accomplice in a crime by uselessly endeavoring to keep her children from despising and shunning, as they ought, their other parent. She exposes herself to the danger of being despised and shunned as well as he. Gabrielle passed her hand over her forehead, on which a light moisture had begun to rise. She attempted to smile. "It seems to me more Christian-like," she said, "to stand by the unhappy man, and to hope on and to hope ever." "That is exactly what Pavell's wife wishes to do, and what she will do. And by doing it, she will simply destroy herself and do no good by a fidelity which her children may some day blame her for. In any case, it seems to me that it would not be contrary to Christian charity to let the Pavell family try their own experiment elsewhere. He will easily find work. Will you authorize me to sign his livret?" [Footnote: The livret is the little book carried by every workman or manservant in France, containing his character. It must be signed by each employer with approbation, or otherwise on his going away. End of footnote. "Did the man he attacked, is he badly wounded?" Madame de Monterey's eyes asked more than her words. "No, fortunately. Had it been worse, the police must have been called in." "Then, if it was only an accident—" "It was an accident that had its origin in an attempt at robbery." "What! Is Pavell a thief too? Is any man who is a desperate gambler scrupulous about honesty? Pavell wanted to get back money he had lost from a fellow workman who would not give him his revenge. Another time, when excited by play and drink, Pavell may lie in wait for his victim in some lonely place, in the forest it may be, and may strike him down with his knife, or with his hammer." The last word struck a sharp blow on the heart of Madame de Monterey. But she did not faint under it. She did not quail. Perhaps because for 15 years she had habituated herself to the agony of such speeches, which often fell as if by accident from the lips of Emilienne. Or more probably these speeches were uttered as traps to surprise information that might afford her some clue. Gabrielle answered with resignation. "You are always more practical than I am. If Pavell is really incorrigible, you do right in sending him away. I wish for no bad characters, no bad examples among our work people. But, while I turn the man who is guilty over to you, I keep the innocent family for myself. They are my share. I will care for his wife and his little children. Bring them to me. In any event, I do not wish that the wrongdoing of the husband and father should expose his family to beggary." "You are encouraging a gambler." "No, he need not know of my intention. Besides, I will advise his wife. You are right. Perhaps she has been too spiritless, too weak. She may save herself from worse misfortunes if she has the strength to struggle in time. Yes, yes, since Pavell loves her, all may yet be well." "But cards and drink?" "How do we know but she may reform him? Since he is willing to work, he is not hopelessly lost. The desire to work is often the first unconscious symptom of a desire for reformation. Since a man may recover himself by work, work may keep him straight in the long run."
Come then, do not let us despair of this father of a family. We must send him away, you say, but, perhaps, that may be a warning to him. Does he know you are going to discharge him?" "Yes, madame, he wants to come and say good bye to you. Now that he is sober, he understands what he has done. He sees that he ought to pay the penalty." "There, you see he is not bad." "Yes, but the Chateau de la Poire is not a house of correction, not a place of penal servitude, and I am certain that, if we refer the matter to Monsieur de Monterey, he will agree with me." "Oh, don't mention this matter to my husband, Madame Emilienne, I beg of you." "No, for on such subjects Monsieur de Monterey can be very severe." The sarcasm of this remark was well concealed, but Gabrielle felt it, though she gave no sign. "Yes, I know that he would think as you do," she said, rising. This was tantamount to dismissing the widow. Madame Emilienne left the room, not exultant over the wound she had inflicted, or the rankling venom she had left behind, but, on the contrary, saddened herself by the pain she had occasioned. When she had closed the door behind her, she turned round quickly and murmured to herself, with pity softening her dark eyes, "She cannot but hate me, yet I would gladly love her. I do love her. Why does she not send me away from this place? Ah, my poor Jean! If you can see us where you are, you ought to send me down some ray of light. I am trying to avenge you, and while I try, I am doing everything apparently to justify the fate that came upon you so unjustly, for I am murdering the innocent for the sake of an innocent man." She shook her head to rid herself of her compassion, and, becoming once more savage, she exclaimed, "No, I am right. Does she not want to take my daughter from me? And Florence is but too willing to be taken. Happily, there is Monsieur de Monterey to prevent that theft, a man so rigid, so incorruptible. Ah!" While Emilienne was returning to that detached part of the house where she resided with her daughter, Gabrielle, who had softly bolted the door of her little sitting room, stood, lifting her arms above her head in silent agitation, and after a few moments of this mute despair, for she dared not relieve her feelings by a sound, for fear she might be heard by Emilienne in the passage, she came back to her place, dropped into her chair, and, leaning her forehead on her hands, forgot the fear that she had had of showing her son, whom she expected, a face that bore the marks of tears, for she wept long and silently. Gabrielle was now 45, but sorrow, which makes fewer ravages than dissipation, had kept her young. It had added, however, white hairs to her chestnut locks, and softened the bright color on her cheeks, though a slight tinge of her early bloom remained there still. The anguish, which has its origin in a soul's absolute innocence, and is born of an unselfish, far extending love, may find its illusions grow faint as life goes on, but they are never absolutely destroyed. The features of these holy ones, though they wither, preserve their purity, and are very different from the faces furrowed and profaned by remorse, by bitterness, by disenchantment, faces that grow old before their time. Gabrielle had grown thinner, but her form, though it had lost the soft roundings of maternity, had settled back into its graceful original outlines. She was no longer a wife, nor was she an old maid. She was what it is so difficult to define, what artists of great genius have felt and tried to paint in the Virgin Mother at the cross of her Son. The blue of her eyes had grown deeper. Her eyes themselves seemed larger. Heaven had grown wider in her thoughts. Her mouth, instead of losing its harmonious lines and forming two deep wrinkles at each end, had become arched into a smile so habitual with her that even in death it would not change. Her delicate hands were more beautiful than ever. The daily task of writing in dim light had kept them from deterioration. No one would now speak of Gabrielle as the beautiful Madame de Monterey, as they used to do 20 years ago, but the most indifferent person could not see her without a kind of respectful emotion. Hers was that peculiar beauty which endures and increases without regard to ordinary rules and outward forms, which appeals to the imagination, but exercises over it a soothing, purifying influence.
After an hour's weeping, which she made no effort to restrain, Madame de Monterey roused herself and went forth to give some orders about Roger's chamber. As she left her own wing of the chateau to go round to the kitchen without passing through the suite of rooms facing the front of the house, she saw Florence standing before a little flower bed situated between the two wings of the building. The girl had just gathered a rose, and thinking nobody could see her, she was looking at it carefully, comparing it probably with some other rose dear to her from association, and, after gazing at it for some moments, she endeavored to slip it into her braids of hair. Gabrielle stopped short and watched her. Her eyes beamed a benediction on Emilienne's child. " She knows that he is coming home this evening," thought Madame de Monterey. Was it some magnetism that warned Florence of her presence ? She turned, she saw Gabrielle, and with a little confusion she dropped her hand from her hair, still holding the rose, and twisting its stalk in her fingers as she came forward to meet Madame de Monterey. " Good morning, my child," said Gabrielle with a gay and easy greeting. Florence hastened to her side, then stopped, as if her first thought had been to seize Madame de Monterey's hand and raise it to her lips. But Gabrielle drew her toward her, pressed her to her bosom, and kissed her fervently on both cheeks. The girl dared not resist. She was made happy by the caress, and yet blushing, smiling, and a little alarmed lest what delighted her should be watched by the eye of jealousy, she could not help glancing round her to see if no one had witnessed this embrace, which perhaps she knew had been forbidden her. Gabrielle, who guessed what her look meant, was not offended. " You naughty girl," she said, " you broke your promise." " Ah ! excuse me, madame." " I excuse you. I scolded your mother instead. Ah ! what a pretty rose. Did you gather it for me ?" Florence dared not tell an untruth, but she got out of the difficulty by at once offering her rose to Madame de Monterey. Madame de Monterey took it, examined it, inhaled its perfume, pressing it so closely to her lips that it seemed as if she kissed its petals, and then, with an air of coquetry that she very seldom assumed, she said :" If I were not afraid of seeming absurd, I would put this rose by and by in my own hair, to do honor to a traveler I expect this evening. Do you know that Roger comes home to night ?" Florence grew a little pale for one moment. She answered only by looking down. Madame de Monterey enjoyed her confusion. She went on :" See, put this rose, dear, in my hair. You shall adorn me. It is rather too fresh, as it is now, for my old face and my gray hairs, but by this evening it will have had time to fade, and then it will be more suitable for me. It shall shed its leaves on Roger." Speaking thus, Gabrielle repeated the attitude she had seen when watching Florence, stooping a little to be assisted by the young girl, who was not so tall as she. Florence, with trembling fingers, touched those of Madame de Monterey as she arranged the rose in her hair, just as she had intended to arrange it in her own. She did it skillfully, and with a pleasing ease of manner that was mingled with respect. Under pretense of smoothing the braids of Madame de Monterey, she passed her hand several times caressingly over her hair, and at last, unable to restrain herself, she kissed it softly, as one might kiss something at once very sacred and very dear. Then she drew back with tears in her eyes, her mouth silently expressing gratitude and affection. She had adorned the altar where Roger was about to lay his offering, but the son's kiss would be second to her own, and would mingle with the kiss that had been laid there before his. Chapter 5 of For 15 Years by Louis Ulbach. Translated by Elizabeth Wormeley Latimer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. Roger. It was the month of June. The evening was fine. It was lovely enough to delight even those who profess not to care for nature. There are moments of silent harmony in life when storms seem lulled to rest, as soothing music drowns all other sounds. Dinner was over at the Chateau de la Hapois. The inhabitants of the chateau were sitting in chairs in the garden placed on the lawn before the entrance gate, waiting the arrival of the traveler. His mother had resisted the temptation of going to meet him at the station. She was unwilling to desert her battlefield, even for an hour, for who could tell what might happen if her husband were left alone with Madame Emilienne? She always dreaded an electric shock between the two, which might bring down destruction on the household. Besides, the jolting of the carriage might have caused the rose in her hair to fall to pieces. It was already wilting, and had lost some of its leaves. It was due to Florence to take good care of the ornament of which she had deprived her. They sat waiting in a silence which each one of the group, though occupied with his or her own thoughts, interrupted occasionally by some insignificant exclamation, as a note is sometimes struck in the dark upon a piano, to remind oneself and others that one is there still, and that no one must go away. " What a fine evening !"" How sweet the smell is from the forest !"" How much longer the days are getting !"" I think it will be fine to morrow." Such were the remarks, senseless in themselves, but necessary to keep up a sense of companionship, that were exchanged by the actors in this scene. How strange that no one dared to speak of him who was drawing near, and whom each one was expecting anxiously with a different emotion. The shadows of the wooded mountain which bounded the horizon behind the gardens and the little park grew longer and longer, and seemed to reach out toward the family group, as if they desired to take it under their protection. Or was this passing into the shadow an evil omen ? Gaston complained that it was getting chilly, but his wife did not suggest to him going into the house. In former years he had been a great smoker, an amateur, a connoisseur in cigars. Now he had difficulty in smoking one cigar after dinner. He would let it go out, he would revive it when it was almost spent by breathless, awkward sucks and puffs, and in the end would fling it away from him disgusted. That evening he had flung his cigar away almost as soon as he began to smoke it. He yawned, he rubbed his stomach as if oppressed by his dinner, and he kept looking anxiously to the right and left, at his wife and at Madame Mortier, as if he felt himself a prisoner and wanted to make his escape, but was conscious that escape was impossible. At last he threw his head back on the cushions of his chair, and seemed to gaze up into the heavens, but the wide blue expanse above him seemed to frighten him. He closed his eyes. Since the night when we first saw him, Gaston had greatly changed. Old age had fallen upon him drop by drop through all sorts of channels, leaving on his brow and on his cheeks stains of mold, such as one sees on ruined walls. His hair had become thin and gray. His nose had grown pinched and sharper at the nostrils, the effect of an habitual fear, a fear which made him, as it were, always sniffing the wind to ascertain if there were danger in the air in any quarter, while the bone had grown more arched and prominent. His eyes roamed restlessly in their large orbits. For a few moments they might remain quiet, with a look of settled sadness. Then fear of notice would put them again on the alert, and they would recommence their melancholy motion. There were no marked changes in Gaston's personal appearance. Only time seemed to have touched him with a rude and heavy hand. His mustachios were a tawny gray. He was always pulling at them, and as he never curled them properly, they had grown bristly and no longer covered his mouth. That mouth, which never was quite closed, had often sudden spasms, sudden contractions and contortions, such as are sometimes the premonitory symptoms of paralysis or apoplexy. Since taking up his residence in the country, Monsieur de Monterey had adopted a hunting costume which never varied, and which seemed to serve as an excuse for his equally slovenly manners. Not seeing any one, not going anywhere, he had no need for any change of toilet. He went out shooting now and then, and as his nervous malady — so Gabrielle always spoke of his habitual prostration — might expose him to accidents, his wife was always alarmed when she saw him set out for the forest on one of these expeditions. He very seldom, after his long rambles, brought back any game, and still more seldom an appetite ; but sometimes, when the weather was close and stormy, he would come home hot and panting, with a sort of terror in his eyes, as if he had come across a specter in the forest, or as if the shining stag of St. Hubert had reappeared to warn and terrify him, as a slayer of innocent creatures, in these grand old forests of the Ardens. Gaston had grown much thinner. His hands, like parchment, had nothing but skin over their bones, except great swollen veins that crossed and recrossed one another, and the bones moved about perpetually like the keys of a piano. He spoke little, deliberating before speaking, and always slowly, and in a tone of authority. His hearers were free to fancy that during his long pauses he was making ready his next remark, but the oracles that issued from his lips were of the most coarse, rough, commonplace description. His chief part in the conversation was a series of "I choose," "I don't choose," "I want you," "I forbid you," and so on, which nobody would have taken much notice of, had not Gabrielle made it a point to have all his wishes carried out by others, and to set them the example of obedience. The thing most to be dreaded about Monsieur de Monterey were his terrible fits of anger. They were frightful when they occurred, and had generally no reasonable exciting cause. A dish of meat too hot or too cold, a dog that jumped upon him when he did not want it, a door slammed, and so on, would be the occasion of a burst of fury. It must be said, however, that he never got angry with persons, but only with things. Gabrielle alone witnessed to the end those semi-epileptic seizures in which Gaston, beside himself, would foam at the mouth and knock about the furniture from an impulse to strike something with his hands. When an attack seemed coming on, Madame de Monterey would carry off her husband, would shut herself up with him in his own rooms, and the other inhabitants of the chateau would hear nothing of his wild frenzy except distant noises, deadened by passing through several walls. Madame Jean Mortier, as I said, had no direct intercourse with Gaston. During the earlier years of their residence under the same roof, there had been a time when she showed signs of justifying a jest of Monsieur Henrion's, viz., that she might try to put herself with Gaston on a footing, not exactly of flirtation, but of confidential intimacy. He, on his part, finding her pleasant and pretty, had by degrees forgotten the debt he owed her, a debt which he might some day be called upon to pay, and treated her with considerable gallantry. But by degrees, this game, having no heart in it, grew intolerable to both parties. Emilienne drew back, and he gave up his attentions. She always spoke to him politely, but very gravely, not wishing, should time ever justify her suspicions, to have one smile to repent of, standing always ready to fling in his face, when the day of retribution came, her vengeance, her hatred, and her horror. Gaston, like an imbecile, fancied himself authorized by this line of conduct on her part to treat her with a sort of contemptuous indifference which relieved him from embarrassment. To him, Madame Emilienne apparently became nothing more than a housekeeper, who by an excess of charity was admitted to his table, while her daughter he considered a pretentious little person who by rights should have been made useful in the kitchen. Pride is the only drug that lulls remorse. It is not an infallible remedy, but it may soothe the guilty spirit for a while. The first time we saw Florence, we remarked the large forehead of the little girl who dared neither to play nor to laugh in her father's dismal shop, and who was therefore reduced to living with her dreams. The childish defect of a too greatly developed forehead, which in young girls and young women is apt to become a serious obstacle to beauty, in Florence at 20 was something that, if not exactly a charm, was a mysterious suggestion which awakened curiosity, as an indication of mental development and a habit of reflection. Her hair was almost black, like her mother's, and it was arranged with a skill that was artful in its simplicity over the smooth forehead, which it partly concealed by its soft ripple, thus diminishing the proportions of that too prominent feature. Her eyes had generally a sad and quiet expression, the resigned look of a recluse. But when sadder than usual, they had a touching softness, and when a flash of thought illumined them their brightness was startling. Her mouth was correct in outline and mobile in expression, large enough for smiles when either inward amusement or pleasure called them forth, but it was small enough to keep intact the innocent secret of her life, beneath the tender smile of unconscious maidenhood. Florence was not taller than her mother, but her figure had a delicacy that Emilienne's had never had. I might say it had acquired an artificial grace, if I were not afraid of being misunderstood. I only mean that the poor upholsterer's daughter had been brought up in Madame de Monterey's household, in a school of good manners and of easy carriage. Grace cannot be acquired, but it may be greatly cultivated, and Gabrielle had been the model of Florence from her babyhood, her admiration in her childhood, and her adoration as a young girl. Notwithstanding the difference of coloring, of features, and of everything else, several times Florence had been taken for Roget's sister, the modest daughter of Gabrielle. This mistake, every time it had occurred when Gabrielle and Florence were paying visits together, had given infinite pleasure to both of them ; but though both were proud of it in their secret hearts, neither would have liked to speak of it even to the other. This likeness, which third parties could perceive, had its roots in the affections. Gabrielle felt throes of maternal feelings as she gazed at this pretty, well behaved, intelligent young girl, whose opening life had been watered by the early dew of weeping. And Florence had instinctively a daughter's love for the excellent mother who had fashioned the soul of Roget. But these feelings did no wrong, either to Roget in his mother's heart, nor to Madame Mortier in that of Florence. No word had ever passed upon the subject, but both Florence and Madame de Monterey felt themselves charged with a duty somewhat similar, yet very different. One had the task of watching over an unhappy spirit, the other over an embittered one. Each was trying to bring into sympathy those dwelling in one household. Each was willing to suffer, could she suffer alone. That evening Florence was somewhat grave, but from time to time she cast caressing, furtive glances at Gabrielle. Gabrielle sat motionless. Her eager eyes were looking straight before her through the great grille, which was the entrance gate of the chateau, to the meadows beyond the Meuse, whose waters they could not see, though it was little more than 200 yards away from them, deep down under high banks, where its course could be traced by a slight mist rising along its edges and beginning to creep up the avenue, like some vapor in a legend which the night expected must valiantly pass through. Florence first caught a distant sound, differing from those noises which are the music of the silence of the summer evenings in the country. She turned her head toward Madame de Monterey, and her look, which perhaps Gabrielle was watching, told the mother that her son was drawing near. " There is the carriage !" cried Gabrielle, rising. " I hear wheels." She was not saying what was untrue, but she had unconsciously taken away from Florence the credit of hearing the carriage first. She saw that her son was coming in the young girl's eyes. " It is time he should be here," said Gaston, in that unaccented metallic tone of voice which belongs to the deaf and dumb when they have been taught the art of speaking. " I find it getting very cold. The fog is rising. It is very bad for my rheumatism." Gabrielle set out alone to meet Roget. Gaston, from a sense of his own importance — he was becoming quite feudal as he grew older — and also because he now walked with considerable difficulty, only drew himself up into an attitude of expectation in his chair. Florence, at a movement of invitation from Gabrielle, had risen, and would probably have joined her, but Emilienne laid her hand upon her arm, simply, not reprovingly, not harshly, but without speaking, and Florence, taking the hint, sat down again, drawing her chair closer to her mother's, to prove that she was obedient, and that her heart was not flying forth to meet the newcomer. Madame de Monterey went to the great gate and passed through it on to the road. Now she heard the carriage distinctly. The noise of the wheels increased as it rolled along the pave of the highway. In 5 minutes the tilbury, which Roget was driving himself, drew up beside Gabrielle. A servant took the reins from his young master's hands, and Roget sprang out eagerly, clasping his mother in his arms, lifting her even from the ground, that he might hold her closer, have her all to himself, and press her to his bosom. " Dear mother, dear mother !" he cried, in that soft voice of childhood which comes back to young men in moments of great happiness. He covered her with kisses, her cheeks, her neck, her hair, as if he wanted to give and take all he could get while no one was looking at them. Gabrielle made no resistance. This moment of perfect happiness was as new to her as the expression of strong feeling on her son's part was rare. Roger had been a caressing child, petting those he loved silently and gently, but he had early grown serious and thoughtful, like his mother, who also, when still young, had become pensive and melancholy. For a moment the fog was lifted from the souls of both, and, thanks to the silvery mist that rose up from the Meuse, they had a minute, no less than a minute, a few seconds, of liberty, of love, and of mutual understanding. Gabrielle had foreseen some hours earlier that the rose placed in her hair by Florence would not survive the return of Roger. Shaken by his vehement embrace, it fell to pieces, and its petals dropped from the mother's braids upon the lips of her son, who seized a leaf as it was falling, bit it, and swallowed it, little guessing from whose hand that sacred rose leaf came. Gabrielle said nothing. She drank in happiness through all her pores. Those kisses helped to assuage the wounds so often made more painful by salt tears. Yet even in that moment of intoxicating happiness, in the enjoyment of a bliss that was her due, she remembered other people, and, hanging on to her son's arm, she drew him gently toward the group sitting as when she left them. As Roger drew near, Emilienne and her daughter rose and took a few steps forward to meet him. Monsieur de Monterey remained seated in his rustic chair, with the air of a grand seigneur seated in state on a sort of throne carved with armorial bearings. Roger became chilled for a moment, while he accosted his father, who held out his long, thin, clammy hand, and said stiffly :" Good evening, my son," shaking him by the hand in a manner which he considered suitable to his dignity on the occasion. " Did you have a pleasant journey ? The train was behind time." Roger was quite accustomed to the amount of parental tenderness to be expected from his father. He made no effort to impinge upon his majesty. He replied that his journey had been very pleasant, and that it was true the train was late, and then, making a slight bow, as men do at the close of an audience, he turned toward Florence and Emilienne. He offered both hands to Madame Mortier, and, with a cordiality which was neither too much nor too little, took both hers in his and shook them, and, having thus done his duty, turned to Florence, who had drawn back a little and taken her hand from her mother's arm with a certain instinct, as wishing to have her greeting to herself. Roger smiled softly and tenderly on the playmate of his childhood, and, approaching her, he said simply :" Are you quite well, dear Florence ?"" Yes. And how are you, Roger ?"" Quite well." He did not hesitate to offer her his kiss. She did not hesitate to turn her cheek to him. A kiss always marked an arrival or a departure with these young people. For 15 years he had not failed in giving her brother's kiss on such occasions. They connected no dreams of the future with this sign of the familiarity of the past. A kiss warmer than a friendly kiss had been given by Florence that morning to the hair of Madame de Monterey, and by Roger that evening to the rose leaf he had swallowed. " Have you written out many accounts for slate buyers and timber merchants of late ?" asked Roger, laughing. " Yes, indeed. And you ? Have you brought home many pictures ? I am going to try to paint some here." They said thee and thou to each other, like brother and sister, husband and wife, schoolmates, cousins, or very dear friends in France, without remembering that they were now too old for the familiarity of playmates. But nobody had ever told them that they now ought to say you. Possibly they would have found it sweeter to say you than the thou they had been taught as children. Gabrielle would not disturb their minds by any hint upon the subject, and Emilienne felt it more prudent not to remind them that they were now a young man and a young woman. What was the use of awakening a consciousness which would have given another meaning to the kiss and to the tutoiement ? Monsieur de Monterey was the person most likely to censure this familiarity, but he dared not carry his authority to that extreme. Now that he had welcomed his son, and played his little part of head of the household with suitable stiffness and dignity, Gaston, who kept up the fiction of a rheumatism which might be made worse by a river fog, rose, called harshly for his valet, and prepared to re-enter the house. "Shall you stay some time with us?" he said to his son, turning round to him as he left the group, but with no sign of being very desirous of a favorable answer. "Possibly, mon pere." "Ha, ha! Then you are not quite sure of your intentions." "My intentions? Oh, yes, I am, but circumstances. You are afraid of being moped to death among us before long." "Oh, no, not that. You are quite mistaken." "Then what are you afraid of if you stay?" Roger had a sudden impulse to explain his meaning, but he mastered it, and said calmly, "My stay here depends upon an answer I receive." "Ah! Well, we shall be enchanted if that answer keeps you waiting for some time. Enchanted, you understand?" Gaston was seldom so affable. He wanted to mark his good feeling by the emphasis he laid upon the word enchanted. He waved his hand to all present, and retired as he was speaking with a kind of sonorous measuredness of step, making a noise as he walked, as if his bones rattled under his dry skin. Gabrielle felt something in the air, but she smiled. Florence would not look down, but she blushed. Madame Emilienne turned pale. But these impressions were but momentary. Every one recovered self-possession in an instant, and they escaped the observation of each other's eyes. Roger would not go into the house. He had dined, he said, and liked best to be wherever the ladies found it most pleasant. He drew up the armchair that his father had left, turned it round, and made his mother sit down in it, as if he wanted to get rid of some spectral impression. And then he told them all about his journey, trying not to appear embarrassed, not as if he had returned after a painful absence, with a grave resolve in his heart and a terrible anxiety. Roger was slender and tall. He had his mother's eyes, expression, and mouth, in short, the ordinary look of her features. But from his father he inherited a certain air of determination, which from time to time made itself apparent through all the grace and kindliness of his expression. He was never expansive, except with Gabrielle, and then only when he was quite alone with her. He never failed in a sort of constrained respect for his father, which began about the very time that Gaston had forfeited his wife's esteem. The child had, of course, not understood what was passing before his eyes, but it had frightened him. Later, when he had grown to be a man, he felt it an evidence of this respect to assume an attitude of expectation, foreseeing that the day might come when he must sit in judgment on his parents, and might have to take part against the man who had caused his mother to shed so many tears, on behalf of her who had uttered no complaints, but had always tried to teach him to love his father. Had Roger listened only to his affections, his judgment would have been wholly on his mother's side. But he sincerely believed that by keeping up all outward forms of deference, maintaining a sort of filial etiquette in his intercourse with his father, he was preserving his impartiality against the day when he might be called to sit in the seat of judgment, their judge. What thoughtful, intelligent child, even in the happiest family, the most affectionate, the most respectable, does not foresee a possibility that he may be called upon to assume the position of a judge? It is a frightful possibility in most cases. It ought to be the joyful hope of those who are to be judged. We are forced to sit in judgment more or less on those whose love has fashioned us, and in our turn we shall be judged by those whose consciences in infancy are entrusted to our keeping. It is the law of human life. It is an inevitable crisis. When that time comes, when parents have to abdicate somewhat of their authority in favor of the matured intelligence that has grown greater than their own, children should remember all they owe to those who have made them what they have become, not despising them because in some things they have grown to be their superiors, but learning their own duty when they may become parents by appreciating their own training, and knowing how far filial duty has caused them to enjoy or suffer. End of chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of For 15 Years by Louis Ulbach. Translated by Elizabeth Wormeley Latimer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. The Two Judges. When Roger was alone with his mother, she wanted him to tell her the reason for a return home which delighted her, but which she could not understand. Roger, a few months before, after a long stay at the chateau, during which he had been by turns very melancholy or madly gay, in the highest of spirits or in the depths of despair, had gone off very suddenly, alleging that he had work to do in his profession. His letters to his mother, dated at various places during his absence, had all had a tone of sadness. They seemed endeavoring to conceal a bitterness that poor Gabrielle could see but too well under their mask of careless words. If, in her own letters, she questioned him, Roger replied by telling her that she did not understand a man's disappointment when his career had proved a failure. This was the greatest piece of dissimulation he had ever practiced with his mother. He hated himself for it every time he did it, and it never in the least answered its purpose by deceiving her. He said repeatedly that he now knew he had been wrong to think he would ever make a painter, but yet he did not want to be an idle man. His friends in the studio only considered him a man of fortune, incapable of ever competing with men who were obliged to study and to work hard for their daily bread. They thought him too prosperous ever to know the sharp spur of necessity, or the yeast-like fermentation of poverty, which evokes any real talent lying latent in the soul. Florence and Madame Emilienne Roger always spoke of in his letters, in formal, courteous, and kindly terms. He would send his compliments to Madame Jean Mortier, or a brotherly kiss to Florence, and that was all. His letters contained no reproaches, no allusions to promises made or broken, no intimations or hints of any kind. What had passed between the two young people during Roger's last stay at the chateau? Gabrielle, not being able to find out from her son, neither could nor would inquire about it from Madame Emilienne. As to Florence, in her gentle fearlessness and simple seriousness, she was a mystery. All Gabrielle understood, she learned from the furtive caresses of the girl, viz., that she was loved not only for her own sake, but for the sake of another. Then suddenly, after Roger's abrupt departure and long absence, here he was back again, gay to all appearance, or at least quite calm. When he arrived, he had kissed Florence with a smile, and had embraced his mother with fervor, but with none of that tender melancholy or forced gaiety that are signs of a sad heart. Was he cured of his troubles? Was he hiding his real feelings so skillfully as to deceive his mother's love? What were his real wishes? What was his resolve? Gabrielle, among all the varieties of torture she had experienced in the last 15 years, had suffered much from the strong wills of all those who surrounded her. Gaston, Roger, Emilienne, Florence, all had strong wills. Gabrielle alone, poor martyr, had a passive will. She clung to her cross with a resolution that never faltered. She bent from time to time under her burden, but she soon rose again. What a fearful shock it would be to her if the day should ever come when these strong wills should dash one against the other. She was saying this to herself as she held her son's hands in her own, to feel if they were feverish, as she tried to read his secret in his eyes, blue as her own, but she found them impenetrable. At the end of 2 hours of delightful conversation, Gabrielle had learned nothing at all. Roger was well in health, and was in better spirits, was tired, he said, of being away from home, and had come back to behave better than he had done last time. That was all. ' What do you mean,' she asked him, ' by an answer you are expecting which will fix the limit of your stay ?' At this point he turned the conversation, and when Gabrielle pressed him for an explanation, he kissed her very hard, which meant that he did not intend to give her a direct reply. Gabrielle that evening wrote in her diary: "Roger's return delights me, but alarms me. He is not come back to see me. He kisses me too much, in hopes of making me think so. Is it for the sake of Florence? Is it for his father? I always dread his staying in Paris, or even his passing through it. He might meet people who, when they heard his name, might speak to him of things that happened long ago. I ought to have remembered that Paris is a dangerous place. I am more cowardly now than I used to be. From having year after year two names constantly associated in my thoughts, I have come to believe that the public must associate them in the same way, and that whoever speaks of Monsieur de Monterey must at once find the name of Jean Mortier rising up in his remembrance, like a bloody spectre. My God, thou knowest for whose sake I have so suffered. Do not, I pray thee, poison the sole wellspring of happiness I have kept for my own drinking. Or if it be thy will that this well should be as bitter to me as all the rest, grant that I may die in tasting of its waters. If Roger finds out the truth, my task is ended. My son is now a man. His wound will be scarred over by time, and he will survive it. But Gaston? But myself? Roger, the morning after his arrival at the chateau, went very early out of the house, climbed up the mountains, pushed deep into the forest, and walked for some hours. When he came back, he was pale and resolute. He had been alone into the silence of nature, seeking for strength. He had been asking sap from the great trees. He re-entered the grounds of the chateau cautiously. He had not wanted to encounter his mother when he went out, neither did he wish on his return to meet her, or Florence, or Madame Emilienne. Had he been moved to tears in the forest, or were the red rims around his eyes only an evidence of his energetic efforts to rally all his courage before taking a decisive step in life, which there would be no possibility of retracing? Gaston was always slow to leave his chamber. He liked to lie in bed and rest after the wakefulness of his long nights. Seldom was his weary step heard on the staircase before the hour of luncheon, the second déjeuner, when his hoarse, sharp voice would be heard giving orders to everybody, orders that were generally silly or unimportant, but which were always given with vehemence and bluster. Sometimes he stormed about opening or shutting the doors, sometimes about a barking dog. Sometimes he sent some order to the cook, for Gaston was fond of saying that he had dreamed about some dish, to give the idea that he had slept well. He agreed with his doctor that his digestive powers were terribly impaired, and it was evident that he had no appetite. Yet Monsieur de Monterey was very particular about the dishes on his table, though he rarely touched them. Tenacious of being a gentleman, though one so morally degraded, he clung desperately, as if it were the last remnant of his honorable existence, to the little elegancies of his past position. These things were all he lived for. The part of the country in which he had taken refuge being renowned for the abundance of its game, deer, wild boars, and so on, great attention was by his orders paid to the luxuries of the table. He wanted his dinners to be a little better than those of other people, though opportunities of having them appreciated were very rare. Guests were not asked to the Chateau de la Houpoix except on certain stated occasions, such as some agricultural gathering in the neighborhood, some meeting of the gentry, or the visitation of some civil or military authority. Had Gabrielle triumphed over the vice whose commencement we have seen? Had the gambler, who no longer dared to play cards, assumed the privilege of indemnifying himself by intoxication? Nature had come to the help of Madame de Monterey. Gaston had become so feverish, so nervous, was so genuinely afraid of the effects of alcohol upon his shattered frame, that he had really tried to reform, and fancied he had succeeded in doing so. His last so-called victory over himself originated in a breakfast which he had eaten alone, and by chance, with Madame Mortier, during an indispensable absence of Gabrielle's, who had been obliged one day to go over to Givet. To get rid of the embarrassment of the tete-a-tete with Madame Mortier, he had allowed himself to drink more freely than usual. What passed during the delirium that was the consequence of this indulgence, Emilienne never told, and Gabrielle was careful not to ask her. Gaston had been carried, fainting, to his chamber, where he lay ill for 2 days. He remembered, or fancied he remembered vaguely, all sorts of questions that had been put to him by Emilienne. And what had he answered? There rang in his ears, in his memory, the echoes of a woman's voice, sarcastic, fierce, and cruel. When he next saw Emilienne, her looks revealed nothing. She asked respectfully if Monsieur de Monterey felt better. She affected to think that his indisposition was a mere nervous attack, rather worse than usual. Ever since that day, Gaston's dread and hatred of Madame Mortier had increased. But he made a vow that he would never get drunk again. He fancied that he kept this vow because he only took, every morning when he awoke, a few mouthfuls of absinthe, without which, he declared, he could not possibly have got out of bed. Absinthe, he said, was taken by men who went out shooting to open their pores, and Gabrielle was forced to be contented with this partial victory, for she dared not risk what she had gained by attempting a more radical cure. Roger went straight to his father's chamber. He had arranged to make his visit at the precise moment when Gaston, having been dressed, would have dismissed his valet, and be about to begin the automatic course of his daily existence. Roger thought he would be at that moment best disposed to listen to him. Before entering, he knocked softly, so softly that Monsieur de Monterey fancied it was the knock of Gabrielle. The only thing that Gaston had ever loved was his wife, and, had he been able to analyze what little power of sentiment was left him, he would have discovered that he now loved her better than he had done in earlier days. She took care of him, she watched over him, she defended him. He was very resentful because of the society she had insisted on bringing into his house, for the unhappy man thought himself tortured less by his own remorse than by the constant presence of the widow of his victim. He suffered terribly, but did not know that he would have been more wretched still had he been conscious that this woman was doing all in her power, out of his sight, to find out his secret. It was, thanks to Gabrielle, that he had not had more to suffer, and he was secretly grateful to his wife, though he felt it due to his own infallibility and his own importance never to let any of this gratitude appear. He insisted on remaining master and chief in his own house, in the eyes of others. " Come in," said he, in a softened tone. He glanced around him. There was no suspicious bottle in sight to bring down on him a lecture. His servant had put everything of the sort away. He leaned carelessly against a piece of furniture, put on an amiable expression, and smiled as the door opened. The sight of his son was a disappointment to him. He stepped forward and frowned. For 10 years he had made it a rule, which hitherto Roger had always respected, that his son should never enter his room unless sent for. " What do you want ?" he said sharply, without holding out his hand. " I am come to say good morning, father." " I am very well, thank you. And you are too, no doubt. Did you sleep well ? Let us go downstairs." Roger bowed, but pushed the door to with his hand. It had stood half open. " If you will allow me, father, I should like to have a little talk with you." Gaston could not conceal from himself that Roger's visit threatened something disagreeable. He drew back a step to give himself more dignity, and then haughtily and roughly burst out with, " And suppose that I don't choose to talk to you ?"" I will wait till you are at leisure." Roger stepped backward as he spoke, and made his reply in so quiet a tone that his father was ashamed of his own rudeness. Besides, he knew that with a man of strong will like Roger, he would have to come to an explanation sooner or later. The thought struck him that maybe it was not worth while to have it hanging over his head. He therefore murmured, " Well, then, make haste. What have you so very important to say to me ?" He took hold of an armchair, dropped into it with an air partly of resigned patience, partly of defiance, assuming an attitude of forced attention, calculated to disconcert a respectful son like Roger, unless, like Roger, he had as much courage as he had filial respect, and as much firmness of resolution in carrying out his purpose as his father had in hindering him. Did Gaston no longer care for his son ? Had his son already seemed to him to have taken sides in the estrangement of his father and mother ? Neither he nor his son at this troubled moment could have returned a definite answer to these questions. They were beginning their interview with mutual precautions. The formality of their manner to each other was an expression of feeling, and the feeling most prominent was pity, the pity each felt for the other. They were more afraid of hurting each other in the encounter than of the consequences to themselves. Roger waited till his father was settled in his armchair, and then he said, " Father, the answer that I told you last night I expected, and that I have come home to receive, must come from you. Oh, well then, don't keep me waiting for your question. Roger's chest heaved. He pressed his hands upon his breast and tried to conceal his emotion by a smile. Father, there is no need to tell you that I love Florence. No, since you came back here after your last journey, I have been well aware of it. And I propose to make her my wife. The young man had laid some emphasis on the word propose. Gaston believed himself able to meet this declaration. I did not know that, he said with a sneer, which he thought sarcastic. Nevertheless, father, I thought it was merely a kind of idyll, that you were quite right to go away. I went away that I might make sure of my own mind. I have come back because I am quite sure of it now. Then you were not always quite sure you were in love with her? I was always quite sure I was in love with her, but I was not sure whether I should not be tempted to kill myself if I could not win her. Roger spoke very quietly, and the force of his reply was made stronger by the calmness of his tone. A light gleamed in his blue eyes. His father looked at him 2 seconds with a scared, almost terrified air. He, an invalid, tortured and gnawed by cowardly despair, had more than once thought of a pistol as his deliverance in his nightmare-like dreams. Had his own son, too, been driven to think of suicide through this family of Mortier? Was murder of some sort of fatality connected with these people from father to son? He felt a sudden anguish, an agony of tenderness, but fear was stronger than ever. And now, he said, speaking with great emphasis, you feel able to bear bravely my refusal to consent to such a marriage? I have grown certain I shall overcome your opposition. What gives you such a certainty? My conviction that my love for Florence is so true, so deep, so righteous, so honest, that it cannot be always crossed by those who love me. Is it that belief that would now keep you from an act of madness? Yes. However you may decide today, father, I promise you to live, for I shall never now despair of winning Florence. All right, my young philosopher, then arm yourself with patience. I am very sorry for you, but never, so long as I live, shall you marry Florence. There is no more to be said. Gaston was greatly agitated. His habitual tremulousness, which he concealed commonly by leaning against the furniture, now made him shake in his chair. He drew himself together and endeavored to rise. But Roger stepped before him and said solemnly, "Why do you refuse your consent, father? Are you joking? Don't you know she is the daughter of a convicted criminal, who perhaps might have been proved innocent by you?" "That I cannot say. However, that may have been. The man condemned did not live to bear his disgrace. That makes no difference. Since society has the right to demand the death of a man who kills another, it seems to me that Mortier paid that debt by killing himself with his own hand." Gaston sat up in his chair, then rose, passed his hand over his brow to wipe away some moisture that had started there. Then, with his teeth chattering, he said, "Do you think so?" "I do think so. I have never spoken to Madame Mortier or to Florence of that melancholy occurrence. Neither have you, father, or my mother, ever said anything to me about it in any way. But I have always imagined that you sympathized with this man's widow and daughter, who mourn for him as innocent." "Who told you he was innocent? Did your mother?" Roger hesitated a moment. That hesitation was terrible to his father. "No," he replied at last, "nor can I venture to say that I have any fixed opinion on that matter myself. I divine, I excuse. I admire the illusions of his wife and daughter, but without sharing them. I love Florence and desire to marry her." "The daughter of a man sentenced to the galleys? Does she not, therefore, stand more in need of all that love and honor can confer upon her? Do you think we ever could consent to such a marriage?" Here, for the first time, Gaston ventured to associate Gabrielle with his refusal. "I think my mother would consent." Has she told you so?" "No, father. I wished to speak to you first. I knew you would be the most opposed to it." "And then you will ask your mother, I suppose. And then you will be 1, 2, 3, 4 against me. Very good. I shall hold out against your mother and Florence and Madame Mortier as I do against you. You cannot legally marry anybody without my consent till—" "You will not have to hold out against Madame Mortier," interrupted Roger, "for she will not easily be brought to give her consent to our marriage." "Indeed! Is she too proud?" "She is proud, undoubtedly. She is also deeply sensible of all the kindness she has received from you." "Kindness!" That word seemed like a sharp blow to Gaston, which drew blood. Roger went on. "When you took Madame Mortier and her little girl into your family on the death of her husband, you gave up the right to refuse your consent to my marrying Florence." "Your mother made that plan," stammered Gaston. "You adopted it at her suggestion." "What do you know about it? It was an act of charity." "It was more than that." "What do you suppose it was, then?" Gaston shivered, partly with anxiety, partly with anger. The answer came slowly. "I do not suppose anything. I think it was an act of justice." "Justice?" Monsieur de Monterey had great difficulty in articulating this word. It came through his closed teeth. Roger's voice softened. Shaking his head, he said, "Yes, I think justice prompted what you did for Madame Mortier. You did not wish that the innocent wife and child should be overwhelmed by an undeserved calamity. I was too young at the time to remember all the circumstances of that terrible occurrence, but I do know that you admitted Madame Mortier into your household, and have given her a place here which only her own discretion and modesty keeps from being equal to your own. I know that you gave me a playmate in my childhood, a friend, a sister, whom you taught me to love." "I never taught you anything of the kind," cried Gaston furiously. His excitement would have been grotesque had it not been so pitiful. "You never prevented my mother from doing so, from telling me over and over again to love her every time she kissed us both when we were children. 15 years ago, father, you should have warned me not to love one who has always seemed to me like your adopted daughter. Why did you take her into your own household if you intended me to shun her? It is too late now. These 15 years I have thought I was acting in obedience to you." "And now that you know you were not," interrupted Gaston, made irritable by the firmness of his son, "you intend, do you, to disobey me?" Roger answered without hesitation, "No, father. Since you refuse your consent to my marriage, I shall not marry." "Then anything further on the subject is superfluous. I refuse. You may take that for my answer." "I did not think it superfluous to let you see how sad the life will be to which you sentence me." "Sentence you? What do you mean to do, then?" "To go on loving Florence. Hope does not increase love. Discouragement cannot diminish it. Besides, I do not despair." "Yes, yes, I know what your hope is. Everybody knows what an heir apparent means by hope. You will wait till I am dead." "Oh, father, it won't be long if you go on as you are doing. You will kill me with your willfulness. Ah, I am truly wretched." Monsieur de Monterey had risen to his feet and was walking with long strides up and down his chamber. He was growing more and more angry every moment. He was more excited than his son had ever seen him. Conscious that he could argue the case no longer, feeling himself opposed to a young man of strong will and calm energy, who set forth his rights and invoked common sense clearly and firmly, he tried driving his son into some act of disrespect or violence, which might authorize him to be harsh and violent too. He grew angry because Roger remained calm. Roger was deeply pained. A sudden tenderness came into his voice and manner. He saw the real suffering, the real bodily weakness of his father. He did not understand it, but it moved him. There was a little curiosity, too, in his compassion. Suppose, he thought, I push this matter a little further. Perhaps I may find out the mystery that broods over this household, and so learn how to seek a remedy." "Father," said he gently, almost caressingly, "how can you call yourself wretched when you have a wife like my mother, and a son, if I may presume to say so, as respectful and dutiful to you as myself? I do assure you that every one in this house only desires your happiness. My mother, myself, Florence, Madame Mortier." At this name, which struck him like a knife, Gaston started and cried, harshly, wildly, stamping his foot as he spoke, "No, no, not Madame Mortier. She is my enemy." "Your enemy, my mother's friend?" "She is not your mother's friend. She deceives her. She has set your mother against me. Ever since she lived here, for 15 years, she has tortured me." "But why?" The question came involuntarily, and Roger, who had not intended to produce any effect by it, did not attach great importance to his words, and did not wait for an answer. He was indignant at the great injustice that his father had done to Madame Mortier. He was more hurt by such feelings toward Emilienne and her daughter than by anything that had previously passed between himself and his father. "Do not fancy such things, father," he said pleadingly. "For my part, Madame Mortier has always taught me to show you obedience and respect. She is the good genius of our household." "The good genius of our household!" shouted Gaston. "Everything has gone wrong since she came into it. Ah, yes, she adds up long columns of figures. She makes money for us, but she flings in my face every 5 franc piece she earns. I cannot tell you what she makes me suffer." "She does not mean it. If she knew it," murmured Roger, "she would not stay here another day, not an hour." "She knows it, and she does stay. She won't go till the day she has seen me lie here dead, dead, and killed by her." Roger gave a wan smile. The wild hyperbole of his father's speech gave him pain, and increased his pity for the speaker. He could not forbear saying, however drawn away from his compassion by a love of logical reasoning, "But why, then, have you kept her here for 15 years?" "Why didn't I turn her out of the house, do you mean? That would have put the finishing stroke to it all." "You see, the idea of sending away Madame Mortier revolts your sense of justice." "Ah, if I could only send her away and be done with her!" "What do you mean?" "I say that if it only depended upon me—" "It does depend on you, and you alone, father," resumed Roger, drawing himself up proudly. "For my part, I should suffer less from seeing Madame Mortier driven from this house than I shall in continuing to see her stay here, knowing that you so misunderstand her, and do such injustice to her devotion to you." "Do you set up to preach to me?" Roger offered no excuses. He too felt that his self-will was rising. His filial respect had been sorely tried, and thus far it had stood the strain, but he went on in a harder tone. "Madame Mortier cannot know how you feel toward her." "She knows it perfectly well." "I cannot believe it. Will you let me tell her how you feel?" "You are mad." "I would rather that she ceased to think you were her friend than that she should fancy you feel contempt for Florence." "You exaggerate everything. I don't feel contempt for that insignificant little thing." "Then accept her as your daughter." "I have told you already that can never be." "You told me that you did not wish it, but you have not proved to me that it is a thing impossible." "Have I got to prove a thing after I have said that I will not have it so?" "To make me obey your will is sufficient. To convince me, I need something more." Gaston was very angry. His eyes glittered as he rolled them in their sockets. "I am not obliged to account to you at all," he cried. "Account to me? Of course not, but I think I have a right in this matter to know your reasons." "It seems to me that young people of the present day don't care what they do," cried Gaston. "It is very hard upon them when they know not what to think." "Do you know that you are going too far?" "Is it going too far to try to show you I have grown to be a man?" "A man who resists me." "No, a man who will bear his sufferings like a man, when you have proved to him that it is only right that he should suffer." "I have nothing more to say to you. You make me angry. Never, I repeat, shall a Monterey give his name to the daughter of a man who has been sentenced to the galleys. That is certain. I forbid you ever to speak to me of this matter again." "And yet, father, I shall speak to you of it again." "How dare you?" "I shall find courage. I will turn you out of this house." "Is it easier for you to turn your son out of the house than a woman whom you took in as a stranger?" Gaston foamed at the mouth. All the muscles in his face were twitching. "Do you dare me?" he cried, with a sudden spring, glancing round him for some weapon. "You do not understand me, father." "I do understand you. I know those blue eyes of yours. They are just like your mother's. People fancy they are gentle, but it is false. They express obstinacy. So you, too, come here to torment me. But I have made you no promises, taken no oath to you. I can crush you if I please. Go, set off at once for Paris. Carry this girl with you if you will. Make her your mistress. Let her elope with you, and may her mother go after her. Let me be free of all of you. Leave me here in my prison. I had rather be left alone in reality than to live here isolated as I do. Be off immediately." Gaston was mad for the moment. Roger might have felt remorse for the state into which his resistance had thrown his father, had not his astonishment been even greater than his regret. And under his astonishment, mistrust was quickening. The judge within him was making ready his decision. He understood less than he had done at the beginning of this conversation. Why should his avowal of a pure and honest love for Florence, and his defense of a good woman whom his mother esteemed, have provoked his father's anger? That father's fury, instead of frightening him, seemed a fresh motive for persistence. To draw back seemed a double sacrilege. As a lover and as a son, he ought certainly not to abase his love nor to diminish his filial respect because of an unjust, unreasonable fit of anger. When his father came to himself, he would be displeased, perhaps, to find that his son had been frightened out of the house by his mad words. He had many times seen his father in similar, though slighter attacks, when the quiet gentleness of Madame de Monterey had calmed the fury of her husband. The first impulse of juvenile heroism is to resist injustice. His father had challenged his blue eyes. The blue eyes were about to take up the challenge. He folded his arms, and looking at Gaston with a smile which he hoped might have something of the power said to belong to that of the wild beast tamer, he said, "I shall not leave home, father. I intend to stay." But Gaston had gone too far to be intimidated or cowed. He was in that state of wild delirium which grows worse when it suspects pity, and is increased by submission. His son was now simply an antagonist, an obstacle. "Ha! Ha!" he cried. "So you think you can stay on in my house in spite of me? We'll see how that will be. We shall see." He seized a little cane, standing in one corner of the room beside a piece of furniture, brandished it in his grasp, made it whistle in the air, and advanced on Roger with bloodshot eyes. Roger stood his ground, but was very pale. Gaston, with his arm raised, his body thrown back, his weight thrown on one leg, suddenly stood motionless, as if seized by an attack of paralysis, or as if some terrible remembrance had turned his limbs to stone. At that moment the door opened, and Gabrielle entered. She uttered a loud cry, and rushed between her husband and her son, looking at Gaston with eyes grown big with terror. His cataleptic seizure passed off under the influence of her blue eyes. Monsieur de Monterey saw in his wife's eyes the vision which had filled her with sudden horror. He thought of the moment when he had stood in the same attitude one night in the past. He shuddered, lowered his arm, let the cane drop from his hand, and trembling bowed his head and murmured, "Oh, forgive me! Oh, forgive!" Of whom did he ask forgiveness? Of his wife? Of his son? Or of the dead? Gabrielle was as pale as he. "Leave us," she said to Roger, pressing his hand. Roger obeyed and left the chamber. He knew that his mother possessed the art he had essayed in vain. Gabrielle's blue eyes had that power that, in the confidence of his young love and filial duty, he had hoped might have been exercised by his own. End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of For 15 Years by Louis Ulbach. Translated by Elizabeth Wormeley Latimer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. The Compact. Roger, after long meditation, had resolved when he went to seek his father to remain calm, firm, and respectful throughout the interview. He came out from it in a state of excitement, communicated from father to son as by a stroke of electricity. The latent fire in the same blood had been kindled by the same flash of lightning. The young man, as soon as he had closed the door behind him, had a dizziness, a sort of vertigo, a feeling of intoxication. He understood nothing of what had taken place except that his love was barred by an unjust, unreasonable obstacle for which he could see no cause, that Monsieur de Monterey's anger had been far greater than any that could have been excited merely by prejudice or pride of family. He saw that there was flagrant contradiction between the hospitality tendered to Madame Mortier, the consideration with which she was surrounded, the respect with which everybody was required to treat her, and this tyrannical refusal; that there was something mysterious about it all. In short, something more than could be explained by Monsieur de Monterey's ordinary unreasonableness and severe notions of morality. This severity of morals, which had so long been accepted by everybody about him, and which Roger thus far had never analyzed, now, for the first time, struck him as a deception. He felt its irony, and suspected it was assumed. Had not his father, in the first burst of his pride of race, told him openly he had better carry off Florence and become her seducer? Had he not given him to understand that as a gentleman he would object comparatively little to see his son the girl's lover, but that he would never suffer him to marry the daughter of a man sentenced to the galleys? This insult to all his feelings of honor and propriety had done more to demolish Roger's respect for his father than all the rest. His love could not admit those excuses which filial piety might have been ready to make. His father, in his fury, had shown him the shallowness of his own notions of morality. He was ready to tolerate an atrocity. He would not hear of a mésalliance. As Roger thought over these things, a burning tear fell from his eyes. He wiped it away with the back of his hand, as children do. Great suffering makes pure natures act like little children. He went quickly downstairs, fearing, if he stayed, to hear through the door what his father and mother might say to each other. For if he had overheard one cruel word, addressed by Monsieur de Monterey to his wife, he might not have been able to resist an impulse to go back, to put himself in open revolt against his father, and avenge Florence, while he defended his mother. He went down into the garden. He wished to go back into the forest. He yearned for its freedom from afar with the instinct of a wild animal. He feared lest any observer who should see him while in this unusual state of excited feeling might suspect what had passed, and make comments on his sorrows as a son, his anger as a lover. He wanted to hide his double humiliation in all haste, to shelter himself beneath the shadows of the great trees, to weep where the sky itself could not witness his tears, to recover his lost calmness in the profound peace of nature. But he had not taken 10 steps in the garden before he found himself suddenly face to face with Florence. If he could have foreseen this meeting, he would have avoided her. He dared not do so now, however, and besides, a desire to make sure what she would say, to make certain of his fate, took sudden possession of him. She was dressed as if for an errand outside the grounds of the chateau. At this hour in the morning, he knew she could not be going out for a walk. When her mother was busy, Florence always had something important to do. A great straw hat made a sort of golden halo round her face, which rendered it softer than ever and harmonized all her features. She had a little basket on her arm, big enough to serve for other purposes than to carry flowers or fancy work, and elegant enough in its simplicity not to disfigure the graceful statuette-like figure which carried it. Florence wore a dress of some black transparent material. Her beautiful arms shone through the sleeves. She always wore black, her mother never having been willing to change her mourning. She, however, had a rose in the belt of her little black silk apron. She was proud of her apron. It was a sign that she shared in the labors of her mother. The rose gave a bright touch to her mourning. Her gentle melancholy, her devotion to her duty, were symbolized by her costume. Had Florence picked that rose in remembrance of the rose that Gabrielle the day before had asked from her? And was this flower too to be given away if someone else should covet it? When Florence saw the color in Roger's face and the moisture in his eyes, she came very near darting forward to question him. But she had learned long ago, poor thing, to control her curiosity. She only gave him a smile, very tender, very caressing, and in a voice which trembled slightly said, "Good morning, Roger." Roger took her hand, pressed it several times, tried to smile, but could not, dared not, give vent to the grief that oppressed his heart, and simply, without a word, led Florence into the garden as he used to do when they were children and went out to play together. When they were under the shadow of some lindens which formed an avenue running from the lawns and the flower beds between the two wings of the chateau to the entrance into the park, Florence recovered courage and ventured to say, "I am sure something troubles you, Roger." "Yes, I have just had a most painful talk with my father." The young girl had a slight shiver, which Roger felt as he held her hand. A delicate feeling made him loosen his grasp and restore her at once to liberty. He went on, still speaking hoarsely. "I see plainly I have made a useless journey." Florence responded sadly, but with resignation in her voice. "Then you mean to go away again, immediately? You will never come back to us?" "No, this time I shall stay here." "Perhaps you ought not," murmured Florence. Roger, emboldened by the shadows of the trees beneath which they now stood, suddenly placed himself before her, face to face, and said, "Are you not willing to take me for your husband?" "I do not wish to be a cause of discord between your father and you." "I never will yield to injustice," exclaimed Roger. Florence trembled, and shaking her head, said slowly, "Monsieur de Monterey is right. According to the views of right taken by most men, he is proud of his family, he is proud of you. He will not hear of your marrying the daughter of a man pronounced guilty. That was the reason, was it not, that you had so stormy an interview?" "Yes." "I knew how it would be when I found that you were coming home. You were more prudent last time. I was less courageous. Do not blame me, Florence, for coming back and for speaking to my father." "Where is the hurry, Roger? I could have waited. I can wait much longer. And, if it must be, I can always wait." She said this in all simplicity. She knew herself worthy to be the wife of her early playmate. She understood the heavy burden fate had laid upon her life, and she accepted it as her appointed trial. But nothing would have made her admit any inequality in their two souls. Roger gently passed his arm around the waist of Florence. She did not reprove him, and pressing her closely to his side, he said in a troubled voice, "I have less patience than you. I cannot bear to postpone, even for a few months, the happiness of having you my own, my very own. Does it not seem to you 15 years since we promised to belong to one another?" She gave a sweet little laugh. "True, it is nearly 15 years since you began to call me your little wife for the first time. You see, we have not found those 15 years so very long, Roger." She added, as if to cover her own innocent laugh, "As to happiness, why should we ask for more than we have already? I'm afraid of dreams. Do you really believe, Roger, there is such a thing as perfect happiness?" "I believe that when two people love each other, they can make head against unhappiness." "Well then, Roger, don't we love each other?" She spoke so frankly, so truthfully, with so absolute a faith in him, that Roger was intimidated by her innocent confidence and relaxed his clasp instead of drawing her closer. He forgot his late anger. A grain of incense had been flung upon the flame that burned within him, and his heart was perfumed with its odor. "Yes, we do love each other truly, my darling," he said, passionately, "and those about us ought to understand our love, and not put obstacles in the way of that which they themselves have fostered. Everyone is kind to us, Roger. Nobody makes those obstacles. They come from what has happened in the past. But that past itself was the means, was it not, of drawing our parents together? It ought to be one of the things that unite us to each other. What can you want more, dear brother? Are we not quite united enough?" There was no coquetry, no insincerity in this speech of Florence. She had no curiosity as to the relations of marriage. In her sad life, love had been a thing so sweet and so complete that she was afraid of wishing for any change. As she spoke of their perfect union, she was so sweetly innocent that as she leaned a little backward, her head touched Roger's shoulder. Her great straw hat fell backward and dropped upon the ground. There seemed a heavenly light shed over her from head to foot. She seemed to make a bright spot in the shadows. Roger looked at her with loyal, longing eyes, but he restrained himself. His mouth had shaped itself as if to give her a passionate kiss, a kiss for which he would have reproached himself the next moment, but which Florence would have received without alarm. He had the strength to refrain from giving it to her. They remained a moment thus, looking at each other, looking into each other's very hearts, and feeling that, after all, they were deprived of nothing, since such ecstasy was not denied them. Roger took his arm from the waist of Florence, picked up her straw hat, and, calmed by the sweet delirium of this interview, he said, almost gaily, "So you think it quite natural that we should remain satisfied to be brother and sister till our heads grow gray?" Florence, glad to see that Roger's gloom was passing off, began to walk on, answering as she did so, "I don't think it natural, because it will not be the truth. But it seems to me that it would be very sweet and very happy." "En attendant," said Roger. If Florence blushed, the shadow of her hat and the shadow of the trees let no one see her rising color. She walked a little faster and was silent. "Do you know why I am impatient to have you for my wife?" resumed Roger after a few steps. Florence stopped short and began to laugh. "No, I am quite curious to know why," she said. "Because it seems to me that I shall be always a useless, idle man until I gain my liberty." "Your liberty? What can you mean?" "I mean," cried Roger, with the eagerness of youth and generous feeling, "that I shall not be able to do what I ought to do in life so long as you are not by my side to encourage me, to advise me, and to help me. I feel myself tied down in many ways, but the day we go forth together, knowing that we shall return in a different position, on that day, Florence, I hardly know if I have any real talent for painting now, but you might, I think, inspire me with genius, and I do know that I shall feel my own master, and shall cease to be a useless man, or, as some now call me, an idler." "How selfish of you!" cried Florence with calm irony. "I am only what is called un egoiste perdu." "And you are ungrateful too," added the young girl, growing more serious. "And you want to make me ungrateful. Shall we take away with us your mother and mine?" "We will come back to them. Could they live together, think you, if we were gone?" This speech was not made with Florence's habitual reserve. It was uttered very gravely. Roger understood her. They two were the tie that bound together the inhabitants of the chateau, or rather, they dispersed the melancholy born of various sorrows, sorrows that ran side by side but never intermingled. From childhood, Roger and Florence had been conscious of the esteem without really liking which made Madame de Monterey and Madame Mortier partners in the same life work, while no sisterly affection warmed their hearts to one another. What would become of Madame Mortier if Roger and Florence, overcoming all obstacles, were really married? The widow, whose task in life would then appear accomplished, but whose consent to the marriage it would be hard to gain, would, when her consent was given, have no longer any excuse for prolonging her residence in the family of de Monterey. She had accepted her position in it for her child's sake, and that position, contrary to what commonly happens in marriages, would become unsuitable and embarrassing when, by a mesalliance, she had become the mother-in-law of Roger. The question of fortune had never been raised as an obstacle. So many other almost invisible objections had started up and vaguely arranged themselves against the proposed union. The marriage, if it ever took place, must, according to nature and the extraordinary relations that circumstances had brought about between the families, be attended by enormous sacrifices on both sides. And the most cruel of these sacrifices would be imposed at the outset upon the weaker party. Florence's wish had been to smooth away the grief and anger of her former playfellow, but she also wanted to bring him back to realities, to the common sense reasons which she felt must separate them for an indefinite period, so long that she dared not measure it. ' I can answer for my mother,' said Roger eagerly. The silence that followed brought up a vision of Monsieur de Monterey to each of them. Who could answer for him ? Would he not always bar the way before them ? Roger became thoughtful. Would his mother be equal to obtaining from his father the consent so brutally refused not an hour ago to himself? It was humiliating to him that he had not been able to carry off the victory. He had so often rehearsed that interview with his father, so well prepared for it, so thought over how, without forgetting filial duty, he would make one great, one gallant effort to succeed. What had probably happened in his father's room after he left it? His mother had sent him away as if she hoped still to repair the mischief he had done. He stopped suddenly, tempted to take Florence back to the house again. ' Where were you going ?' he asked her. ' Didn't I tell you ? I am going on an errand at the slate quarry.' ' Then you would not have been back for luncheon ?'' No, that is provided for.' She held up her basket. ' I am carrying my luncheon,' she said, ' to eat on the way. I do that sometimes. Mamma will excuse me.' ' Can not you put off the errand and do it by and by ? Can't you come back with me ?'' No, no. My errand ought to be done at once. I have to comfort some poor people who had this morning suddenly to hear a piece of bad news.' ' Then I'm going with you.' They had reached the end of the shady avenue, and stood before a little iron gate, beyond which lay a meadow like the foreground of the forest. Florence looked up at Roger and seemed to be thinking. ' You know very well,' he went on, endeavoring to plead his cause, ' that they never mind my not being at home for this meal at midday. Before my last journey I was often not home till dinner time. I was making sketches in the forest. Come, this morning especially, my absence will be excused. They will say I carried you away with me.' ' I only wish they would,' he said. Florence looked down, drew her eyebrows together, and thought a moment longer. ' Well, then, come,' she said resolutely. ' It may be well that you should see what I am going to do, and hear what I am going to say.' ' Where are you going ?' She drew herself up, looked at him steadily for a moment with a fixed smile, and then said, ' I am going to see a man who may be arrested any moment as a murderer.' These words, said with some vehemence, were like a cold wind striking across Roger's love-illumined face. They chilled him. Jean Mortier's daughter had recalled her father to remembrance. At the same moment the bell of the chateau rang loudly for luncheon. ' You are called home,' said Florence rather defiantly. ' Let us go on,' said Roger. He took her hand, drew it under his arm, and, opening the iron gate with an air of resolution, walked proudly forward as if he were ready to confront any spectre that might try to make him let go the hand he held in his, the hand of his betrothed, his wife's hand. End of chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of For 15 Years by Louis Ulbach. Translated by Elizabeth Wormeley Latimer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. The Pavll Family.
Florence and Roger, without speaking, walked on for 10 minutes. They were thinking together, besides, that they had really nothing more to say to each other on the subject that touched them most nearly. Their brotherly and sisterly affection, which was being transmuted into a higher love, was made up of delicate trust, of dignified simplicity, of the frank, unconscious ardor of their age. They were so perfectly secure of each other's feelings that they seemed a little afraid of any further explanation. An instinct told them that any superfluous exhibition of feeling might impair their innocent relations with each other. Lovers who have grown up together, who have never known when their initiation into loverhood took place, are privileged to preserve, even in love's ecstasies, a sort of infantine freedom which seems a substitute for passion, while in reality it is its highest expression. Roger and Florence had no need to disquiet themselves about their mutual love. All they had to do was to overcome the unjust opposition which prevented their marriage. Had Madame Mortier encouraged this love so that it might become the means of a refinement of vengeance, intending, when the time came, to destroy her daughter's hopes, sure of that daughter's obedience, confident of her good sense, of her fidelity to her father's memory, and convinced that when the day of discovery should arrive, Florence would take her mother's part against the son of the murderer? And Madame de Monterey, had she hoped to bring about this difficult marriage, and make it a guarantee of forgiveness, in that hour when the truth, so terrible for all, might burst upon them? Possibly. At any rate, whether from the calculations of maternal weakness, or a natural sympathy with youth and lovers, the two mothers had raised no obstacles to the mutual affection of their children. The entire freedom of intercourse allowed them kept their relations pure, and the two mothers in their bitterest moments found consolation in the sweet love of their children, as in a charm. If the dream should have a terrible awakening, as Jean Mortier's widow could not but expect, she was prepared to add that sorrow also to the sum of the mysterious account she expected to settle some day with Monsieur de Monterey, while Gabrielle hoped it might prove an argument for mercy, and might disarm that demand for retribution which would rise up at that day of judgment. Florence and Roger had grown up unconsciously as lovers, but only during the past year had they found out that love must have its visions of the future, visions which, stretching away into the distance, must be seized by an effort of their own will. For a year past the daughter of the man tried and sentenced felt the burden of an unmerited disgrace, which might separate her from the companion of her childhood, but she bore up gently against this threatening possibility. Encouraged by Madame de Monterey's caresses, though warned of coming danger by the way Monsieur de Monterey looked at her, and by the reflex sadness of her mother. As for Roger, during the past year, every time he had been alone with his father, he had been assailed by pitiless insinuations on the subject and by offensive allusions. He had gone away to avoid a struggle. He came back resolved to meet it, having convinced himself, since leaving the chateau, that he could no more relinquish the hope of having Florence for his wife than he could give up loving her. He went on walking like a brother by her side. He did not offer her his arm, as he might have done to another lady, nor did he, as a lover, try to draw her nearer to himself. After 10 minutes' silence, as they walked along a path leading to the slate quarries of Hupois, Roger again questioned Florence as to the purpose of her visit. He spoke gravely, feeling something solemn in his association with her errand on this occasion. Florence told him all she had heard from her mother about the stab the workman Pavll had inflicted on a fellow workman. Happily, the wound, she said, was slight. The man would be at work again in a week or two. It had been a mere flesh wound, and it had been only necessary to send for the doctor. The guilty man, she thought, was much the most to be pitied. That morning he had received his livret signed by Monsieur de Monterey, who put his name to anything his wife asked of him without knowing what it was. He knew he was to quit the quarry. Madame Mortier, having fulfilled her duty as manager of the property, and we have seen how severe she was in that capacity, had sent her daughter on an errand of charity, not to anticipate the kindness that Madame de Monterey proposed to show the family, but to prepare the way for it.
Roger listened to Florence with a pang that increased with every word. Though she made no direct allusion to the story of her poor father, which he knew very imperfectly, for nobody in the chateau had ever told it to him, he felt that Florence was going to the Pavell's cottage on a mission of investigation, which the courageous girl had taken on herself in order to avoid, if possible, any legal inquiry. He felt grateful to her for associating him with herself in this errand. It seemed to him that it drew them together, closer, as if it were a sort of mystical union preliminary to their real marriage. And while he was curious to see the household of the would-be murderer, he felt also a tender desire such as he had never known before, to learn all the circumstances of the terrible tragedy in the Bois de Boulogne. He fancied that if he knew it all, he would be even more in sympathy with Florence in what she was going to encounter. Close to the slate quarries worked by Monsieur de Monterey had risen a kind of little village, a hive of cottages inhabited by working people. The quarryman lived there in a little separate house, among others built in a line that ran down a slope that led into a deep cutting, which had been once worked, but now was an abandoned quarry. The place was picturesque but wild, and instantly Roger, who had an artist's imagination, began to sketch out a picture, the gray dark environment of some scene of violence. The sunshine did little to brighten it as it glanced on that monotonous row of small houses and on the bare earth. It brought out the gray and heightened the black of the picture. The men were at work. All were absent from the hamlet except Pavll, who was preparing to quit the neighborhood. Florence knew the house. She went straight toward it. Pavll had shut himself in with his disgrace, perhaps anxious also to avoid any temptation to roughly repulse the curious, who might come prying into his misfortunes. Jean Mortier's daughter, when she had knocked and the door was open, had a sudden recollection of a house shut up like this one, in which she herself, a little child, sat on the floor while her father and mother talked with tears about their coming fate, taking precautions as they talked that no one outside might find out that they were weeping. In Pavell's cottage, two little children were sitting on the floor by the hearth, a girl and a boy. The little girl was about the same age as Florence on the day when the officers of the law came and knocked at the door of the sad house in Boulogne. Florence felt an impulse to say, as she stood on the threshold, "Don't be afraid. I am bringing you pity. I am not bringing down the law on you. I know what that is too well." There was no comparison to be made, no memory to be evoked in connection with the little boy. And yet, Florence, as she stepped into the room, could not refrain from faintly smiling up at Roger and drawing down his glance upon herself as she measured their difference of height, and then measured that of the two poor little children of Pavell, and compared it with that of two other little children who had so quickly become brother and sister 15 years before. Pavell was not apparently depressed. He was humming the air of a song as, seated at a table, he sat busily cleaning his tools and putting them into a bag that lay before him. They had begun to pack up their things, but the wife, who was collecting her poor possessions, had stopped and was sitting on a low stool in the chimney corner, near her children. Pavell's wife was young, but the suffering to be seen in the very little of her face that was visible through her hair, which hung carelessly about her ears, hardly enabled an observer to say if she were pretty. She was weary of crying, no doubt, weary of praying. Her hands were outspread on her lap. Downcast and stupefied, she was waiting for fresh courage which did not seem to come. As the young people came in, Pavell rose from the table, which showed by its unsteadiness that the limbs of the strong man who leaned on it were beginning to tremble. He was tall and spare, one might say attenuated. A livid tint that Roger had remarked sometimes in his father's face betrayed the exhaustion of the drinking saloon after the exhaustion of hard labor. Pavell had probably been handsome in his youth. His companionable qualities had turned to vices, because they had been so much admired by his comrades in the beginning, when they gave brightness to his eyes, expression to his mouth, and to his intelligent face that false air of enthusiasm which makes of a gambler the parody of a hero. No doubt it was because of that triumphant look of a jovial good fellow that his wife had fallen in love with him.
Now, in the wreck of his good looks, a ray of impudent self-complacency still lit up his face occasionally. He, too, was proud, self-important, and authoritative. He was one of those who would never have allowed anyone to convict them of being in the wrong, who would acknowledge to you that they had been to blame out of mere politeness, but who would resent having such a confession brought home to them. " I am sure, mademoiselle, that you have come to ask to have my livree back again," he said, bowing to Florence. As he said this, a sly smile, almost impertinent, passed over his face as he glanced from the young girl to the young man who accompanied her. Such a smile as that with which the Gretna Green blacksmith might have received a young couple who came to him to be married. Florence had saluted the wife by a little movement of her head. " No," she replied, " it is quite decided that you must leave. You must go, Pavll. I have come partly to advise you to lose no time, but to go immediately." " What has happened ?"" Claudine ? The fool isn't dead, is he ?"" No. He will be all right in a month, they say, but he cannot get over his fear of you." Pavell gave a kind of laugh. " You are very charitable," he said, " mademoiselle, to call that cringing fear. The law might find another name for it." " The law ! The law wouldn't trouble itself about a scratch." " Don't mock at the law, Pavell. My mother has heard that some of your fellow workmen are going to make a complaint to Monsieur de Monterey because he did not send for the gendarmes." " The mean scoundrels !" cried Pavell, doubling up his fists. " But if you leave at once, they probably will give up the design, and nothing will come of it. They will not go after you." " I only wish they would !" cried the quarryman, raising his head threateningly. " You will do very wrong if you wait here till they come." " Why ?"" For the sake of your wife and children." " Ah ! the kids and my wife !"" You are right, mademoiselle. It's they that take the courage out of a man and make him run away." " It is poor bravery," said Florence sadly, " that makes a man risk prison and a trial." " Do you suppose they would punish me for a blow given in the height of a dispute ?"" A cut with a knife, Pavell." " If I had wanted to kill him, I'd have knocked his brains out with this." Here he drew out of his bag a heavy hammer which he used to knock off masses of slate, and added a gesture as a demonstration to his reasoning. " I had this thing about me, and I take my oath that, if I had struck Claudine on the head with it, he would never have had another headache." He had risen, he had made one step forward, just as Monsieur de Monterey had done that very morning, and with a flourish of his arm he made the hammer whistle through the air. It was terrible to look at him. Florence and Roger both turned pale. She was thinking of the scene in the Bois de Boulogne, of the murder of which, with such frightful injustice, men had accused her father. Roger was remembering the mad anger of his own father. The hammer had evoked terrible memories. Pavell was quite proud of his attitude. Possibly he had been drinking since he heard that he was discharged. His wife had given a sharp cry, as if she saw before her what had passed the previous evening, that for which all night she had wept bitterly. The children had got up from the ashes on the hearth and had drawn near the table. " Now you see for yourselves," continued Pavell, satisfied with the dramatic effect he had produced, " that I could not have wanted to kill him, for I kept this hammer in my belt, and I only struck him with a thing I happened to have in my hand." " That was too much," said Florence. " Yes, I know it was. But what would you have ? We had been drinking and playing cards. He had cheated me. I knew I should raise a storm if I went home with empty pockets on pay day. He mocked me. Ah ! card playing makes a man wicked. One is not responsible. You cannot understand how that can be, mademoiselle, but Monsieur de Monterey here, he can understand it, I am sure." Why did he turn to Roger ? Why did Roger fancy sarcasm in what he said, a hidden meaning ? Why did the poor fellow suddenly remember words he had heard his mother speak as she wept when his father came home very late at night, or when he did not come home at all ? And Florence, moved herself, did she guess that her companion was moved also ? She hastened to say :" Gambling and drink are no excuses, Pavell." " I think they are, mademoiselle, for they are all the same as diseases. In my right mind I never should have thought of striking a blow at Claudine, nor of getting back from him what he had won from me, for I am not a thief.
No, no, the proof of that is that when I saw him down, I never thought of robbing him. It sobered me.' Florence with difficulty controlled her trembling limbs. She saw, as in a vision, a man lying bloody on the earth, and another man leaning over him, and without compunction robbing him. She said pleadingly, ' Do not risk having to give these reasons to your judges. You had much better let this affair die out, if you love your wife and children.' ' And I do love them,' said Pavll, sitting down again. ' Don't I, Mariette ?'' Yes,' said his wife, ' when you are in your right senses.' Florence drew out of her basket a sealed letter. ' Here, Pavll,' she said, ' here is a letter of recommendation for you to Monsieur Grobet at Fumay. My mother asks him to take you on at once. He will take you because he has great confidence in my mother. She has told him that you are a good workman. Do not let him think she has said what was not true. Now leave at once. Your wife and the little ones cannot go on foot. Leave them here. When you have got a place for them, let us know. We will undertake to get them to you. Till then, Madame de Monterey will take your wife into the chateau, and if you cannot leave her any money, never mind.' Pavll had grown crimson with shame, emotion, and remorse. All the good that was left in him rose to the surface. To see this young lady, so kind, yet so resolute, awed him and subdued his pride. He passed the back of his hand across his eyes. ' Thank you, mademoiselle,' he said vehemently. ' You must thank your mother and Madame de Monterey. I am not altogether a bad man. You are right. I have been a good workman. I will be so again. There are masters who would have called in the constables. I might have been carried off to Givet, and who knows, at the next assizes, but that some of those fellows have all their notions cut and dried. As Claudine got off cheap, maybe they would have let me off cheap as well as he. Maybe I shouldn't have got more than 15 years. That's what they give, isn't it, when they dare not quite say not guilty? Ah, hang it! 15 years would have been too much for poor Pavll. I should have killed myself. You have kept my wife from being a widow, and my little ones from being orphans. I don't know if Mariette is glad of it, but I am glad for her sake and the kids.' At this point he was much moved by his own politeness and eloquence. Florence, as she heard him speak of 15 years in the galleys as the measure of the forbearance of a jury, and tell of what would have been his own despair had such a sentence been pronounced on him, thought of the suicide of one who had been innocent, and of the widow and child who had mourned him 15 years. Pavell's wife now drew near the table. Florence went on talking to her about breaking up housekeeping, and reiterated the assurances and the advice with which she had been charged. When she had finished her errand, she leaned over the children, gave a kiss to the cheek of the little boy, and looked earnestly in the little girl's face, as if it were a deep mirror in which she could see the reflection of her own life at a time long passed away. Roger had stood by thoughtful and silent, a spectator of this scene. He would not take part in it. Florence had said all that was to be said with force and grace. He had seized more readily than he had been prepared to expect all the analogies that reopened old wounds in the heart of the daughter of Jean Mortier. And he had also been struck by the strange likeness between this workman, a fast liver, quarrelsome, violent, weak, nervous, and ailing, capable of committing a murder in a fit of anger, and the man of the world in whose name he was being discharged for fear of being obliged to deliver him up to the gendarmes. Pavell, observing that he was an object of attention to Roger, said sadly, though half as a joke, " However much you may look at me, Monsieur de Monterey, you will not find out that I differ from other men. Men get to be considered wretches and murderers and monsters. They don't know how, why all the time they love their wives and children, and wouldn't do harm to anybody whatever. So you see, monsieur, that respectable people and employers never ought to be too proud. I am not speaking of Monsieur de Monterey. I am speaking in general. One never knows but that some fit of anger, or a glass too much, may put any man in one moment down lower than a common vagabond. See here, here's a boy I'd undertake to shed my blood for. Well, last evening when I came home, when I had just struck that unlucky blow, He had such a startling look about him as he stared at me that I went into a passion. I picked up a stick, and I should have thrashed him, if his mother had not flung herself before me and stopped me. That sobered me, and I begged his pardon. Didn't I, you little kid? You see, I am not really a cruel man." When Roger heard all this, he had great difficulty in refraining from hiding his face in his hands. Had not he, too, by his frightened looks, roused the bad conscience of his own father? A feeling of pity made him hold out his hand to Pavell. " You are right," he said. " You are not a bad man, Pavell. But try to leave off going to the drinking saloon, and give up liquor and playing cards." " I will try. Monsieur de Monterey. You are not so hard on a man as your father. At your age you understand something about wild oats. Was your father never young in his day? Does any man of fashion in Paris keep clear of the gaming table?" Roger was most uncomfortable. Florence was at the door, attended by Madame Pavell. She was waiting for her escort. He rejoined her, and both, turning round as they walked out of the house, said an almost inaudible good by, and left a gleam of brightness in the sad place by their smiles and tender pity. " What a lovely pair of innocents !" sighed Madame Pavell. " You had better say what a handsome pair of lovers," said her husband. " They will make a charming couple." " Never. Monsieur de Monterey is too much of an aristocrat to let his son marry the daughter of Madame Mortier." " Why not ?"" Because they are made for each other, and it is not the fashion among rich people to be influenced by that kind of thing." At a little distance from the cottage the forced smiles of both Florence and Roger faded away. Florence put her hands before her eyes. She was crying. Roger gently drew her hands away. He held them tightly in his own, and stooping down to look into her face, said, " Why do you want me not to see that you are crying ? Never mind me. I should like to do the same thing." " But I am told not to cry." " Told not ? By whom ?"" By mamma. She scolds me when she thinks me weak. I kept back my tears before those poor creatures in the cottage, but that was all I could do. If you only knew ! It seemed to bring back all that sad story of 15 years ago. I fancied that sorrowful little girl grieving she did not know for what. Was myself. I remembered so many things." " And I, too," replied Roger, " was only this morning face to face with my father, like Pavell's little boy when he threatened him with a beating." Then both were silent, and they hastened their steps to get out of the village. When they had regained the plateau and were in the meadow, Florence stopped a moment and took off her straw hat, that the sun might dry the moisture on her forehead, and drinking in courage in the fresh air, she said cheerily :" Now we must have some luncheon. Are you hungry ?"" Hungry enough to eat anything you give me." They looked round for some shade. It was noon, the sun was high. A grove of trees, an outpost of the forest, was at a little distance. When there, Florence drew her provisions from her basket. Had she expected to have an unusual appetite, or had she provided for a possible companion ? The provident little housekeeper had luncheon sufficient for a tete a tete. How often before had they made little feasts together in the open air ! But this remembrance of their childhood did not make this one lively. It had a certain seriousness caused by what had passed in the cottage of Pavell, and it was almost with gravity, or at least with considerable restrained emotion, that they sat down upon the grass to break bread. " Do you think Pavell will ever reform ?" asked Florence, as she helped Roger. " I cannot tell. His children are so small as yet that they will not shame him into good behavior." That answer seemed to surprise Jean Mortier's daughter. She resumed :" He seems really fond of his wife." Roger, at these words, saw a phantom, shadowy and soft, that seemed his mother's spirit. " If he loves her, he will make her suffer much," he said. " She is a brave woman, but she has not enough spirit or will," said Florence. " Poor woman, her husband got away from her at first, and when she tried to hold him in it was too late. She must have had great courage to sit up for him night after night. Yes, yes, I understand it all. I can see how she sat weeping and hiding her tears from her children." As Roger said this, he closed his eyes a moment, lest a tear should fall. Florence did not want him to be sad. She had spoken of another woman's bravery. She wanted to exercise her own. Do you think," she said, touching his arm, "that when I am your wife, I shall not know everything you think or do? Do you suppose you could ever hide anything from me?" "Yes, I think I could." "Oh, you naughty boy. I do not say, love, that I should, but I say it would be possible. My mother tells me otherwise. She has brought me up in that belief." "Your mother—" Roger could not help saying this with a sad smile. Florence perceived a moment's doubt which had reference to the great misfortune of her life. Her delicacy of feeling toward her parents would not let her notice it, but she added, "Your mother thinks so too, for she wants to see Madame Pavell and give her some advice." "My mother does." This time the exclamation was a cry, and the smile on Roger's lips was more forced than ever. Florence thought she ought to defend Madame de Monterey more boldly, and said, "What a bad son!" "Oh, I revere my mother, as you know, as much as you can love or respect yours. But let us adore and pity both of them as victims. Do not let us appeal to their married experience, which has led them through sufferings without being able to hinder misfortune." Florence became very pale. She let fall the bread she was lifting to her lips, and gave a sudden cry. "Roger!" He went on, for his heart was very full. "Forgive me, dearest Florence, if I touch a wound, which indeed, if I could, I would heal with kisses. But it is because it is best that I should open my whole soul to you that I speak. If you only knew what sad recollections this visit seems to have awakened in my mind. Your mother bears a heavy weight of sorrow, but does my mother often smile? You mourn for your father. I mourn for mine. Pavell is like both of them. My father was a gambler once, I know. He ruined himself by high play. And yours—" Florence sprang to her feet and stood up before Roger, towering over him. Her head was uncovered. Her face shone out under the shadow of the trees. "My father," she cried with a ring in her voice, "was neither a gambler nor a murderer." Roger was stupefied by this protest. "Forgive me," he said eagerly. But Florence replied in the same tone, "I have nothing to forgive, for you know nothing about it." "What matters it, sister? It all took place so long ago." Florence shook her head with an energy he had never seen in her before. "Your sister, yes, but your wife never, so long as this error places between us a suicide, a sentence, and a murder. Your father will never consent to accept me as his daughter, and he is right, so long as you can only tell him of your love and of your sorrow. Your mother would be more indulgent. I have always believed that in secret, at the bottom of her heart, she believes as we do. I have never dared to question her, but my heart tells me so. There is something in her kisses that seems to make me feel it. She knows, as my mother and I do, that my father was innocent. Why did she never give you the same conviction?" "I never spoke to her upon the subject." "Nor have you ever spoken of it to me. But now we must speak. You love me notwithstanding, do you not? Do you doubt it? And you want to take the daughter of the suicide, the man sentenced to the galleys, for your wife?" "Yes." "And if I were to swear to you that my father was innocent, would you believe me?" "Yes," said Roger. Florence smiled when he made this answer, but her smile did not alter the hard look in her eyes. She received his assurance as a proof of his great love, not as any proof of his persuasion. "I do not want your regard for me to convert you to my belief," she said. "Your conscience is ready to sacrifice itself to me, and I refuse that sacrifice. Listen, my Roger. I want to be your wife without reserve, as my mother was the wife of the good man who offered up his life. Will you give me something for my marriage portion?" There was a noble ardor in her eyes. Eyes, lips, and cheeks sparkled as she addressed him. Roger took her hands and pressed them to his lips. It was alike his answer and his vow. "Well, then, you must give me back the good name of my father." "How?" "Alas, I know not. We must seek out the way." "We shall find it. He was innocent. I say so before God. I know he was. I heard him bid me adieu. I can see his last smile. And besides, my mother, who knew his every thought, has so often told me so. His suicide proves nothing. He killed himself because by a great wrong he was utterly cast down. because he had suffered more than he could bear. Men who commit crimes are cowards. They cling to life, and hope to escape punishment. But my father was indignant, and preferred death to shame. You heard just now what Pavll said, who, after all, is not so bad a man, that he would not survive a sentence which he probably far more than my father has deserved. Listen. I have thought about it a great deal. I felt sure you would help me. I've been wishing to speak to you about it this long while. I meant to do so this evening. Our visit to Pavll has decided me. Prove my father to be innocent, and I will be your wife in spite of everything. You would be my wife without that. No, I would not. If Monsieur de Monterey should consent, I would not. It is not pride, believe me. It is my wish to owe this greatest of all happinesses to you. I want you to find for me the truth. I want to take it as a gift from you. It would never seem quite true, quite real, if you believed it on my word. When you have done this, we must be married. There can be no other obstacle, and if they oppose us still—" She stopped short. Her lips, touched with fire within her that till now she had always repressed, and which now glowed for the first time, trembled. She leaned forward, almost falling into Roger's arms, but she recovered herself in a moment, and said, with a child's confiding smile, " But they will let us be married, will they not? Let us only think of that now." " I will do all that you tell me to do," said Roger, rising and pressing her in his arms. But under his readiness to agree to what she asked there was a secret hesitation. His love was forced to overbear his reason. Florence either did not perceive, or feigned not to perceive, the doubt she was beginning to uproot, but which was there still. " Since you cannot stay here without openly opposing your father," she said, " go to Paris, Roger. There is in Paris, is there not, some place where they keep documents relating to trials? Any one who wishes can see them, I believe, and can examine them. Examine them yourself. Ponder over them. I will explain to you the points that must be cleared up. My mother has often told me that they did not examine witnesses enough. But you know that poor people cannot do much to direct their counsel, nor to prompt lawyers in a cross-examination. Your father was the only one of those gentlemen, members of the club, who supped on the night of the murder at the same table with our cousin, who deposed to what he knew. But he did not know much, and besides, mamma thinks the lawyers did not want to question the gentlemen who were present at that supper too closely, lest it should throw too much light on their bad habits. They thought they knew enough. Your father was as anxious to help us as he could be. He did all in his power to save my father. At that time I know he would have sworn that my father was a man falsely accused. But since then, somehow, he has gone over to the same opinion as the jury. And yet we have been here 15 years. Monsieur de Monterey has tried his best to reconcile his respect for the verdict with his own convictions. We must not blame him, dear, if he has been vacillating, for you yourself, up to this moment, in spite of loving my mother and me, have shared, have you not, in the general prejudice? Did you not, just now, this very instant, nay, even still, do you not hesitate to believe my father innocent? I do believe that he was innocent, and I will prove it. Ah, thank you, Roger. Do not thank me. I am selfish. Shall I not be laboring to rescue the memory of your father, who will be my father? Ah, if I had only known it, I might have asked you this a year ago." "And then, perhaps, we should have been married these 6 months," Roger answered, "for I defy my father to say no when I say to him, 'Your feelings led you right at first. You were right during the trial. Monsieur Jean Mortier was unjustly sentenced, and we must all do honor to his memory. Yes, you are right. My father is not really unkind. I remember when I was a little boy that he did not get angry nearly so often as he does now. He was very fond of me. He loves me still. His ill health has altered him, and, I dare say, besides, the anxiety that grew out of this sad story may have told upon him. Yes, I am sure that story has something to do with his present state. Who knows, Florence, but that in rehabilitating your father's memory I may cure my own?" Roger as may be seen, was borne away by a mysterious, instinctive course of reasoning. He was exaggerating the possible results of the step he had pledged himself to take. He was excited over the idea of proving the innocence of Jean Mortier, and he was perfectly sincere now in his professed belief. He would have been willing to swear Jean Mortier was not guilty, so greatly had the sudden vision of all the happy things that would follow the establishment of his innocence added deliciously to the generous enthusiasm born of his love. " I will set out this very evening," he said, shaking off a slight shade of melancholy which had come over him as he uttered his last words. " Don't go till to morrow," replied Florence softly and pleadingly. " We have seen so little of each other, and besides, I will give you some hints. I will ask your mother to tell me." " No, no," she cried, " let us surprise her by our discovery. She too, dear Roger, must have her opposition overcome. Let us keep our secret till it shines out gloriously. But it will be difficult not to tell my mother why I am so soon going away, especially as it is to fulfill a duty that we know she will approve." " Oh, telling your mother is different," said Florence, after a moment's hesitation. " She will understand it all and keep the secret. I love your mother dearly. There is a sort of understanding between us. But I never have had any explanation with her either about my father or about us two. Yet I have noticed that she is always ready to go to church on those sad anniversaries when I go there to pray. She sees me weep, and she weeps too. And when we come out of the church she has a way of comforting me by letting me see that she too is sorry. So I know that we shall make her happy when there is nothing to part us — nothing, nothing evermore." " Besides," said Roger, " she might help us. If I want to get some point cleared up by my father, I can get it through her. Ah ! my dear mother, I can hide nothing from you. It pained me not to tell her of our love, but I thought it right to begin by speaking to my father, taking the hardest task first, and I was wrong. No, for his opposition has decided you to serve me. I did not need that motive. If you had asked me sooner —"" Alas !" said Florence with a smile, " sometimes I dreamed I should not have to ask you, that you would undertake this championship of your own accord. That would have been too great a happiness, too great a proof of your affection." " And on my part," said Roger frankly, " I was dreaming of giving you a proof of love that might be greater still. Yes, by taking for your wife the daughter of a man convicted of murder. Oh, what wilfulness, what pride ! No, no, dear, you must be resigned to have it otherwise. I must be your equal in this matter of my father's honor. In other things there are plenty of inequalities already between us." Roger looked so genuinely astonished at this speech, he so little comprehended what she meant by inequalities, that Florence, who by nature passed suddenly from sadness to merriment, and who, like all true simple souls, never liked to linger long on subjects of mere feeling, and whose heart was brimming over with joyousness, gave way to a burst of merry laughter. " I am talking nonsense, trying to explain what has no need of explanation," she said. " You love me, I love you, we love each other. That is all we really need to give us strength to do our duty. It is all that is of any consequence. Let us agree to speak no more about obstacles to our being man and wife, dear little brother, and let us think only of Him who has waited for our help these 15 years. His blessing must be the first to rest upon us. It will ensure us all the rest." As Florence had begun this speech, she showed her white teeth as she laughed merrily, but she ended it with a grave smile on her lips, and her eyes wore a look which seemed to make a gleam from heaven fall on the daisies in the grass on which they were sitting. The little feast was finished. They fancied they had lunched heartily because they could eat nothing more, but half the provisions remained. Florence crumbled up the bread, and as they left the grove of trees, which seemed to form a little temple, she flung them, as a boy swings incense, to the birds. Then, with a full and happy heart, she took Roger's arm, and both re entered the grounds of Artois in peace and silence. But the sun shone brighter above their heads. They stepped on their own shadows, and, so far as they could see, no shadow stole behind them. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of For 15 Years by Louis Ulbach. Translated by Elizabeth Wormeley Latimer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9.
The White Parlor. I said that the Chateau de la Haupoire consisted of two detached buildings. This unusual arrangement, which any one who owned the place could have easily remedied by a gallery or conservatory built up between the two pavilions, had, as I said before, a good deal to do with the choice of the place by its present owners. Gaston, though obliged to submit to Madame Mortier's presence at meal times, could easily keep out of her way at other hours in the day, thanks to this arrangement. But there was one room on the ground floor of that part of the building occupied by the family of de Monterey which was fitted up as a large parlor, and was the favorite sitting room with Madame Emilienne, partly because it placed her immediately underneath the bedchamber of Gaston. It was there that, as manager, she settled her accounts, there she received the overseers, there she kept her ledgers and her journals and her safe. She had, from the beginning, gently but firmly refused to have her office in the same part of the building as her own apartments. She had even said, with a bitter laugh, that the money and the papers and the books might be safer in a part of the house where men slept rather than in a part where there were only women. This room had served for many years as Roger's and Florence's schoolroom. There they studied together, there they played together when the weather was foul. Madame Emilienne kept her eye upon them as she sat at her desk or sewed, and Gabrielle found herself in that room on ground more favorable than elsewhere to kindly relations with Madame Mortier, and more exempt from the necessity of making those little efforts at politeness which she felt obligatory in the drawing-room. This room hardly seemed to belong to the chateau. It was half workroom, half parlor, or rather it was a central point in the household, alike yet different from any other room in the house, for every member of the family left behind on entering it something that made him or her uncomfortable elsewhere. They leaned back in easy attitudes as they sewed. They greeted each other familiarly, oblivious of etiquette. They stood, if they came in only for a few minutes, they came there to refresh their spirits. It was entered from the front by two glass doors which opened on the garden. Another door opened on, or more correctly speaking, shut it off from the salon. If used, its opening and its closing might have disturbed Monsieur de Monterey, who sometimes went to sleep in the drawing-room, or people passing through it might have come in his way. Gaston had made it a rule that he would never set foot in this white parlor. It was too ugly, he said, too ill-furnished to please him. Nothing would have annoyed him more than to give him a full view of it. Gaston, if he really avoided it because he thought it ugly, would have shown very bad taste. It was decidedly the most attractive room in the chateau, with its French windows, curtained with gray stamped linen, with its wainscoted walls tinted a soft gray, with elegant moldings, and each panel covered with plans of the quarry and the forest, with its office furniture in painted wood, its great oak tables where the children wrote or drew, with its armchairs of the style of Louis XVI, covered with pale yellow velvet, with its chimney ornaments, a clock in white marble with the sun resting on a portico, and two marble vases set in beautiful moldings of copper. With its great neatness and its abundance of light, this room had a charm, a look of hospitality and loving kindness which made everyone feel at ease there. Roger, in his earlier days, had set up all his artist's belongings in it, his easel and his box of colors. An unfinished picture he had left had remained for a year daily in sight of Florence, who in another window had her corner for embroidery. Madame Emilienne's place was marked by a closed ledger on the middle of the center table. Gabrielle was the only one who had no particular seat. When she got tired of sitting alone in that quiet, busy room, she would place herself beside anyone she could help in any way, and if she could help no one, she would walk about, adding her own sweet sadness to the calm serenity of the scene. Once on a time the room had been a billiard room. Monsieur de Monterey, who had never at any time been fond of billiards, had the table taken away. A closet with a door of carved openwork, which had once been a receptacle for the cues, the balls, and other properties of the billiard table, had been promoted to the dignity of a bookcase. Books of travel, reviews, and a few works on art were sufficient for the casual reading that was sometimes begun but never finished in this apartment. Instead of the two hanging lamps that formerly were suspended over the green billiard table, Gabrielle had put up a beautiful glass chandelier, a treasure discovered in an old mansion at Fumay. It gave light only during the day, for the room was not used at night, when the sun shone on its long, dangling prisms and threw sparkles of colored light over the ceiling. A great white vase, which Florence always kept filled with flowers, was the liveliest thing in this charming apartment, where conversation was never loud, that it might not be out of harmony with its surroundings. Who has not seen, at least in fancy, such a family sitting room, where nothing speaks of luxury or restraint, where the space is as unrestricted as the talk, where we feel soon at home, where the heart expands, where thought comes easily, because everything seems propitious to thinking, where people work or chat or even weep, a place at once for tears or smiles? This room was called the White Parlor. It had given itself its name. It could not have been called anything else. It was this room that Roger and Florence entered when they came back from their walk. They found there Madame Emilienne leaning against the table in the middle of the room, her eyebrows contracted into a frown and her arms crossed. She was thinking. Florence flung her hat in an armchair and went up to her mother eagerly to receive her kiss upon her forehead. "Are you alone?" she said. The question was an apology for having left her mother. She reproached herself for being late. She knew it was not good for Madame Emilienne to be alone. "Yes," was the reply. "I've been alone all the morning." She looked at Roger as she said this. "Has not my mother been down to luncheon?" said he. "No, nor Monsieur de Monterey. I hear he is quite unwell this morning. Did you not know it?" "No," stammered Roger, who blushed as if he were telling what was not true. "Well, you need not be alarmed, for he is better. I sent just now to inquire of your mother. She returned me an answer which made me sure he was doing well." "Is she in my father's room?" "No, I heard her go into her own. You will find her there." "Thank you, madame." Roger squeezed Florence's hand and made a little bow to Madame Emilienne as he left the room. "Why did you carry off Roger in that way?" asked the widow, when she and her daughter were left alone. "Was I wrong, mamma?" "That depends. It was wrong if he were disobeying his father." "Oh," replied the girl with a short laugh, "no one has forbidden him yet to go walking with me." "Something has been forbidden, and you know of it. I am certain he has told you." Florence, in her turn, felt a blush overspread her face, and in a low voice, and looking down, she said softly, "Roger did not tell me what passed between him and his father. I only saw that he was sad, and it troubled me. He asked leave to go with me, and I told him he might come." "Did you not guess the reason of the quarrel between father and son?" Florence did not blush this time, nor did she turn pale, nor did she look down. She said simply, "Yes, mamma, I did." "What did you say to Roger?" "That he must be brave and wait, as I shall do." "Wait for what?" "For what we have long waited for — the truth." "Ah!" replied Emilienne through her teeth, with a gesture of despondency. "We have waited for it 15 years. You may die unmarried before that time comes." "Well, then, mamma, I will die an old maid." Emilienne squeezed her daughter's hand convulsively to restrain the impulse of kissing her. "And yet, my poor child, I know you love him." "Oh, yes, mamma, it is that that gives me courage." "I was wrong to keep you here. I was wrong to bring you here. When you both came in together just now, I was thinking we had better go away." "Why so? Roger is going." "Ah, is he really going away?" "Yes." "But he will come back, and his being gone does not change the situation. His father will blame us for his absence. His mother will grieve over it. We do harm here, uselessly." "If you think so, let us go, mamma." Emilienne smiled. "You are saying to yourself that he will find us out wherever we are, and that away from this place it will seem easier to you to dream your dreams. No, I shall say to myself that absence cannot separate us, and that if you think it is not ungrateful to leave this chateau to give up the slate quarry, for they could never get anyone to fill your place." Emilienne's smile now became sarcastic. "Ungrateful," she said, as if speaking to herself. "It is true that that is what people will say of us. We shall appear ungrateful, and they are considered generous. I shall have no remorse in leaving them. I have fully paid for all I have received here. I have gained for them more money than they have spent on me. They were half ruined when we came. I have made them rich." "Madame de Monterey," said Florence, "is so kind." This remark was not a logical reply to what Madame Emilienne was saying to herself, but it was well timed. "Yes," said Emilienne, still with her strange smile, "she is no doubt very kind. But if I went away and promised her at parting that she should never hear of us again, she would probably be very much obliged to me." Florence, who had no knowledge of her mother's secret thoughts, looked at her with surprise and some alarm. "I cannot think so," she said softly. "You have good reasons for not thinking so. It has been all my fault, and I must pay the penalty. I have been weak. 15 years ago I dreaded poverty for your sake. I feared to die before my work was finished, and to leave you, an orphan child, friendless in the world. I did not think then that this life would last for 15 years. 15 years! That surely is enough. Your father would now be liberated. Ah, we cannot bring him out of prison. We have suffered too much from appearances that mislead public opinion to mind exposing ourselves to the reproach of mercenary views." But who could think us mercenary? Florence had as brave a spirit as her mother. After one cry of protest, she went on in a low voice, laying both her hands on her mother's arms and forcing her to look her straight in the eyes. "Confess, dear mother," she said, "between ourselves, that it is no new idea to you that Roger might wish to marry me." "I own it. I was very wrong. I have had that idea. I have always had it, for my part. For 15 years I have never concealed from you that I loved him." "Yes, but you showed me also that you were a girl of spirit, of strong will, and of good courage." "I have given you proof." "That you are proud of your name that has a stain upon it." "I am proud of it still." "Can you not picture to yourself the cruel things that Monsieur de Monterey, no doubt, said about us when he refused his consent to Roger?" "Yes, mamma." "Can you overlook them? I cannot blame those who know not the truth." Emilienne was at that moment strongly tempted to confide the secret anguish of her soul to Florence, to let her see her torture for 15 years, and to exclaim, "The truth! Ah, they know it better than we!" But she was afraid of the effects of such a blow. She was a jealous guardian of her secret. She had suffered under it too many years not to feel a certain pride in her continued martyrdom. She answered, therefore, "Well, then, we may consider it settled, and that Roger is going away at once, this evening." "No, to morrow evening. You think that night may bring good counsel?" "Who knows? You foolish children." Then Madame Emilienne questioned her daughter as to the errand she had been sent upon, but she now appeared to regret that she had assisted Pavell to get employment under another master. She blamed herself for not having sent at once for the gendarmes. Perhaps it was time still. Anyhow, the quarrymen were coming to the chateau to ask justice for Monsieur de Monterey. Florence, bewildered by this change of purpose, spoke of Pavell's wife and Pavell's little children. "I will invite them to stay here." Why should the wife leave her husband? What, a gambler and a homicide? Ah, mamma, I am wrong to have any pity on such people. Now you are talking just like Monsieur de Monterey. Like him? How can you keep Pavell's wife and little children here without the consent of Monsieur de Monterey? Emilienne drew herself up. "We have stayed here without his consent for 15 years. We, the wife and daughter of a man convicted of a murder, a suicide." Florence put both hands over her mother's mouth. "Hush, hush, mamma. You pain me so when you talk thus. When I say bitter things, it is because I suffer, and today I am suffering beyond my strength. But why? Because I am caught in my own net, because I have risked a new misfortune in letting you love Roger. Was it not enough to have brought our terrible fate upon ourselves by my love for your dead father? Comfort yourself, mamma. Something tells me to hope that all will yet be well. To hope? Oh, my poor darling, what can we hope for? Shall we hope for the truth? It will come too late. It will only bring us fresh sorrows. What sorrows could the truth bring us if my father's innocence were acknowledged, were made known? Acknowledged, yes, but known? If it were cried aloud from the roof of this chateau, cried over all France, over the whole world, it would not give him back again. No, but his honor? Florence said this like a Roman. Her mother looked at her with admiration and pity. Poor little thing, she said. So you are thinking about honor? Of honor first of all. Yes, that saved, and all else will be lost forever. Emilienne's words were an enigma to her daughter. Emilienne saw that they were, from the astonishment on Florence's face. She kissed her and said, "Now go away, my child. I must settle some accounts. Work makes me forget. It calms me. I don't know what I am saying." Florence went away, half regretting that she had not told her mother of the plan she had proposed to Roger. Emilienne, as she sat down before the carved oak table in the white parlor, and opened her great ledger, thought to herself, "This matter of Pavell's may be turned to account. It gives me the opportunity of putting M. de Monterey to a last test. I will see how he treats an attempt at murder that has followed a night of cards." She looked through one of the glass windows. "Are they never coming?" she cried. "Coming that I may unmask him? This is the time they said that they would be here. The man I hear moving overhead will have to come down into this room, have to receive them, have to hear them, have to pronounce sentence, all before me. Ah, he had better be upon his guard." End of chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of For 15 Years by Louis Ulbach. Translated by Elizabeth Wormeley Latimer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. Farewells. Roger found his mother in her own little sitting room, lying back upon a sofa, her head upon a cushion, her hair tumbled, though it had not escaped from the comb, and in that dreamless state of repose which sometimes comes over the bravest when all their courage has been exhausted, and they resign themselves into nature's hands until they rally their strength. She did not hear the door open. She did not see her son walk up to her. Her eyes were not closed, but yet they did not see. She was vacantly gazing at the ceiling. She seemed like a caged bird, which at first, stupefied by its captivity, afterward beats frantically against the bars and makes one final effort to escape before resigning itself to death, which will follow its loss of the free air and the blue heavens. She lay upon her couch like a graven image of lost happiness, weary but not vanquished, her physical feebleness forcing her to seek repose. It was sad to see her as she lay there in her quiet bravery, her secret self unmasked, her misery made more pitiful by the very luxury by which she was surrounded. Roger, the affectionate son, the artist, and the lover, felt as he looked upon her almost as if he understood her hidden life, though he knew not all her story. He felt that he saw before him a woman who had had all her tender graces roughly trampled on, who had suffered as a mother, who had been humbled as a wife, and who was lying there now, trying to recover strength that she might go back into the battle with but little hope, and yet a spirit too courageous and self-sacrificing to invoke death to deliver her. Roger, with his heart full of pity and veneration, approached his mother softly. He knelt beside her sofa, and taking her hand, which hung down, he raised it tenderly to his lips. Madame de Monterey did not stir, but her son's caress sent new life into her veins and recalled her to herself. She whispered softly, "Is this you, my child? Where have you been?" "I went with Florence to see Pavell." "You did right. I was afraid you had gone away." "Oh, you mistrustful mother." Gabrielle observed that Roger did not say he was not going away. She moved a little and raised her head. "Have you come to say good-bye to me?" she said. "Oh, I don't leave so soon." "What difference does that make? You are going." Roger put 2 or 3 kisses on his mother's hand, and struggling to command his own voice, said, "Indeed, I must go." Gabrielle roused herself, sat up, and tried to be brave. "If I told you to stay, would you disobey me? No, I do not order you. I never have ordered you. You were wrong, my child, not to have told me this morning what you intended to do. Your father never likes to have things exploded on him. I would have warned him, prepared him. You are both of you willful, but both kind at heart, and you both love me. He loves you, Roger, only he is not always responsible for his nerves. He cannot think of you as anything but a boy still. It is only I who as yet have felt the pang of seeing you a man passing beyond me. We won't speak of what you had better not tell me. I know all your wishes, my boy, and if your happiness depended upon me, I would give it to you this moment. But we must keep up your father's authority. He is not quite so resolute as you think. After all, Roger, you are very young. You might wait a little longer without going away from me." "I have decided to wait, dear mother." "Really and truly?" "Really and truly," replied Roger with a gleam of hope and almost of gaiety. "Ah, will you really stay with me?" Roger was embarrassed. He was still upon his knees. He took his mother in his arms. "I shall come back soon," he said with a coaxing smile. "That means that you are really going." "Yes, but I shall soon be back again. And next time I come home it will be to ask you to give your blessing to both your children. Oh, then my father will have no objection to make. You will see it will be all right then, darling mother." Gabrielle shook her head incredulously. Roger went on with an emotion which was no longer half piety, half pity, but which was a foretaste of the joy of a great triumph. He spoke slowly to make his words more penetrative, more persuasive. "Don't you think that everybody here would be made of one mind in one moment if I brought home proofs of the innocence of Monsieur Jean Mortier?" Madame de Monterey slid away from her son's arms, sprang from her couch, and stood up at her full height before him. She had the self-command to refrain from screaming. For 15 years she had expected this, but she could not prevent herself from becoming very pale, nor from looking at her son with a sort of wild astonishment which she could ill disguise. Then she fell back on her couch breathless. "Is that what is taking you away?" she cried. Roger could not understand what moved her, but he wanted to comfort her first of all. "Yes," he said, putting his arm around her waist again, and almost laying his head in her lap. "I have promised Florence to go to Paris. I have promised her not to sulk nor to grieve, but to go to the Record Office and get the reports of the trial. One of my friends, who is a young lawyer, will help me. Between us, we shall make the most minute inquiries. It seems that they did not put in all the evidence. Florence has made me believe that he was not guilty as strongly as she does. There has been some great iniquity committed somewhere. All its consequences cannot be now repaired, but it will be a great thing for those who have suffered so terribly to have this conviction proved an error. Imagine the happiness of poor Madame Mortier, the gratitude of Florence, the satisfaction of my father, and your own." Gabrielle, horrified, murmured, "You will never succeed." "Then we shall see. I am sure I shall succeed. You must wish me success, darling mother." "I?" "Yes, you. Florence feels certain that you believe in her father's innocence." Gabrielle dared not tell an untruth. She made a slight sound. Roger thought it was assent. "Yes, I know you believe in that poor man's innocence. My father believed in it too at first, and he did all he could to impress that belief upon the jury. Acknowledge, dear mamma, that you would never have brought Monsieur Mortier's widow into your house if you had not felt sure that her husband was innocent." "Why should not I? Do you think I have no charity?" "Oh, there was more in this step than mere charity. You sympathized with her. You shared her sorrows. You will not dare to tell me that you had not something in your mind when you brought Florence here to be my sister, something that makes you willing now that she should be my wife. How will you answer me now?" Roger grew eager, partly because he wanted to rouse his mother, who lay shivering and trembling in his arms. He smiled at her with glittering eyes. Gabrielle felt as if something cold were creeping over her flesh, something clammy and invisible which tightened round her like the folds of a serpent. She tried to rid herself of it, but she dreaded to betray herself by her gestures or her words. "Suppose you fail," she said with panting breath. "I think that is impossible. You don't understand how it all was. The affair was very mysterious. I shall clear up the mystery." At this moment a suspicion came into the mind of Madame de Monterey. The blow that struck her was so direct, so terrible, that she fancied it must have come from the hand of her enemy. "You have got the idea of doing this," she cried, "from Madame Emilienne." "No, indeed, the idea came from Florence," replied Roger frankly. Gabrielle made a gesture of unbelief. Roger, who wished to share all the honors of his great project with Florence, went on. "I assure you, we made the plan this morning ourselves. Nobody knows anything about it. Florence does not want me to say one word to her mother, nor to let her suspect anything. Poor Madame Emilienne has ceased to expect that anything more can be done to establish the innocence of her husband. But when I bring her the good news, she will be so glad that I feel certain she will open her arms to me and accept me as her son. She is unwilling now because she feels the disgrace that has fallen on her name. She will hold out against us till that disgrace is done away." Gabrielle looked down and closed her eyes for a few moments. Her brain whirled. She had always expected that some day punishment would overtake the guilty. She had made herself accessory, after the commission of the crime, that she might share its expiation, but she had never expected that the hand of retribution would be that of her son. It was she who, by giving Roger his straightforward honesty, by cultivating his native kindliness, by permitting the development of his disinterested love for Florence, had armed him against herself and her husband. What should she do now? How could she make him change his purpose without rousing his suspicions? Could she, in any event, turn him aside? "It is a childish project," she said, trying to smile, though her lips trembled. "You neither of you know how difficult such an inquiry would be. It would be impossible to break up the past. The witnesses you have to examine are all dead, or gone, or scattered. They have forgotten all about it. Do you suppose they would let you look over the documents in the case just to gratify your curiosity?" "Don't say my curiosity. It would be my duty." "You think that that word duty gives you a right to do everything. My boy, I know all about duty." "I do not mean for one moment to lessen its obligations. But is it your duty to the law to make out that it has been guilty of an error? The verdict has been confirmed by the poor man's suicide. You would only bring back from Paris fresh uncertainties worse even than the present. Don't go. Don't undertake this inquiry. I beseech you, Roger. You would make me miserable." "But I have promised Florence." "Shall I get her to absolve you from your promise?" "Oh, mother!" Gabrielle fancied that her son hesitated. She rallied all her courage, and feigning to make her arguments those of common sense, though she felt her reason tottering, she said, "Come, let us be reasonable. Is it because of the world's opinion that you want this verdict set aside? No, it is not that. What is the world to us? Would it care about it? Does it remember it? Did it ever trouble itself about it? Is it for your own sakes? The innocent man who has been sacrificed already has a halo round his memory in his wife's heart.
bright as the halo that you wish to give him." "It is for the sake of justice," interrupted Roger rather impatiently. "The man who is guilty lives on, unpunished, triumphant." "Triumphant? Ah, my poor boy, I imagine him very differently. During the past 15 years he must have seen many a spectre and borne many a cross. 15 years of remorse might be enough to disarm men's hatred. The law itself, after 15 years, would pardon him. Perhaps you yourself would pity him if you could see him." She stopped. She had gone further than she intended. She was afraid, as she spoke of the unsuspected murderer, that she might bring up before Roger's mind the vision of a man pale, worn, bowed down with remorse and shame, who was at that moment in the next chamber. She changed her tactics. She became tender and coaxing, laying her weary head on her son's shoulder. "I could not bear another long absence from you," she said tenderly. "I have become more of an invalid since you went away. I cannot bear much more suffering." "Well, then, come with me, dear mamma. I can take you too." Gabrielle had one moment's gleam of hope. Suppose she did go with her son, to paralyze his efforts, to prevent his finding out the truth if he should get on the track of it, or, if necessary, should tell him the terrible facts far away from interested witnesses, and be more free to arrange with him what must be done to expiate the crime and bear its punishment? But no, the risks were too great. "If I undertake," she said, "to make your father grant what he refused this morning, you need not be in a hurry to do anything more. But I should have to obtain Madame Emilienne's consent. She would not give it." "How do you know? Let me try. Why should you despair? If I succeed, you will have all the years to come before you. If I do not succeed, you are not worse off than you are now. I will send for Florence. You will see, she will be ruled by me. She will be more reasonable than you are. She will advise you to listen to your mother. Ah, this accursed fatal business! It will kill me." This exclamation, which escaped incidentally from the lips of Gabrielle, destroyed the force of her reasoning. "It is partly," said Roger, with a sort of tender authority, "because this terrible affair has been one of the torments of your life, that I want to clear up the mystery and set everybody free. Out of kindness, you have given shelter to two victims of misfortune, who have made you a sharer in their sorrows, and associated you with their disgrace. You will be as much delivered by the truth as they. No, you mistake. I have very different troubles. Life is very hard to bear, and you, my son, without intending it, have for a year past added to my griefs, loving and tender as you are to me." "I, dearest mamma. But indeed it is to relieve you of these cares. You take a strange way to do it," cried Gabrielle, who hardly knew what to say, and who, in her weakness, had recourse to woman's last argument, reproaches, softening them, however, by a caress. "If you wish to make me well again, my Roger, there is but one way. Do as I tell you." Roger smiled, as reasonable people smile at a sick fancy, but he looked determined too. Gabrielle, who was closely observing him all the time, though her distraction, half feigned, half real, was reducing her to expedience, saw that, in spite of his love for her, Roger would not yield to her wishes. She did not wish to drive him to extremity, for, poor woman, she was not quite sure that, in that case, he might not sacrifice his mother to the girl he loved. She kissed him on his forehead. "I am very unlucky," she said, "to have two such self-willed men to deal with. Well then, my son, I give in. I will struggle no longer. Only remember, I have warned you. I ask but one thing of you, a last favor, a very little thing, not much. Don't go tomorrow. Grant me a fortnight, a week. If a fortnight is too much, I have hardly seen you. It would annoy your father to have you go away at once. Your lover's selfishness may surely make this little sacrifice to me. May it not, Roger?" "Yes, indeed, dear mother," said Roger, well pleased with this arrangement. "In a fortnight or a week you shall be free. I shall have made up my mind to the separation. You can go. And if you come back successful, then, my dear boy, you can do with us all whatever may seem best to you." Gabrielle's voice became a little sharp as she uttered these last words. She was afraid of bursting into tears. She had now set foot upon the path which must lead her downward, poor woman, to the end. While she seemed to encourage her son's hopes of discovering the truth, she was alluding to the fearful combination of judge and executioner, which Roger had unconsciously taken on himself. "Well, then," she said, "it is settled. You will stay with us a week or more?" "2 weeks. Yes, 2 weeks, dear mamma." "You won't forget your promise?" "No. Florence will be displeased with me, and yet she was looking forward so much to your coming home." "Florence is sure to approve of my reconciling both my loves." "Yes, dear, I know I am exacting, but it does seem to me that harm would come of it if you left us sooner. Ah, I am very glad." She said this almost with a sob. Roger was bewildered and distressed by the state in which he found his mother. It made him conscious that her health was more feeble and her sorrows greater than he had ever imagined. What could have passed in that chamber of his father when he was away with Florence, and his father and mother were alone together? Had not the time come when he ought to intervene between them? He remembered how, when he was a little boy, he had seen his mother weeping. Her tears came back to his memory like dew. When he was not present, she must have wept even more bitterly than in his presence. Why had he gone away so often? He said to himself remorsefully that he had been too careless, too indifferent to this singular estrangement between his parents. Surely it was his duty, a duty before all others, to set right whatever could be set right in this state of things, to comfort his mother, nay, even to take her part, now that he had grown to be a man. He said nothing more, but he kissed and caressed the hands of Gabrielle. As he knelt down beside her, he had a vision of how, when he became the husband of Florence, he would share all his happiness with her. He felt that he had done rightly to yield to the strange fancy of his mother, however unreasonable, and to delay his departure. Indeed, he resolved not to go to Paris for a month. Florence would understand all about it, and this sacrifice on their part would be repaid to them by their own happiness and their mother's gratitude. He did not, however, promise more than the fortnight, but he meant to let himself be persuaded before that time was over. Such persuasions were so sweet to his mother and himself. But Gabrielle was made more unhappy by her son's caresses. Her bitterest trial was that she dared not enjoy these tender, natural effusions. She knew that she had gained only a brief respite. She had not 1 minute to spare. She must at once utilize every moment. She must act, and Roger's caresses were keeping her from doing so. She told him she must get a little rest, and sent him away. As soon as he had gone and closed the door, she sprang to her feet, and lifting her arms above her head, she cried to God in her anguish, "What shall I do? What shall I do?" For 15 years she had imagined every kind of dreadful ending to her martyrdom, except, indeed, the one that now appeared to menace her. She walked round her room several times, then, coming back to her sofa, she dropped upon it, hid her face in her hands, and tried to think. Her meditations were not long. The situation was not complicated. She must, at any cost, keep Roger at home. How could she keep him? Might it not be by his marriage? There were 4 obstacles to surmount. Monsieur de Monterey must consent, and Madame Emilienne. Florence must be made reasonable, and even Roger. But all these things seemed to her less dreadful than the discovery of the truth. Roger's project of a journey to Paris terrified her. With his perseverance and his ardor, he would soon begin to suspect, and she was maddened by the thought that, as soon as he examined the records with the help of a lawyer, he could not fail to discover the truth. Possibly Monsieur des Arbois might have returned to France. Roger would inevitably make a point of seeing him. The story of the banknotes he had sent back might be a flash of light. Monsieur des Arbois had already some confused notions on the subject, which he might impart to Roger. No, no, Roger must not go to Paris on this errand. If he and Florence were once married, the danger might more easily be dealt with. If Florence yielded the point that she had made of having her father vindicated before her marriage, she would be still more amenable when happy with her husband. Roger loved her so dearly. His poor mother called up visions of love, pictures of ardent love making between the two young people, and tried to disperse in the glow and glory of such dreams the dark shadows that hung over her. But suppose Emilienne suspected anything, how could she be brought to give her sanction to this marriage? And even if she did not suspect, how could her pride be conquered? And yet, thought Gabrielle, this is our only chance of safety. If it fails, all is lost. She had, for a moment, an idea of confiding in Florence, of subduing her, for was she not her adopted daughter? By letting her see her own maternal suffering, of taking her for sole judge, and making an alliance with her that would be almost sublime. I have so often looked into her heart, she said to herself, that I am sure I know her well. She is brave and long-suffering. She would sacrifice herself to Roger. She will have pity on him and on me. But suppose her knowledge of this secret should quench her love for Roger. Suppose the horror of crime, so natural to youth, should make the daughter of the victim feel repulsion for the son of the murderer. Suppose that, from a wild sense of duty to her father's memory, Florence should sacrifice herself, and with herself should sacrifice Roger. Gabrielle next thought she might be misleading herself, through her own habit of self-sacrifice, into thinking that at 19 great generosity was possible. No, no, at her age, she said, young people never pardon. As she thought over all kinds of plans of escape, sure in her own mind that she could never hit on a practicable one, a vague resolve that she had been cherishing grew more distinct. Her desire to be doing something prompted it. She passed her hand over her hair, repaired the disorder caused by the excitement of the morning, not diminished by her son's visit, and leaving her little sitting room, went to the chamber of Monsieur de Monterey. Lovers at 20 do not require to look for each other, nor to agree on places where they may meet. They are sure to come together. It might be said that they are never absent from each other, that their souls cling together, even when walls divide them bodily, and when they can no longer grasp each other's hands. When Roger left his mother's room, he went into the garden, feeling sure that he should find Florence. Florence, on her part, had been equally sure that Roger would come into the garden and meet her there. " I am not going to-morrow," said the young man with a long sigh of emotion. " I am glad of it," answered the girl. " I have promised my mother to remain here at least 2 weeks longer." Florence gave a hesitating, anxious smile at this announcement. Roger wanted to excuse himself to Florence for yielding to his mother's wishes and to win her pardon. " 2 weeks is not long enough," she said courageously. " I have been regretting that I made you make that promise. I had a great mind to run after you and give it back to you. I am very selfish. And so your mother told you, did she not? She did not blame you. I was not alone to blame, perhaps. She was right. It was cruel of us to try to take away a happy fortnight from her. 15 days are nothing, when added to our 15 years of waiting. But indeed, I fancied I too was making a sacrifice in sending you away. I see now that I was sacrificing her. What did she say about our plans? I am certain she approves of them." Roger hesitated. He became very grave. He ended by owning to Florence that his mother thought the success of their project more than doubtful. He told her, as nearly as he could, the very words of Gabrielle. As Florence listened, she grew very sad. She loved Madame de Monterey too dearly to doubt one moment of her friendliness, her sympathy, and her love of justice. Did not Roger's mother know far more than she knew, more than her own mother? Might she not already, with all the facilities her position in life afforded her, have compassionately pushed her own inquiries so far as to feel certain that an impenetrable mystery shrouded forever this error, this crime of human justice? Was it a foreshadowing of failure? Florence had fancied Roger's mother could not fail to give her blessings to the efforts of her children. This hesitation on the part of the person she looked up to, next after her own mother, pained her. It seemed as if she might have been to blame for having conceived the scheme, since those around her openly opposed it. And yet, she thought, Madame de Monterey's kind heart cannot really be displeased with me for trying to fulfill this filial duty, nor for trying to make Roger join with me, even if she does think it impracticable. It is a pity, she said to Roger. I had hoped when you were in Paris to share everything with her. You would have written to her every day, and have given her an account of every step. We would have both weighed every point and talked it over together. And now, when you are gone, I shall not dare to speak to her. And as I want to keep it all a secret from my mother, I shall have nobody to talk to. Besides which, I shall find it very difficult to write to you and get your letters. Ah, Roger, dear, grow up into men and women we may, but we always need our mothers. How shall we manage now?" She sighed and walked on a few steps, and Roger walked beside her. Suddenly she stopped. A new idea struck her. She thought a moment, then turning to her companion said, "I think I have found a way that will give us everything." "Tell me quickly." She thought a few moments longer, then she replied, "In the first place, we should need in Paris some man of business. I have a friend there, a lawyer, who will help me in every step I take. Are you safe in trusting him? Yes, he knows already how I love you." Florence smiled. "That is no reason." "It is a reason between him and me." "Well, then, I trust him on your word." She blushed with pride and maiden shame. Roger looked down at her with a kind of surprise. He felt sure of success at this moment, for she seemed all glowing with the confidence with which she had inspired him. She prolonged Roger's trance of admiration by speaking slowly. "Suppose that while staying here more than a month," she said, pausing on each word to make it more emphatic, "you could do at Hupois just what you would be doing in Paris." "I do not understand you." "In the first place, you would have me to help you. I had not thought of that. My first idea was to earn our triumph by giving up the pleasure of keeping you at home. But I have thought of a way now by which, without disturbing your mother or disobeying your father, you may do what I want, and we can both begin a close examination of the trial, a revision of the papers." "Here?" cried Roger, amazed. "Here, in the white parlor, at the time of day when you paint and I do my embroidery." Roger took Florence's arm and drew it into his own. She went on. "It is possible we may not be able to carry it on very far, and that the document so often read over by my mother with such eagerness may throw no more light upon the past to us than to her, but it will at least be a preparation, a beginning. Listen. My mother has in her bedroom a whole packet of newspapers and papers and notes taken by her during the trial. It is an exact report of all that was said and done at the time, and tells what public opinion thought about it. How many times I have seen my poor mamma grow half distracted when by night she read over these papers. We shall find them, Roger, blotted by her tears. Not long ago she made all these documents into a big package, as if she wanted to guard herself against looking them over again. This very day I heard her say she had given up all hope of ever throwing light upon the mystery. Suppose we should be more fortunate than she has been." "I don't think she will let you have those papers." "I don't intend to ask her. I mean to take them. If we fail, she will not scold me. But I don't wish to mention to her what we are about, especially since we have failed with your own mother. Don't let us say a word to either of them. Let us do our own work, and let them know nothing about it. We can surprise them both at the same time. The liberty we are allowed, and which we may hope for more than ever, since your remaining quietly at home will increase your mother's confidence, will aid us greatly. Would you like to read the papers?" "Like to read them? Indeed, I would, dear Florence. I know very little about them. When I was a little girl, mamma used to fear to set me crying, and afterward I think she thought it useless to embitter my life by knowing too much about them. We will read them together. If we find nothing in them which will serve for a clue for your friend the lawyer, we shall still have the chance of what may be done by your going to Paris.
If our sorrow has no remedy after all our efforts, we shall at least have done our duty, dear, without having disturbed our friendship. We will then submit. We shall not have acquired the right to insist upon our marriage, but we shall be forever united by our sorrow. We shall, as it were, have gone down together into my father's grave, and though we may not have been able to effect his resurrection, as I hoped, we shall at least have done that which ought to mitigate our grief, or we shall be given strength to bear our cross if we must still suffer." She seemed to glow and sparkle as she spoke. Her dark eyes shone with resolution. "When shall we begin?" asked Roger. "Tomorrow. I will get possession of the papers this evening. But this time say nothing to your mother. But she may question me when she finds out I am satisfied to stay at home. She will ask no questions till the 2 weeks are over. But what shall I say at the end of those 2 weeks? 15 days. Oh, then," cried Florence with a merry little laugh, "you can tell her a little fib, you know. You can tell her you are staying here because you cannot bear to part from me. You can tell your mother a fib, for I am going to steal from mine. So you see we shall be quite on a par in matters of morality. One as bad as the other." They clasped hands. A new compact was thus made between them. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of For 15 Years by Louis Ulbach. Translated by Elizabeth Wormeley Latimer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. Put to the Proof. Gaston had remained in his own chamber. The crisis of that morning had made him almost beside himself. When his wife had surprised him in that threatening attitude, his arm brandishing his cane, as if he were going to murder his own son, as he had murdered Pierre Mortier, he fancied he could read in the startled eyes of Gabrielle the concentrated contempt she must have felt for him for 15 years, and had till now so well concealed. What did she say to him when Roger left them? Very little. In her presence he was ashamed of his passion. Above all, he was afraid of her, for he was possessed with the idea that she had betrayed him. In response to a few reproaches, such as no mother could have helped making for his treatment of her son, reproaches the more severe because of their moderation, Gaston had replied by vague complaints. He was sick, he said. He was ill physically and morally. He tried to make his ill health an excuse for his brutal violence. Gabrielle did not reason with him. She did not, however, allow him to suppose that she was entirely his dupe. She was placed in a strangely equivocal position toward him, through dread of the consequences of exposure. How could they have lived together 15 years if she had laid bare to him the certain knowledge of his crime, which had been her martyrdom? It seemed to her that if she charged him with his guilt, she would be putting herself in the position of his accomplice, and as if the spectre that had stood between them for 15 years would confound them in one vengeance and destroy them both. Gaston, whenever his wife looked at him with her blue eyes — the blue had grown deeper and darker than in her youth — and when she addressed him with that elaborate show of duty which implies neither confidence nor esteem, always became afraid of her. He had never dared to ask her questions, nor to demand her reasons for the kind of life she led, nor the life she forced upon him. She made him suffer as much as he suffered from the presence of Madame Jean Mortier, but he could not hate her for it, he only feared her. Had Gabrielle on this occasion been less prudent or less generous, and had she tried to crush him by reproaching him with his crime, perhaps in his shame and passion he might have committed another murder. It was this that Gabrielle dreaded, not for her sake but for his own, and he dreaded it too. He submitted to her chiefly because he dared not trust himself to rebel against her. After the scene with his son, and the tete-a-tete with his wife which followed it, he had not felt equal to going down to luncheon, and appearing before the eyes of the young people and those of Madame Emilienne. Gabrielle, to give a pretext for this seclusion, had made believe she thought him ill and that she was staying with him to nurse him. But in reality she had left him long before. He had remained in his own room grumbling, uttering from time to time groans not unlike the roars of a caged beast, biting his mustache, wringing his hands till his bones cracked, walking up and down his chamber, marking step to get rid of a twitching sensation in his limbs, vulgarly called pins and needles, sitting down in hopes that rest would come to him if he were quiet, and then beginning everything all over again. Gabrielle, in the few steps she made between her little sitting room and her husband's chamber, strengthened herself in the resolve with which she saw him. She had decided to dare everything. And when she laid her hand upon the doorknob, she said to herself, with a slight smile, which was akin to a brief prayer, "Suppose he kills me." She went in. Gaston, with his cravat untied, was lying back in an armchair. He had not time, or perhaps he was now reckless, to replace in a closet a half-empty brandy bottle standing on a side table on which he was leaning his arm. He raised his eyes, saw how pale his wife was, and instinctively became pale in his turn. Gabrielle came near, and standing before him, drew up a chair, leaning on the back of it so that he should not see how her hands trembled. "Roger wants to go away," she said abruptly. "Let him go, then." "On the contrary, I say he must remain." For 15 years, indeed, ever since her marriage, Gabrielle had had her own way, but this was the first time she had ever asserted herself peremptorily. She spoke the words with calm decision. "You say he must remain?" stammered Monsieur de Monterey. He stopped. He dared not ask her why he must remain. Gabrielle went on. "I have obtained a respite. A fortnight, 15 days. But that is not enough. If Roger goes, he is lost." The poor woman could not bring herself to say, "You are lost." She wanted to make the sense that her husband was her son's father, modify her feelings toward the criminal. "Do you suppose he will break his heart about her?" asked Monsieur de Monterey, attempting sarcasm. Gabrielle went on. "Roger has told me why he wants to go back to Paris as soon as possible. He hopes to find a way to overcome your opposition to his marriage." Gaston shook his head with all the pride of his station. He was not in the least afraid of being conquered. Gabrielle, in spite of her bravery, had a full heart. What she was going to say would decide her fate. Her words could never be forgotten nor unsaid. "Yes," she said, "Roger has taken it into his head that he can bring home proofs that Jean Mortier was not guilty." She stood perfectly still as she said this. Gaston trembled so that his elbow on the side table made it shake, and the brandy bottle toppled half over. From mere habit, Monsieur de Monterey caught hold of the bottle and set it up again. There was a dead silence. Gabrielle did not look at her husband. Her eyes wandered round the room, fixing themselves chiefly above his head upon the ceiling. "Yes," she resumed, "it is a plan formed by those two poor children. They must not carry it out. They shall not carry it out. I do not choose that they should." "But what can we do about it?" asked Gaston. Gabrielle, though she could hardly speak, rallied her strength and said, "We must let them, if it be not too late, at once be married." "Never," cried Gaston, grasping the two arms of his chair. "We must," repeated Gabrielle. "Roger marry the daughter of—" Gabrielle looked down full in her husband's face. "The daughter of an innocent man," she said emphatically. "Yes, that is what I hope for him." Then, after a moment's pause, she added, "provided Madame Jean Mortier will consent to the marriage." "Why shouldn't she consent?" cried Gaston rashly. Gabrielle did not answer him immediately. At last she said slowly, "Because she suspects you." Monsieur de Monterey grew livid. He passed his hands several times over his forehead, over his damp hair. During all those 15 years, never had his wife made any allusion to his crime. He could not answer her. He was silently pondering her words. She suspects you. Gabrielle could see them writhing on his lips. He stretched out his hand toward the brandy bottle, but he drew it back again. He had no need of brandy to feel as if suddenly dizzy and intoxicated. He began speaking rapidly. After all, if Roger has taken that notion into his head, he had better go to Paris. What harm can that do me? Gabrielle's daring grew greater still. I do not choose, she said, that Roger should suspect too. He answered, without perceiving that he ought to have appeared astonished at such extraordinary language. Why should he? I have myself. You do not suspect me now? No. He misunderstood her. He drew a long breath and tried to resume the upper hand. And so my own wife doubted me? I doubt no longer, for I know. Gaston's fury broke forth. He exclaimed brutally, "You are neither more nor less than mad, then." I have been near being mad very often, but I am not so now. I tell you, you are out of your senses. I am afraid of nothing. I would wish you to understand. Roger can go to Paris as much as he likes. Don't you suppose that the whole matter is buried and forgotten? Where would he find witnesses? One witness would be enough. I would like to know whom you mean. Well then, Monsieur Henri d'Arbois.
Henri? Why do you pick out Henri? He is in India.
He's a nabob, a rajah. He has gone to the devil long ago, unless, indeed, he may be dead. Or unless he is now in Paris. Well, suppose he is in Paris. Suppose Roger finds him out. Suppose he questions him. Monsieur d'Arbois might chance to recollect a certain letter he once wrote you. When? 15 years ago. What letter? A letter that enclosed some money he sent back to you. What money? That letter came one morning to Geneva. Directed to me? Directed to you. Why did you intercept it? How dared you open it? I saw by the postmark that the letter came from Pondicherry. Gaston's first impulse was to be very angry, but in spite of himself he was overcome by the anguish of his friendless situation. What was in the letter? He said. It was less what it said than what it did not say. That alarmed me. What was it? Gabrielle paused before she gave the final thrust. It seems, she said very gravely, that in your haste to pay your debts at the gambling table, you sent Monsieur d'Arbois 2,000 franc notes too much. He sent them back to you. Well, if he did, that only proves my carelessness. Yes, but the number of one of these notes was one of the numbers that the lawyer had kept, and which was brought forward on the trial. After that, I knew. Gaston sprang up with a cry. He raised his hands. He seemed about to strike his wife. Then, suddenly collapsing, he fell back into the armchair, and from the chair slipped down upon the floor on his knees, broken, crushed, motionless, with his chin upon his bosom. He remained thus some moments. Gabrielle stood looking down at him, sadly, despairingly. " So you have known it all the time ?" he murmured with a shiver. " You must have known I did." I could not believe it. After a short silence, he added, " Had I known it, I should have killed myself. That would have been a second crime, or rather a third one. At least you would have been rid of me. No, I should have been haunted by one more specter. Ah, my poor Gabrielle," he said, trying to catch hold of his wife's hand. " You hold me in horror." " I pity you." " Well, then, pity me to the end. Do not utterly desert me. Since you know all, since what is done can never be undone, do not add to my punishment. Deliver me from the presence of that woman and her daughter. Let them go, or let us go. Don't you suppose I suffer from remorse?" He grew reassured as he spoke of his own suffering. He ventured to look up at his wife. She was standing near him, pale, resolute, and still as marble. She had drawn aside a little to avoid his touching her. "Nothing is now possible," she said, "but to bring about this marriage, and even that we are not certain will prevent the discovery of the truth. Roger! Oh, Roger, we must forbid him to go to Paris. We must take him with us. You are only afraid of his meeting with Henry des Arbois?" "I am afraid of everything." "But 15 years have passed and nothing has been discovered." It was not Roger who was in search of the truth. "My son? Why should my son be more likely to find out the truth than others?" "Roger has often wondered why I brought Madame Mortier and her daughter into our household. He asks himself why I have let so close an intimacy grow up between him and Florence." "Yes, you did a fine piece of work there." Gabrielle gave a disdainful smile. "It was the beginning of an attempt to repair the consequences. I wanted your son, unknowing of the crime, to save the honor of our name. Since there was nothing left to save but the family honor, do not hinder the happiness of these two young people if they can still be happy. I know it seems like a theft of Florence that I am leading Roger to commit, but I trust God will forgive me. And you say that that woman will not consent to this marriage? If she will not yield, we must submit to the punishment. But maybe she loves her daughter more than she loves the honor of her husband, as you do your son." Gabrielle made no answer. Gaston rose. He was recovering his self-assurance. He found it easier than he could have expected to bear the unveiling of this terrible story. His wife had neither shrieked nor fainted. She was discussing with him how they should continue to smother the knowledge of this still undiscovered crime. She was putting herself in the position of his confidant, his accomplice, and her acceptance of this position diminished her authority as a judge. "I tell you once again," he said, "that this scheme of a marriage between Roger and Florence is a very foolish notion. It was the only way. I had no choice. It was a foolish woman's notion. A woman's, if you will. And you, in 15 years, what plan have you conceived for redeeming your fault, for working out your release from the consequences of your crime?" Gabrielle, as she said this, looked at the half-empty bottle. Gaston intercepted her glance, and it made him the more irritable. "Well, yes," said he, "I have been dissipated. I have tried to stupefy myself. It was all your fault." Gabrielle made no protest. Any selfishness on his part could no longer surprise her. Gaston, like all those who have lost the habit of reflection, lost command of himself the moment his brain was excited. He had also been long in the habit of extricating himself from any difficulty by mere brute violence. It was a way still open to him. He rushed into it. "Yes, yes, it is all your fault," he repeated. "My health is ruined, and now you make a finish of me, threatening me through my own son." "I don't threaten. I put you on your guard." "It is your own fault. If 15 years ago I was afraid of what you'd say to me, of your looking like a martyr, your Monsieur Henrion with his moral lectures, and you with your melancholy airs, were enough to exasperate any man. That's why I did it." "Do you mean to say that I led you to commit a crime?" said Gabrielle gently. Gaston, being now completely beside himself, found a new pretext for insolence in his wife's quiet demeanor. "Certainly I do. Your high and mighty airs were enough to drive out of his senses a man as nervous as myself. I all along suspected that you knew something, that it was to force me to confess, to make it easy to betray me, that you brought that woman into this house, that you planned this penance that has lasted 15 years. You ought to have told me that you knew. You ought to have shown me des Arbois' letter, and not to have burned it." I did not burn it." Gaston sprang up in terror. "And the 1,000-franc note?" "It is inside the letter." "Have you kept the letter and the note?" "Let me have them." "No." "I will have them." "You will not." "What do you mean to do with them?" "I have no right to destroy them. They are the sole proofs of Jean Mortier's innocence." "Do you mean to hand them over to that woman?" "If it becomes necessary, I do." Gaston had a sudden rush of blood to the head. His eyes grew bloodshot, his face crimson. He seized his wife by her two wrists and shook them savagely, looking wildly in her face and spitting out his words. "Take care, Gabrielle." Gabrielle smiled sadly. "Tell me where that letter is, that note." "No." "I shall find out, then." He let go her hands as roughly as he had seized them, pushed her from him, and went toward the door, striking his heels on the polished floor at every step. But when he reached the door he had a sudden vertigo. He felt about vaguely for the lock and closed his eyes to recover himself. Gabrielle, without stirring from where she stood, had turned half round and was watching him. Presently she said in the same soft voice, but it trembled slightly, "You may turn over everything that belongs to me, but you will not find them. You may set fire to the house, but you will not burn them. They are in a safe place." Gaston walked back to where she stood, raising his fists threateningly. But it was the last of his burst of passion. "I must have them," he yelled. "Kill me," cried Gabrielle, "and you will find them in my will." He uttered a loud cry. She thought he was about to strike her, but his passion had exhausted itself. Before the look of her blue eyes shining out of her pale face he grew dizzy, as men do on looking down into an abyss. All his anger was exhausted, and he flung himself back in an armchair. Tears fell abundantly from his bloodshot eyes. A sob, not unlike a hiccough, came from his bosom. His weakness was a reaction from his violence. He came back to what he really was — a naughty child in a man's form, vainly trying to be as outrageous as he could be. Gabrielle had passed unharmed through the stage when his naughtiness was violent, and now it was her turn. She waited till the fire had grown low in the brazier. "Ah, how well you know how to make your husband suffer!" cried Gaston in a lamentable voice as soon as he could speak. Of course his first thought was one proceeding from his vanity and selfishness, but he added a moment after, "And you too have suffered through my fault." Gabrielle dropped into the chair whose back had served her hitherto for a support. She no longer needed so much bracing. "You are right," she answered sadly. "I have had my share in everything. Mothers are responsible for their children's faults, and when I ceased to be your wife, I tried to be a mother to you, as soon as I understood that I could not be your sister. I have not been able to inspire you with trust enough in me. I have frightened you. You own I did. And that is why I have no right to complain if, for 15 years, I have suffered as much as you." "As much as I?" cried Gaston in a broken voice. "If you only knew how, for all these 15 years, I have not had one night's sound sleep — not one — unless I went to bed drunk, dead to — more than once I have made up my mind to kill myself. Do you know what prevented me? It was my fear of you. I was afraid of your contempt after I was gone. I fancied how you might tell Roger, 'Look at this man who killed himself after being the death of 2 other men. He is the most cowardly of murderers. He has not withstood the temptation to kill himself, though he withstood the call of honor and of justice, and let an innocent man be sentenced in his stead. He has killed himself to escape the pangs of remorse. I was afraid you would say all that to Roger. I bore up and lived on. But I have always been a gambler, a dishonest gambler. I have cheated my own conscience. It is this that has helped me to cheat it." He pointed to the brandy bottle. Then he rose. Pride came to me too late. It ought to have stopped me that night. I am a great scoundrel. But then I am very unhappy. I want to tell you everything." "No, no, it is no use," murmured Gabrielle. She dreaded to have the bloody scene brought up before her, and yet she had some curiosity to know how this man, whom she had once loved, for whom she still had an undefinable feeling of compassion, could have been led into actual crime. She therefore protested feebly, being divided between delicacy of feeling and a desire to know all, that she might do what she could to apply a remedy. "Yes, let me confess it all to you," said Gaston eagerly. "It is not that I expect you to forgive me, but it will be a relief to me. For 15 years I have longed to tell it to somebody. 15 years, all that was his sentence to the galleys and mine. Should I have suffered all I have done if it had not been that an innocent man was sentenced in my stead? Don't you suppose that remorse for that last meanness has tortured me more than remorse for the first murder? What drives me wild is the thought that comes to me sometimes, that I'm not an utter scoundrel. Yet what do I lack? When I am myself, that is, when I am not under the influence of drink, I ask myself, can this be really I, Gaston de Monterey, who struck down a man in the dark to rob him? Gaston de Monterey a robber? Gaston de Monterey a common thief? It is far worse than killing him." He covered his face with both hands, then he drew them away roughly. "You have done well to bring up Roger to shun cards and trickery. One can't take to the one without the other. In play, one must use stratagems, and lying is nothing more than laying a false card on the table. You did not hold me up to him for an example. You kept the picture of a gambler, a liar, a thief, and a murderer to yourself. Yes, I killed a man because I was a liar and a gambler. But you don't want me to draw the moral. I must tell you the story of that night. Listen. Often on spring nights, when I open my window because I cannot bear to be shut up by myself, I have a sort of mania to escape upon me, and when I look over yonder at the forest, I fancy I hear a rustling in the leaves. I fancy two men struggling in the wood. I fancy I shall soon see one come out of the trees running through the meadow down that way. A man who killed and stole and is making for the Chateau de la Bois, thinking it an asylum where thieves and murderers may live in safety. Then I am tempted to come down and bolt the doors." Gaston, as he spoke, recovered his energy and excitement, but his anger now had its spring broken, and was directed against himself. He volubly recounted his shame and his remorse. He went on to tell of the wild restlessness of his wakeful nights, of his long, lonely days. As he painted the picture of a robber and a murderer coming to Houpois for refuge, he clenched his fists and stretched out his arms. Suddenly he seemed to choke. His throat was dry. A spasm convulsed his face. Gabrielle rose and poured out a glass of water, which she handed to him. Gaston refused it with a gesture. He dared not touch her hand. "No," he said, pointing to the brandy bottle. "Let me drink that." Gabrielle did not stop him. She let him do as he would. She set down the glass of water. It seemed to her brimming with the tears she had shed for 15 years. Gaston seized the bottle, raised it to his lips, drank one long draught, and resumed. "I was in debt. I was ruined. I had borrowed money from the Jews in all directions, but I had never done a base thing up to that time. All in a moment I fell to what I am now. I was wrong, out of my admiration for you, to let the men of the club find out that I did not want you to know of my high play, that I was afraid of your goodness. They made fun of me for it. What they said gave me an impulse to tell you what I now know you knew, or to find some means of never having to tell you. I dreaded the moment when I should have no money to keep on gambling with but yours. To give up play seemed simply impossible. To leave the club was like giving up my social position. It came easy enough afterward, though. It is true that at that time I had had enough to put me in a fever. That evening I had lost heavily. Des had been pitiless in his jokes. Several times before supper I had a great mind to box his ears. When we got up from the table to take leave, it was he who noticed that I was forgetting my cane, and he handed it to me. I had a great notion to strike him across the face with it. I felt my nerves tingle in the same way they did afterward. If I only had insulted him, I should have been saved. Had I challenged him and wounded him, or even killed him, I should have appeased that savage criminal instinct that took possession of me. The rage that set my blood aflame would have passed off in that way, and then he might have killed me. That would have been best. You would have forgiven me long ago. You would have mourned for me and have recovered from it, instead of which you are mourning still. Then you all would have wept for me. However, nothing came of it." Here Gaston paused and wiped his forehead. He began to tremble so violently that it hindered his speech. He went on trying to recover his aplomb. "When I left the restaurant I never thought of what was going to happen. At least, I was not conscious of thinking of it. I had been teased and worried by all sorts of jokes, of which that man sitting beside us coolly eating his supper had been the cause. I was indignant at his loud, coarse laughter. I was angry at his having his pocketbook full while mine was empty. I had not drunk wine enough to make me drunk, but I was drunk with envy and bad temper. On the boulevard, after taking leave of my friends, I stood alone for some time. I was held in check unconsciously by something within me. Then it was that when I thought of going home with debts of honor to be paid next day, and told myself that I must ask you for the money, borrow it of you, make you a humiliating confession, I said to myself,
If that man, who is soon coming out of the restaurant, would only lend me 3 or 4 of his 1,000-franc notes.
it was absurd. It was madness. But gamblers have such strange conceptions. They make such insane, extravagant appeals to chance. I longed to see him come out. His coming out had a superstitious attraction for me. I seemed to fancy that that man, as he came into the street, was coming straight up to me, just as if I had really had an intention of accosting him and asking him to give me money. Yes, it was sheer insanity. But when one has got into the way of looking out for luck, for chances that have nothing to do with what is logical or calculable, when one has lived for years the strange, exciting life of an habitual gambler, a life which combines all kinds of dreams, in which the turn of a card may put one into fairyland, one can understand. I waited there like a beggar. I felt certain of his alms. The man came out. He hesitated which way to go. I trembled lest he should get into a coach. Again I said to myself, if he comes my way, it will be a sign that luck favors me. I shall be able to speak to him. He did come my way. My heart beat frightfully fast. It seemed as if fate were giving me a positive promise of deliverance. Yet I did not go up to him. I walked on at some distance from him in the same direction, trying to make up my mind. But I tried to magnetize my will by my own eager wishes. He went into a cigar store, and when he came out, posted an envelope." Gabrielle gave a long sigh and rose. Gaston, who had benumbed his sense of shame by the interest he took in his own narrative, and who, led on by his desire to talk, was treating himself as a third party, came back to his first standpoint when he heard this sigh. His face had recovered a little color. Now its pallor returned. "True," he said in a low voice. "I saw him do that, and I did not tell it on the trial. If you had, Jean Mortier would have been acquitted.
it would have been a proof that he did not lie,' said Gabrielle hoarsely. ' True,' repeated Gaston. ' That is true, and I lied in not speaking of it. But how could I have told what I had seen without bringing suspicion on myself? My testimony might have saved Jean Mortier, but it would have been ruin to me.' A silence succeeded these words. Gaston hesitated to continue. It was Gabrielle who, lifting up one hand while her head rested on the other, signed to him to go on. It was necessary now that she should know all, that inert conscience, that conscience weighted with so many base atrocities, should for once pour forth everything, that she might know whether there was any hope that he might yet be reclaimed. Monsieur de Monterey obeyed her. ' By the time we reached the Place de la Madeleine,' he said, ' I was a little sobered. The man, I could see, was drunk. He would probably not understand nor answer me. The folly of what I was doing became manifest. I gave up this chance. I was just turning away from the boulevard when Pierre Mortier, who did not recognize me, accosted me. I felt myself assailed again by that wild wish to tempt fortune. My wish, I am certain, must have shone like a stream of light from my eyes. If a cafe had been open, I would have proposed to the man to go in with me. I had no feeling of hatred to him. I wanted to play a game of cards with him, to try for one more chance with him. But I never dreamed of killing him, nor of robbing him.' A shudder of Gabrielle's here made Gaston pause. Alarmed more than offended by this involuntary protest, he went on with less boldness. ' I am telling you the truth, just as I find it in my memory. If I deceived myself, if I was the dupe of my own evil instincts, I did not know it. I gave him the direction he wanted. He wished to go to the Bois de Boulogne. At that time of night, in the solitude of the forest, it seemed to me that I might speak to him at my ease, and ask him for money. I had a rush of confused ideas in my head, and yet, since you must know everything, since I have set out to tell you everything, I swear solemnly that up to that moment I had not dreamed of using violence. I only thought to myself that it would be easier to persuade him there. No, no, you must believe me. What I tell you is quite true, though very strange. I was tempted to try to obtain a loan from him. That was all. To get possession of some of his money. I was tempted, and at first I resisted. I walked a little way toward the Rue d'Anjou. I met a carriage that decided me. I called it and got into it, not to go home. I was too near my own house. I told the coachman to drive up the Champs-Elysees. I got out at the entrance of the Bois, and there I stayed 2 hours, all alone, waiting for him as if I were keeping an appointment, watching for the coming of a man who had it in his power to save me, not certain whether he would take the road I told him, thinking that perhaps he had gone down to the river bank. I was playing a game of life and death, in short, in the darkness, at hazard with a man I did not know. I went on saying to myself, it is very unlikely he will come this way, but if he does, I shall feel certain I am bound to win. I had no weapons, nothing but that little toy cane in my hand, a present from you. You see yourself I was not lying in ambush with any thoughts of homicide. Indeed, as I said, I was standing there like a player before the green table in a gambling house. I had no remorse as I waited for his coming. You cannot sympathize with the superstitions of a gambler. They are just as real as they are crazy. When, after 2 hours waiting, I thought I saw him coming, just at the time I might reasonably have looked for him, coming quietly, tranquilly along the road by which I had directed him, more sober, and consequently in a better condition to listen to me. My heart swelled. I had a spasm of satisfaction, a gush of gratitude toward chance, or maybe toward God. For yes, In the hideous intoxication of spirit to which my other intoxication had given place, I was beside myself. I had a sudden feeling of a return to God. I thanked Providence for giving me this chance. Gamblers do sometimes indulge in such ejaculatory prayers and thanksgivings. We turn God into a fetish. We have such a dread of the risks of mere chance. Gaston again paused. He could not persuade Gabrielle that it was fate that had conquered him. The further he went in his confession, the more he felt the weakness of his excuses. His wife had not given one sign that could assure him of more than pity, coupled with contempt. But he was his own judge and did not falter. He tried to rise, but he had no more strength in him. Then, resigning himself to his weakness, he sat upright in his chair, his head resting against the back of it. His thin, pale, nervous hands, those murderous hands whose deed of violence he was about to tell, stretched out on each arm of the chair like criminals brought up before the bar of justice. He went on with cold and panting breath, like a dying man, eager to hurry through his confession that he might be ready for his deliverance. "I see you don't believe what I'm telling you, and yet it is all true. I know I have often told you what was false. When Pierre was close up to me, I accosted him. He was surprised at seeing me. He recognized me as one of the guests at the supper table that evening, but not as the man who had given him directions as to his road. I told him that I lived in the Bois. I joked with him about the supper. He joked me about my losses at play, for des Bois had told at table all the story of my disasters. The idea of a man of the world, an experienced player, having lost a large sum, remained fixed in the memory of this big, coarse bore, with a pocketbook stuffed full of banknotes. What he said led up to my request. I asked him, half laughing, half in earnest, to lend me some money. He replied by a derisive laugh. I pressed the matter. He was brutal and rude. And as, in my annoyance, I chanced to touch his arm, he pushed me off and shook his fist at me. Ah, how unlucky! He asked me if fashionable gentlemen like me were often in the habit of committing highway robbery to pay their debts. It was he who suggested it. He thought that a blow would make me keep my distance. He struck at me like a brute. Then, what I never had intended took place. A devil in me must have brought it all about, without my will. I drew back. I raised my cane to defend myself. I gave it a terrible swing. I struck him with the loaded handle on the temple. He was stunned. He stumbled. I struck him again. That time the blow was mortal. Gabrielle interrupted him by a cry. I saw it. I saw him. Make haste. Finish quickly. Gaston looked at his wife. Her mouth was open. Her eyes were wild. He did not understand. How could she have seen his victim? He did not know that she had braced herself up to the point of going to the morgue and seeing the wound on the dead body. He was disposed superstitiously to believe that by some kind of second sight she might have been spectator of the actual murder. A pale ray of moonlight that had filtered through the branches of the trees that night was, perhaps he thought, a sign of the presence of the disembodied spirit of Gabrielle. He resumed timidly, I have done. I did not think I had killed him. I tried to raise him up. As I touched him, I felt his pocketbook. Then, since I had been a murderer, I became a robber. I shut my eyes and I felt in his pockets, and when I had what I wanted, I ran away. I don't know how I got home. How could I have walked without consciousness all that long way? I seemed to have steel springs in me which made me walk and walk with my head erect. I have a vague recollection of a sort of short, sharp laugh which came through my clenched teeth. I went on, not looking on the earth, but up to heaven. It seemed to me that in some rent in the clouds I might see a sword brandished over my head, a great eye threatening me. But I said to myself, who can find it out? Nobody saw me. Why did he attack me first? It was all his fault. It was in self-defense. I was hardly conscious I had robbed him. When I got home, I found myself still grasping my little stick crusted with blood. My fingers were clenched round it. I hid it in the antechamber, intending to destroy it the next morning. I could not restrain my fury when I found that you had discovered it. I went to bed, and for the remainder of that night of cards and murder, which one would have supposed would have been horrible, I slept like lead. I had flung myself exhausted on my bed. Why did I reawake to life? From that day forward, I have never slept a quiet sleep again. I guess that you did not believe me the next day. I have told you many lies which I made up when I lay awake, lies that I was afraid I might forget before I told them to you. When the trial began, I was tempted to tell you everything, but I did not dare. I hoped it would all turn out well. After the verdict, I was crushed to the earth by my double crime. I have nothing more to tell you. Pronounce sentence. Shall I blow out my brains?" With his pale hands he wiped the moisture from his paler brow. Gabrielle rose, and with unwavering gentleness, more impressive than any severity, she said, "What I wish you to do is to live, and not to go back to this bottle to court forgetfulness and to gain false strength. Strength. I will give you strength. Long since I ought to have invited this confidence. Many years your repentance may have been postponed." Gaston gave a start. "I know," continued Gabrielle, "that you fancy you repent, but it is not real repentance, since you will not accept the punishment." "What do you want me to do?" "To do as I do. I have made myself accessory to your crime. For 15 years I have been trying to repair what might be reparable in this double disaster. I have tried to save the honor of my son, and to assure the happiness of the girl whom you made fatherless. I have had to take all kinds of precautions that my secret might not be found out by Madame Mortier. Does she hate me? I cannot tell. I have feared so, but I have not been sure of it. There is one tie that binds us together. That is our children. And there is something that will always separate us, even if she does not accuse me of the crime. She knows that I have a mother's love for her child. She has divined my thoughts, my hopes. She seems to lend herself to them. But just now it appears to me that she is only anxious that Roger should in his turn suffer. The love I feel for Florence makes her jealous, and yet she is almost as grateful for it as she is angry. Let me go on with my work. Do not keep up the secret hostility that there is between you and this poor woman. It exposes you to suspicion much more than it wards it off. If you could see the ironical way in which she obeys you when you are severe with any of the work people. She challenges you to pronounce judgment on yourself by acts of rigorous justice. She tries to test you. She watches your efforts at dissimulation. And now she has an additional grudge against you. She has to avenge this morning's insult to her daughter. If you had made no opposition to Roger, the idea of an inquiry which terrifies me might never have entered the heads of our two children. I assure you that the real danger is there, near at hand and menacing. How will you now disarm your son? Help me. We cannot possibly expect happiness. But if Madame Emilienne saw her daughter rich, happy, and a mother, maybe her devotion to her husband's memory would be less. Maybe she would keep silence for the sake of her daughter's husband. I do not intend always to keep silence. My hope is that some day, kneeling before her, as you just now knelt before me, I may make our confession to her. She may not forgive us, but she may let us continue to expiate the crime without dishonoring the son of her adoption. We will leave her our children to make her happy. We will go away together, you and I, leaving behind all hope of happiness. And then, if you do what is right during our exile, perhaps your wakeful hours will be of more profit to your soul than a sleep such as you tell me of, that lulls remorse within you.' ' If I could go away, if I could only travel !' moaned Gaston, alarmed at the task before him. ' No, we must stay here for the present. Later we will go away together.' Monsieur de Monterey was about to reply, but a knock at the door made him start violently. He had not strength to ask who was there. Gabrielle put the question instead. A servant sent by Madame Emilienne had come to tell Monsieur de Monterey that a deputation of quarrymen wanted to speak to him, and were waiting for an interview in the white parlor. ' What is the meaning of this ?' asked Gaston, looking at his wife. ' I think I know,' said Gabrielle. Then, turning to the servant, she said, ' Say that Monsieur de Monterey will be down in a few moments.' As soon as the door closed, Gabrielle changed her tone, and said, with a firmness that seemed almost cheerful and undoubtedly valiant, ' This is the first opportunity to show that you will respect my wishes, to prove that you understand what I have been saying to you. Come.' ' What is going on ?'' I have spoken with you just in time. It is about Pavell.' ' Who is he ?'' One of our workmen, who struck one of his mates and came very near killing him. He wanted to get back from him what he had lost at cards. The quarrel arose out of gambling.' ' Ah !' muttered Gaston, disconcerted. ' Pavell has been discharged. Madame Emilienne took that upon herself. They want you to confirm the sentence, or to do more. Take care. It is a snare prepared for you.' ' A snare ?'' Yes, I am sure of it. You must not fall into it.' ' Why must I go down, then ? I am sick. I am really ill.' ' That would be no excuse in the eyes of Madame Emilienne, and perhaps not in those of the workpeople.' ' Well, I will go and approve all Madame Emilienne has done. That will not be difficult.' ' That is precisely what she expects. She intends to observe whether the affair throws you into any trouble or confusion. You must try to have enough clemency to put her in the wrong.' ' But you were saying just now that I had better not quarrel with her.' ' I told you not to get into a passion with her, on any pretext. Passions betray real feelings. The pure in heart are lenient. You must go counter to your own antecedents. Do not do that to this poor fellow that your own remorse tells you would be only just to yourself. Forgive, advise, be fatherly, rise into kind-heartedness. Clemency is the highest justice, after all.' Gabrielle spoke with authority. Gaston felt that she was about to put him through a great trial. Would she promise him her forgiveness if he went safely through it ? He dared not ask her. ' Madame Mortier,' he said, ' will think I am afraid to punish a man who struck another man, and who is a gambler.' ' Punish ? That is just what a guilty man would do, to disarm suspicion. Show that you do not fear that your leniency will be misunderstood.' Gaston still hesitated. He walked twice round his room, looking at himself as he passed the mirror over the fireplace. Then, stopping before his wife, he said with a pitiful smile, ' Won't they see I've been crying ?'' Never mind if they do,' replied Gabrielle with a touch of impatience. ' You need not be ashamed if they think that you are sad of heart, after what passed this morning. You have shown everybody that you can be fitful and severe. Perhaps Roger will be there. He, certainly, will not think less of you for being very sorry for what passed between you.' He had to yield. He went into his dressing room a moment, either to bathe his eyes or to compose his features into a new expression of benevolence and candor, which would replace the mask he had worn for 15 years. When he was ready, ' Let us go down,' he said to Gabrielle. ' You shall see how well I will follow your directions.' Hardly had he gone 3 steps, however, before he paused. He hesitated. A rush of blood to the head such as he had had shortly before, made him totter. ' Give me your hand,' he said in a low voice to his wife. Gabrielle, in her turn, hesitated. It was long since she had given her hand to her husband, but this time it would be no token of weakness or of premature forgiveness. The touch of her hand might encourage him. She stretched it out, that cool, soft hand. Gaston clasped it. His hand was burning. He pressed it tightly, held it clasped in his, and went on with a firmer step. At the door of the white parlor, by an instinctive impulse of delicacy and of respect for his wife, he relaxed his hold. But Gabrielle replaced her hand in his, and thus, apparently united, husband and wife entered together the great parlor and appeared before Madame Emilienne, who was waiting for them. End of chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of For 15 Years by Louis Ulbach. Translated by Elizabeth Wormeley Latimer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. The Snare. Gabrielle was right. The snare had been well prepared for her husband. Madame Jean Mortier, like a recording clerk, not in the attitude of the judge she was in fact, stood by the table which she commonly used for office work. She was expecting to be called upon to register the decision of him who was nominally the head of the slate quarry. She, too, wore a mask. She, too, played a part. She, too, was resolved, whatever happened, not to change color. The four workmen who composed the deputation were the oldest among the quarrymen, men looked up to by the others. Two of them had perfectly white hair, and he who stepped forward as their spokesman had the bearing of a soldier. Why were Florence and Roger present? It could not have been from curiosity. Was it mere accident? Might it not have been an instinct which told them that before entering on their own inquiry into murder, they had better gain experience from this somewhat similar one? Emilienne had fixed and prepared everything, but the laborers had no idea that she had put it into their heads to make this visit to Monsieur de Monterey. Nor had Roger and Florence any notion that it was she, in fact, who had brought them there now. What was the object of Jean Mortier's widow? Nothing well defined, but during her long years of expectation and disappointment she had never been willing to miss any chance of enlightenment, however improbable. She knew nothing more than that there were certain analogies between Pavell's deed of violence and the crime unjustly imputed to her husband, and she did not calculate on any open, public confession from Monsieur de Monterey in consequence. She was not so mad as to think she could unmask him, thus crush him, thus under her feet before his own family and dependents. But she did count on the nervous irritability of Gaston for leading him to commit some imprudence, by which she alone might profit, because she alone could understand its meaning. She wanted, indirectly, to stretch him on the rack. She hoped he would give Roger a fresh proof of his tyranny and injustice, and that Florence would be more than ever impressed with a sense of his indomitable aristocratic pride. She wanted to play with her victim, to pat him with her claws, to loose him, to catch him, and to frighten him before she decided on the final bite. More than all, she counted on this as an opportunity for making herself certain as to Monsieur de Monterey's guilt. She wanted to be quite sure of it. After 15 years of suspicion, she was uncertain still. A feeling she could not herself understand, of attraction and of sympathy for Gabrielle, something indeed that seemed like gratitude for constant kindness, made her hesitate in spite of herself. This time, she said to herself, I will arrive at certainty. She felt sure the invalid, who that very morning had had a scene so violent with his own son, and who was assuredly still shaken by the recollection, could be easily exasperated into giving her some clue to his secret, either by some exclamation of impatience or some sign of suffering. Her only fear was that Gaston, who very rarely assumed his place as head of the household, and who generally delegated his authority to Madame de Monterey or to herself, might apprehend a trap, refuse to come downstairs, and decline the sarcastic honor of presiding over this semi-judicial inquiry. It is true that in this case his refusal to appear would partly serve her purpose, that Roger perhaps would take his place, that Gabrielle would bring excuses from her husband, but this would not have served Emilienne's chief end. To add to Madame de Monterey's sufferings, when nothing could be gained by it, was repugnant to Emilienne. If Monsieur de Monterey did not appear, she would have lost her chance and have set her trap in vain. True, she would feel it a point in favor of her theory of Gaston's guilt if he declined to face her. The answer sent down by the servant, and the entrance of her adversary, made Madame Emilienne's heart beat violently. She rested both hands on the table, and while she smiled politely as she bowed to the master and mistress of the quarry, a savage hope sent sparkles into her dark eyes. She was angry with Gabrielle for coming in so conjugally, so friendlily with her husband. She had expected Madame de Monterey would be present, but she had not expected she would be there to answer, as it were, for her husband, or that they would come in together, hand in hand. What could have taken place upstairs, she thought, to bring husband and wife thus closely together? During the 15 years she had lived with them, this was the first time Emilienne had ever seen between them anything that indicated sympathy. She grew angry, and this anger detracted from her self-possession, but no one present suspected what a raging fire glowed under her marble exterior. Gaston felt a slight color rise in his face as he entered the room. He had fully prepared himself. He feigned surprise, and his real anxiety was in this of use to him. He asked the workmen what they came for. " Monsieur," said the oldest of them, the former soldier, " we have been near having a murder in the quarry. We have come here to ask you to bring the would-be murderer to justice." Gaston answered quietly. " I knew that there had been a quarrel after a drinking bout at the cabaret, and that a stab was given. There is no need to call in the police to mete out punishment to either of the men who are guilty." " Either ? Why, there was only one guilty," replied the man. " It was only Claudine who was wounded." " Probably he himself provoked the assault." " Pavell was entirely to blame. He tried to kill Claudine to get at his money." " Were they not both drunk at the time ?"" Very likely, monsieur." " Well, if Pavell had not struck Claudine, very probably Claudine would have struck him." As Gaston said this very calmly and quietly, he remembered his own words to his wife half an hour before. In trying to excuse Pavell, he was defending himself. Emilienne listened with amazement. She felt sure a lesson had been given to Monsieur de Monterey, and that he had learned it thoroughly. Her experiment now had a new object. She looked at Madame de Monterey, who smiled faintly. She was looking at Roger, seeming to say to him, " See how kind and just your father is. You must not blame him." " Well, sir, do you mean by that you intend to let off the man who came near being a murderer ?" asked the old quarryman, though in a respectful tone. " I am not going to let him off. I only say that there is no need to call in the gendarmes. That kind of justice sometimes strikes too hard. Where is Pavell ?" Emilienne here interposed. " He is gone," she said coldly and curtly. " I sent him back his livret." " You did the right thing, Madame Emilienne. Then, if he has been discharged, why should you want me to do anything more about it ?" Gaston had been standing until now. He here drew up an armchair and sat down in it in an easy attitude. Gabrielle put her arm over the back of the chair, as if protecting him. "His being discharged does not seem to us enough," replied the workman. " Why so ?"" Because of the bad example. The good name of the whole quarry is involved." " You are very hard on a fellow workman, who, I dare say, is sincerely sorry for what he has done." " His being sorry will not heal Claudine." " Would his being in prison heal him any better ? Has not everything proper been done for the man who was wounded
Here Gaston turned round and looked at his wife. Yes, replied Gabrielle, and also for Pavell's poor wife and children. There, you hear, my friends. He has a wife and children. Do you want to ruin them? Oh, as to his wife, we have nothing to say against her. She's a good sort of creature who has the misfortune to be married to a gambler capable of anything when he gets going. She is sure to die of trouble if Pavell stays at liberty and gets off without punishment. As to the little children, all the chances are that they will grow up to be good for nothing." As the man spoke, Gaston could not help glancing at Roger, who stood listening. An idea came into his mind, quick, clever, fortunate, a veritable inspiration, one not to have been expected to sprout in the brain of a man whose intellect had grown so sterile as his. "See here, my good man," said Monsieur de Monterey, with bonhomie so rare and unexpected that it produced a great effect. "Address what you have to say to these two young people. My son is a man of honor, and inflexible on matters of that kind. As to Mademoiselle Florence, she has been brought up by her mother, and what can be said more in her favor? Well, let us lay this matter before them. Come, my children, you shall give judgment just as if I were not present. Answer these good people. What would you do if you were in my place?" Emilienne, disconcerted by this ingenious stroke of audacity, looked at her daughter with her keen black eyes, intending to prevent her accepting the position offered her, which seemed in some sort a public recognition of an engagement to Roger. But Florence did not see her look. Confused, delighted by this unexpected consideration on the part of Monsieur de Monterey, which seemed like an indirect reparation for what had passed that morning, much touched by the idea of being thus publicly associated in a deed of humanity with Roger, she looked up at him with a smile that seemed to spread clemency and kindliness through the whole room. She frankly stretched out her hand to Roger, who took it and kept it as his father shortly before had taken and retained his mother's hand. Then the young man, feeling himself called upon to speak, said with emotion, yet with alacrity and cheerfulness, "Thank you, father. I accept the honor you have done me of doing justice in your name. Florence and I have no need to deliberate to give you our judgment. We went together this morning to Pavell's cottage to carry him a letter which will enable him to get work in another part of the country. He promised us to give up cards and drink. His wife is to come here and do some work till he is ready for her." Gaston, delighted with his own idea and its result, went on. "It was a good thought in you to go and visit that family." "The idea was not ours, father." "I understand," said Gaston. He turned round and looked toward his wife. "It was Madame Emilienne," said Roger, "who sent Florence on the errand. All I did was to go with her." Gaston at once took up his advantage, and with exaggerated gallantry, for he had lost his sense of perspective in everything, said, turning to Madame Emilienne, "I am very glad we agree when a good deed has to be done. You think as I do?" "Oh, monsieur," replied Emilienne with a sadness and bitterness she struggled to conceal, "it was assuredly proper for me to remember the wife and child of a man accused like Pavell, but that would not prevent my being ardently desirous that a crime should be punished when the guilty party is known." She said this without raising her voice, but with a solemnity that lent weight to what she said. The words of the sentence seemed to clank sonorously, link by link, like a long chain. Gaston did not appear to notice it, and turning to his son, he said, "What do you think, Roger? Has any crime been committed in this case?" "None, father. Oh, if indeed Pavell had lain in wait in the woods, waiting Fleur Claudine, as if he had premeditated his attack, he would, of course, be a murderer. As it is, it was only a case of assault, of attempted homicide." This distinction struck Gaston. Emilienne darted a quick, distrustful glance at him. He had a sudden contraction of the lips, which she thought was possibly a smile of assent. It was really a spasm of nervousness and suffering. He nodded at the same time to encourage his son to go on. Roger, pleased to be thus approved, continued. "As Pavell himself pointed out to us, he struck only with his knife.
It was the first thing that came to hand, but he had in the belt of his leathern apron a much more terrible weapon, which he might have used if he had wanted to commit a murder. ' His hammer, you mean ?' cried Gaston, interpreting a gesture made by Roger. This was a double imprudence, as it roused Emilienne. It pained Florence. Jean Mortier's widow, feeling as if she had received a sharp blow, looked down to hide the flash of anger in her eyes. Florence turned pale. Roger was quite ignorant of the tragic interest excited by the word uttered by his father. He had never heard of Jean Mortier's steel hammer. He did not know what different emotions the word caused in the hearts of those who heard it. He went on. Yes, indeed. If Pavll had been a thorough scoundrel, he would have made use of his terrible hammer. ' Men can kill with other weapons besides hammers,' interrupted Madame Jean Mortier passionately. This cry, this burst of anger, as is often the case with the most frigid and correct reasoning, had no meaning to some of those present, but went home to the hearts of four persons. Roger, who thought she must be beside herself, answered mildly, ' Of course ; but if Claudine had been struck by Pavell's hammer, most assuredly he would have been killed outright.' Emilienne said nothing more. ' Well, then, you have decided,' said Gaston, who did not care to prolong his own bravado. ' I think Pavell is a violent man of bad habits. Of course, bad habits and violence are no excuse ; but they led to what has happened, and are extenuating circumstances.' ' We may take that, then, as your opinion ?' said Gaston, in a voice that might have passed for an expression of pride in his son's judgment. ' That is my opinion.' ' And it is yours too ?' said Monsieur de Monterey, turning round to the young girl with something caressing in his tone. Madame Emilienne, who was irritated to the last degree, began making a sign to her daughter to say nothing, but Florence, carried away by Roger's answer, said in her turn, ' I think so too.' Gaston smiled. His heart grew light. It seemed to him that these two young people had pronounced his absolution. ' You see,' he said to the workmen, ' truth proceeds out of the mouth of babes.' The delegates from the quarry were embarrassed, dissatisfied, discontented. And yet this appeal to youth had touched their hearts. They might have argued the matter further with Monsieur de Monterey, but it was very hard, without rudeness and harshness, to oppose these two young people, who were banded together to counsel brotherly kindness, and who probably before long would be proprietors of the chateau and the slate quarry, its dependency. They looked at each other. At least the dignity of the slate quarry must be saved. ' Do you mean that if Pavell should come back here, after drinking enough cold water to get himself sober for the rest of his days, you would take him back again, Monsieur de Monterey ?' asked the orator sarcastically. He was, in fact, an orator, skillful in preparing for an oratorical retreat, for he asked a purposely exaggerated question in order to obtain an answer that might seem favorable to him. ' We have nothing now to do with the question of taking back a workman once discharged,' replied Gaston, anxious to end the interview. ' What is done is done. The question concerns the repentance of a man not wholly a scoundrel, and how we may enable him to recover the esteem of his wife and retain the love of his children.' Involuntarily, either from genuine emotion or unconscious trickery, there was a tremolo in Gaston's voice which touched the hearts of those who heard him. It seemed as if a new spring of real feeling, unknown or misunderstood before, had opened in the heart of this man, heretofore so proud and rigid. Madame Emilienne was the only person present who did not come under the spell. She was conquered, but not convinced. She felt pushed aside, challenged, and wounded. What was the meaning of what she felt was mere acting? Why had Madame de Monterey advised, or more probably ordered, this new departure on the part of her husband? It was evident to her that Gabrielle, standing there so quietly behind her husband's chair during this scene, was playing the chief part in the drama. ' What can he be afraid of ?' thought the widow of Jean Mortier. ' Is it of me, I wonder ?' Then she turned things over in her mind to see if by any chance she had unconsciously done anything to make him think her more dangerous, more active than ever. ' Can it be his son that he stands in awe of ?' she said at last. ' That may be it, possibly. I have said before that in fathers' and mothers' hearts that have the real feeling of paternity, the child beloved is always dreaded as a judge. There was, therefore, no great sagacity required in Madame Emilienne to conjecture that the morning's altercation between father and son had led to this device on the part of Monsieur and Madame de Monterey. If she had only known of the plan formed by Florence and Roger, and confided by Roger to his mother, of course she would have been at once in possession of the truth. It would have flashed upon her, full, complete, and never to be forgotten. But she thought there was no more than a love affair between the two young people, and trusting them implicitly as to their conduct, she only thought of it as an obstacle, or the reverse with respect to her own project. Is it simply dread of Roger's state of mind, should he lose Florence, that has made such a change in Monsieur and Madame de Monterey, she thought, or is it only their son they want to save, and not their honor? I shall know. I shall know before long,' she added bitterly, as she gazed round her at the smiles which proved that others were touched by the sight of Monsieur de Monterey's emotion. While the workmen were taking their leave, Roger drew near his father. Florence, with sweet naivete, drew near him too. ' Well, are you still vexed with me ?' asked Monsieur de Monterey, looking at his son. Without waiting till Roger could answer, Gaston went on breathlessly, for the fever which he had kept at bay was coming back upon him. ' It was your own fault,' he cried, ' that I treated you as I did this morning. I thought you seemed as if you had no confidence in me. Could you suppose that I needed to be reminded that you are my own son ?' Then turning with an air of gallantry to the young girl, after a fashion which was reminiscence of his old life in the fashionable world, he added, ' I hope, Florence, you have scolded him well for the ill temper he showed me this morning. He is a bad fellow. He has been spoiled in Paris. Keep him safe at home hereafter. It is settled that he stays now, is it not ?' Gaston was overacting. He was playing the part of patriarch. He stretched out his arms as he spoke, with almost the effect of pronouncing a stage blessing. His voice, too, caressing as he spoke to Florence, broke as he spoke of what was really his intense desire, that Roger should not go up to Paris, to say nothing of its being the result of the numerous times to which he had had recourse that day to the brandy bottle. Roger, bewildered, amazed, and overjoyed, thanked his father warmly. Gaston had crossed his arms, but Roger pressed on his mother's hand a long kiss of love and gratitude. Florence, proud of this kind of amende honorable, but more than all, overpowered by her solemn adoption, had been tempted to kneel down at the feet of Madame de Monterey. She was restrained by a look from her mother. She only bent her head, therefore, toward Gabrielle for a maternal kiss. Gaston was weary, and yet he wanted to complete his victory over himself, and the victory which he thought he had achieved over his destiny, by addressing a few polite words to Madame Emilienne. She too, she more than all the rest, had to be conciliated, but sudden impulses with her were dangerous. He bowed to her and said, ' I hope you are not too much displeased with me.' ' For what ?' she asked, with a bitter smile. ' For the way in which I have settled with my work people.' The widow of Jean Mortier looked full at Monsieur de Monterey, and answered frigidly, ' I have no right to be displeased with you for that. If Pavll were guilty of an intention to commit murder, he repents, and at least he has suffered no one to be arrested in his stead. He will not be the cause of the death of the innocent.' Gaston could not help looking down and hanging his head. But then this might have been only a mark of respect to the widow's sad allusion, and not from any prickings of his conscience. He thought he must continue to play his part by a violent burst of satisfaction at the end. ' Our children,' he said, ' did well.' ' Yes,' said Emilienne, as gravely as before, ' we may always trust their good sense in everything.' ' And their good feeling,' added Gaston. ' Their feelings would not prevent their condemning a guilty person who was false and cowardly to pay the just penalty of his crime.' Oh, we will not put them to such proof," answered Gaston, with a short laugh, by which he hoped to hide the trembling of his lips as he passed before Madame Emilienne. " Maybe, or maybe not," she said hoarsely, moved by uncontrollable indignation. Madame Jean Mortier had taken an installment of her revenge that evening. Gaston, with the same heavy step he had had when he came in, went toward the inner door that led from the white parlor to the drawing room of the chateau. There he waited for Gabrielle. She had lingered to whisper in Roger's ear, " My son, will you stay with us now ?" Roger made no answer, but again he kissed his mother's hand. She had to content herself with the promise already made her, vague as it was. She rejoined her husband, and left the room with him. In the vestibule, which separated the white parlor from the rest of the chateau, and even before he regained his chamber, Gaston dropped his mask. The man disgraced, ashamed, and guilty reappeared. He said to Gabrielle with a beseeching look, " Are you satisfied with me ? I knew long ago that you could act falsehood to perfection." " How cruel you can be !" Gabrielle was not cruel, but she was resolved to punish Gaston for his unnecessary bravado. She dreaded his habitual exaggeration. She had caught sight of the suspicion in Madame Emilienne's eyes, and knew the threats that lay beneath it. After a moment she added more kindly, " Yes, you began well. Do not go back." "You gave me courage. Give me more." Gaston held out his hand again. Gabrielle made believe not to see it. He did not insist. He laid his own hand on the banister to help himself in going upstairs, then paused on the first step and said, " You shall see how well I will obey you. You will see." A chidden child could not have spoken more humbly. Gaston went up the stairs. He felt utterly weary, yet one thought fluttered in his heart and comforted him. It seemed to him as if, by the confession he had made his wife, he had got rid of a heavy burden, and that by his recent tactics he had put aside the peril with which she had threatened him. But Gabrielle felt no certainty. Without daring to hope, she took comfort in thinking that a pledge of pity at some distant time had been won from their future judges. As for these future judges, the young lovers, they were simply radiant. They were trying to disguise the brightness in their hearts, the joy which trembled on their lips and gleamed in their young eyes. They left the white parlor by one of the glass doors, accompanied by Madame Emilienne. As her mother said nothing, Florence asked her softly, " Are you displeased with us ?" Emilienne started and gave a long, sad sigh. Her daughter repeated her question. It was the same already put to her by Monsieur de Monterey. " You two are afraid of having displeased me ?" she cried out. " Why ? Because you made a right answer ? And you, Monsieur Roger, why should I be displeased with you ? Because you are a good son and a just judge. No, I am not displeased with you, my children." She spoke coldly, sadly, without one tear in her eyes or in the tones of her voice, and she went into the part of the building she inhabited. " Poor mamma," sighed Florence, " this scene has awakened sad memories." The two young creatures, with eyes downcast, walked a few steps in the garden. " When will you get me those papers and newspapers you promised me ?" asked Roger. " To morrow." "Ah, dear Florence, it seems to me our work will be easy enough now. This is the time to set about it, and to get it finished quickly. Does it not seem to you as if everybody is waiting for our verdict ?"" Yes, indeed." " How happy we shall make them !"" Yes, everybody," cried Florence, looking up to heaven with prayer and thankfulness in her eyes. " I did not half apologize to my father," said the young man. " This morning I was so unjust to him. And I did not half thank your mother. She has been so very kind. But I did not dare. I was afraid of thinking only of myself." " Everybody will be grateful to us on the day when we can tell them all the truth," said Roger. " Yes, everybody," said Florence over again. They walked on in the garden, wrapped in the glorious golden light of happiness, dreaming dreams not of their love — it would have profaned it to attempt to add to it by dreams — but pondering the filial triumph which they wished to place upon it like a crown. All this time Gabrielle was weeping and praying with a fervency she had never felt to such a degree before. She needed help from God so much. She wanted to raise her soul on high out of the dirt and degradation that the confession of her husband seemed to have plunged her into. Madame Emilienne, shut up in her own room, more gloomy, more bitter than ever, was going over all the painful memories of her past life, those of old times, those recent, those of that very morning. " What makes them so afraid of their son ?" she said over and over again to herself. And nothing as yet gave that question any answer. As for Gaston, when he got back into his room, he felt so weak that he flung himself into an easy chair, and seizing the brandy bottle, drank and drank till confidence and strength returned, all the time deceiving himself by the idea, " I am saved," and trying to increase his sense of that security by getting very tipsy. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of For 15 Years by Louis Ulbach. Translated by Elizabeth Wormeley Latimer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. After and Before a Storm. The day after this scene, so carefully and skillfully prearranged by the widow of Jean Mortier, it seemed as if a great hush had fallen on all those in the Chateau des Lupois. As wind, when rain begins, sometimes ceases for a moment, while the rain bends and breaks down some things that are growing, while others drink in the welcome shower which sends refreshment through their veins. Roger and Florence were beaming with happiness. Their sudden benediction from Monsieur de Monterey, which they could not understand, which they had never expected, for they had made up their minds that the utmost they could hope was that he would not forbid them to love each other, seemed to them a perfect overflow of grace and goodness. These young people, in a burst of filial feeling, were glad to open out their hearts still more to love by loving their father. All the next day was passed by them in absolute repose, unbroken even by dreams. When the delicate natures stand on the threshold of great happiness, they pause. They prepare themselves, as Christians do, for Holy Communion, by communing in silence with their own hearts. And lovely dreams of future happiness flutter low over their heads with poised and outstretched wings, preparing for higher flights into the blue heavens. Roger and Florence never had talked of love together, but today they shunned even their usual intimacy. It seemed delightful to them to have nothing more to say about their relations to each other. They were busy installing themselves in the white parlor, for Roger's stay at the chateau might now be prolonged. Roger opened his color box and put it in order. Florence brought out a piece of work she had laid aside the last time Roger left them. Nothing was said about the various papers and documents that Florence had promised on that day. It was tacitly agreed between them that the sad investigation should stand over a few hours. If they were to find out in the end that they were to be disappointed, this episode of rest and happiness would give them strength to bear the blow. They went here and there through the chateau and the garden, he looking as if a smile and song were blended on his lips, Florence, busy and bright, scattering gaiety through the house wherever her light laughs were heard. Gabrielle watched them both with anxiety. She was disposed to keep out of their way. She was afraid she might be tempted to caress them too eagerly, to seize upon them every time she met them with a passionate embrace. She shuddered lest, in her excitement, her great delight and happiness should frighten them. She was afraid that Roger might divine how keen had been her anguish when she had implored him not to leave her, by her great joy now that he was to remain at home. And in her scrupulous conscientiousness, she dreaded to appear to bribe Florence to take part with her by lavishing upon her too many caresses, or by too much show of maternal feeling. Yet at the bottom of her draught of happiness there was a lurking drop of gall. Gabrielle was all the time thinking of the confession of her husband. Gaston had really told her very little about his crime,
but he had given her sad glimpses into his perverted state of mind and feeling. She was almost angry with him for the kind of excuses he had brought forward for himself in telling his story, and she was disgusted by the ready hardihood with which he had subsequently played the part she had assigned him. She would rather have seen him bowed down beneath the shame of his confession, which would have given her hope that he might rise again. She would rather have found him less apt at dissimulation. When I say she was disgusted with Gaston, or even displeased with him, I do her wrong. She was more inclined to blame herself for the past. She thought she had not kept a watch long enough or strong enough over so weak a nature. She remembered with remorse how the old man, his father, had put his son into her hands, and how she had then promised to make a good man of him. Alas ! Had she set about this rightly ? Had she not, when the delicious duties of motherhood became hers, neglected her other duties as a wife and guardian ? She could not blame Roger personally for being the cause of his father's degradation, but she ardently desired that he might be the means of redeeming what was yet redeemable in his father's nature. He might stimulate him, she thought, to more active, more generous remorse by showing him how highly he thought of honor, by the spectacle of his happiness, by sympathy in his aspirations. For assuredly Roger now would become a great artist. He might lead his father to the recognition of an ideal he had long lost sight of, and she might finish her remaining pilgrimage with resignation. She had already decided to go into lifelong exile with her husband, to resign voluntarily the happiness of seeing around her a new family, since, as Florence would have married Roger in ignorance of their real relations, her own share of the family happiness would not be fairly won. She gladly saw Roger and Florence making their preparations to settle down in the white parlor. As long as her son remained at home, she thought, he could not be exposed to the dangers of that fatal curiosity which she now thought she had overcome. Poor woman, she never suspected that the canvas on the easel, the sheet of drawing paper on the desk, were put there only to screen the real employment of these young people. As for Emilienne, if she could have been angry with her daughter, she would have attributed to that feeling the feverish anxiety which now tortured her, and which seemed stronger even than her maternal love. She felt that Florence was a sort of shield that Madame de Monterey was gently drawing before her breast, to protect not only herself but her husband. She was tempted to interfere at any cost, to withdraw her daughter, to tell her why she hated this unhappy family, to raise between her and Roger the horror of a vengeance to be accomplished before it would be possible to right her father's memory. But then she was not positively certain of the truth, and to raise suspicion without proof would be unjust and cruel, and while endeavoring to inflict suffering on those under whose roof she dwelt, she herself would be bringing down sorrow on the head of her own child. Should she question Florence? No, Florence would simply answer that she was very happy, that the dream of her life was about to be realized, a dream that no one had ever told her she must not indulge. All she could do, it seemed, was to watch more sharply over the two young people whom Madame de Monterey and her husband were using in their own defense, who in fact were to be made happy as a sort of speculation. At the same time she dared not appear to suffer. Therefore, hiding her disquietude, but yet more agitated than she had ever been during her residence at Hupois, she watched her daughter with anxious tenderness every moment in the day. She said little to her, but she kept looking at her with a forced smile, and several times as she passed her, she pressed her hand to see if it were feverish. Gaston seemed bent on keeping up his role and playing his part better than the day before. When he got up, he went over to the slate quarry and stayed there till luncheon, talking to the men at work, who hardly knew him, playing the part of a kind master, and all through the meal he kept telling of his morning's walk and of his inspection of the workmen. He addressed his son with a strange sort of deference, almost obsequious in its caressing tone.
He consulted Florence and asked the opinion of Madame Emilienne. But not once did he speak to his wife. His eyes, which wandered everywhere else, would not meet the eyes of Gabrielle, and she, generally so attentive in making suitable replies when he was talking, and always ready to take up the threads of his discourse whenever, afraid of saying too much, he broke off his sentences, now let him talk on as he pleased, and seemed to feel no further anxiety as to what might escape him in the flux of words. The usually attentive wife now appeared to give little heed to the words that flowed from her husband, as if she no longer dreaded his compromising himself. Gaston was pale as usual, but his pallor was not so transparent. It seemed less on the surface, more in the skin, and the nervous trembling he was subject to was, if not less, at least better under his control. ' What can have happened ?' again asked Madame Emilienne of herself. The extraordinary, the almost monstrous alliance between Gaston and Gabrielle, less real, however, than it seemed, astonished her. She felt that fear must be the bond that drew them together, and not sympathy. She was sure that each of them was repugnant to the other. Jean Mortier's widow's consciousness of this alarmed her. It seemed to open for her a new hope, and yet she could hardly contain herself for anger. If they do not betray themselves, the young people will do it for them, she thought. And that thought was keen and true, and went right to the heart of the situation. Gabrielle that evening wrote in her journal, ' Gaston has confessed it all to me. I have not given him absolution. I could not even promise it to him. Down in the depths of his heart, where it seemed to me he let me look, I saw a bitter feeling against me in the past, a resentment against me that I had not suspected. His repentance is as painful to me as his crime. His fate and mine are in our children's hands. My God, lift up those pure hands in intercession for the guilty. Increase their love and happiness in each other. Make them forget us in themselves. Let them not notice how we suffer. If they suspected it, they would try to comfort us, to make things better for us, and they would put the last stroke to our misery, for in their ignorance they would ruin themselves. The blow from their hand which would destroy us would be fatal to their own future.' During the night that succeeded this day of plots and counterplots, Madame Emilienne could not sleep. For 15 years she had never slept unless she did so by force of will, knowing that she must sleep if she would keep up and increase her strength. But this night she lay awake voluntarily, that in solitude and darkness she might think over her anxieties. Perhaps in the silence of night, she thought, she might hit on some solution of the problem of the situation. Florence's room opened out of her mother's. Generally they left the door open between their chambers, so as to be able to talk till sleep came to the young girl, and if she awoke early, they talked in the early morning. After the brief good night that they exchanged that evening — they hardly were conscious of its unusual brevity — Emilienne put out the light in her chamber, hoping to persuade her daughter that she had gone to sleep, while Florence, who had no need of a candle to see her visions, did as her mother did, but slept no more than she. Several times during the night the mother fancied that her daughter was lying awake. A sigh or a silence more profound than that of sleep betrayed to her maternal instinct that Florence was still waking. Yet, remembering how beaming had been her daughter's face during the day, Emilienne was not anxious. She only grew more sad as she thought how joyously her child's soul was soaring into the realms of bliss, while her mother was darkening and debasing her own spirit by groveling in the gloom that lay before her. Her heart softened. She asked herself if she might not suffer the dark cloud that now threatened the happiness of her child to pass away. If heaven might not smile upon her if she had courage enough to join Monsieur and Madame de Monterey in drawing a veil over the terrible past. Courage to keep her suspicions to herself. Courage to take a vow always to keep silent, and sacrificing her duty as a widow to her duty to her child,
find courage to be false to that innocent man whose wrongs cried out for vengeance, in favor of that other innocent, whom her vengeance would make a victim? In the darkness of the night, Emilienne turned her eyes to a closet near the door of the next chamber. It was here that she kept all the relics of her days of married happiness, in other words, her days of poverty, and also the papers on which she had written notes. She passed several hours of that night turning over in her mind the contents of that closet, spreading them mentally out before her, reading over again the printed accounts of the trial and what she had written on the margins of these records. If she had not been afraid of disturbing Florence, who she thought was lying awake, she would have lighted her candle, gone over these documents, and studied them once again. It seemed to her that that night all her faculties were more wide awake than usual, and that another examination of these documents might enable her to make up her mind conclusively and terminate her irresolution. Toward morning, when a first ray of daylight came filtering through the muslin curtains at her window, slipping into the room between the opening, Madame Emilienne never shut her shutters, living always on the watch, indoors and out, she heard Florence get out of bed. She sat up alarmed. Was Florence ill? Was she coming into her mother's bed, tired of wakefulness, and would she open all her heart to her, and perhaps mingle her tears with her own? Poor little thing, said Emilienne with a beating heart. She had not time to rise and go to meet her daughter. Florence was already in her chamber. She was standing on the threshold, framed by the woodwork of the door. The pale blue light which was beginning to enter the room seemed to make a sort of milky atmosphere around Florence, who stood there, as it were, in fleecy whiteness. The picture was so charming that Emilienne, reassured, let her head drop back on the pillow, half closed her eyes, and watched her daughter with admiration and curiosity. In the soft light of dawn she could see the bright light of her daughter's smile. Florence came into the room, walking very cautiously. Her bare feet felt their way before they made each step upon the polished floor. Her hair hung down upon her shoulders, making a dark background to her face, which had an apprehensive expression like a child's. She held her nightdress closely over her bosom with one hand, the other was stretched out before her. She stood 2 moments on the threshold listening. She wanted to make sure that her mother was fast asleep. Madame Emilienne took care to let her breath come regularly, and the young girl, convinced that all was safe, went straight to the closet and opened it. There she felt round, laid her hand on the packet of newspapers, took it up, shut the closet door quietly, and pressing to her bosom, like Psyche, the treasure which was to bring her life or death, walked smiling backward a little way, that she might not seem to herself to be taking flight like an ordinary robber. Looking all the time at her mother, who slowly opened her eyes as her child went away from her, farther and farther, she re-entered her own chamber. Before she quite disappeared, she blew a kiss in the direction of her mother. It was a gesture that meant triumph and entreaty, a gesture of promise and of affection. Florence by that kiss made a vow that she would lighten her mother's sorrows. She was assuring her that she had now 2 children linked by the same belief, working toward the same end, inspired by the same filial tenderness. Emilienne did not wholly understand why Florence had taken possession of these papers, but she vaguely suspected something of the truth. She had no fear that her daughter had taken them to destroy them, or to give them over to her enemies under the pressure of Madame de Monterey's persuasions. ' Oh God !' she cried, becoming pious all at once, for pious she had been in days gone by. ' Bless her, even as I bless her.' Having whispered this prayer to the pillow on which she had shed so many tears, she began to weep more softly. When the hour came to rise, Emilienne did not get up as usual. She let Florence dress first. She guessed that her daughter, whom she heard dressing herself quickly, was anxious to get downstairs. She made believe that she was lazy, sleepy, and too tired to get out of bed. When Florence was dressed, she came in for her good morning kiss, and was surprised and pleased to find that her mother had not risen. ' Did you sleep badly ?' she asked, though she was not very much alarmed. The dark shadows round her sparkling eyes would have told her mother that she had not slept, if Emilienne had not known it already. Emilienne did not pity her for her wakefulness, nor did she allude to her own. ' I had a lovely dream,' she said gently. ' So had I,' replied Florence. ' I wish I could have mine over again,' said Emilienne. ' I will soon give you a better one,' said the young girl. They asked each other no further questions. They did not offer to exchange their dreams. Florence went back to her own chamber. She had now to carry off her plunder, and to give it up to him who was expecting it, and her. She pushed her door to lightly, but did not shut it close, for her mother could not see her as she went out through another door that opened above the staircase on the landing. As soon as Emilienne heard her daughter leave her chamber, she got up and went to the window. Roger had been up as soon as Florence. Earlier, indeed. He was in that part of the garden that separated the two detached portions of the house, walking round the little raised flower bed in the centre. Concealed by the window curtain, which she peeped through with precaution, Emilienne saw her daughter go straight up to Roger. They exchanged only a few words. Their eyes spoke to each other. Their lips breathed kisses on the unconscious air. The young girl held out the packet of papers. Nodding his head with a triumphant air, Roger took possession of them and carried them off into the white parlor. Florence did not accompany him. She stood wistfully a few moments looking after him. Then, moved by strong emotion, she went slowly down the garden path, possibly praying as she walked on alone. Emilienne drew back from her window, trembling so much that she was forced to sit down. She was astonished at her own feelings. Were they born of hope or fear? Was it only her amazement at the wonderful, fearful, unforeseen intervention of Roger in this inquiry? Was he to discover the truth for her at a risk, which he could not foresee, of proving that his own father was the criminal? End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of For 15 Years by Louis Ulbach. Translated by Elizabeth Wormeley Latimer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. The Trial Revised. Gabrielle, like Roger and Florence, came down early that morning. Her son, who had come as usual to kiss her in her chamber, had been in a hurry that he could hardly conceal, which had given her some anxiety, for he left her very quickly. Does he intend, she thought, to go away this morning? She watched him through her window until he was joined by Florence, and then, better satisfied, feeling sure that he had sacrificed his usual morning chat with her to nothing more than a rendezvous with the girl whom he was now permitted to love, she felt calmed and reassured, but was still anxious to get downstairs. She wanted to surprise her two children together, to kiss them both and bless them both in the open air. In the garden she found Florence walking alone. She joined her. ' What have you done with my son ?' she asked, still anxious but smiling. ' He is at work,' replied Florence, bending forward to receive the morning kiss of Madame de Monterey. ' Already ?' The mother made a movement to go back to the white parlor. Florence gently took her arm, feigning to go with her, but in reality intending to prevent her going. ' Oh,' she said, leaning lovingly on Madame de Monterey, ' this is not the first time Roger has set to work before other people were stirring. Don't you remember, Madame, how he was always the first downstairs when we had lessons together ?'' Yes, I remember ; but it was because he was looking for you, my darling.' Florence blushed and continued, ' He was looking for me this morning.' ' Yes, but he has left you very soon.' ' Oh, when we were children we had all sorts of things to tell each other. Now, after we had said good morning, there seemed nothing more to say.' ' Indeed,' said Gabrielle, looking tenderly at the young girl, whom she hoped soon to call her daughter, and bending a little on one side to get a better view of her. ' Yes, that is true,' replied Florence confidently and quietly. ' Are you not going to take your work as you used to do, and sit with him ?'' I'm afraid of being in his way,' murmured the young girl, who did not wish to give any answer that was not true. Gabrielle looked back to her own girlhood. She remembered that when she was engaged to Gaston, after years of boy and girl companionship, which made explanations between them unnecessary, she had acted as Florence was now doing, feeling shy as she found old friendship changing into love. But then there was a vast difference between Roger and his father. Madame de Monterey said to herself that surely Roger must have many things to tell his former playfellow, things that, alas, at the same age would never have come into his father's head. ' Let us go and find him, shall we not ?' she said to the young girl. ' I am curious to know what drawing or what picture he is going to begin.' She drew Florence along with her. Florence hardly knew how to resist or how to stop her. ' But,' said she at last, ' suppose that what Roger is doing were meant for a surprise.' ' A surprise ?' Gabrielle started. Perhaps she bethought her that Roger had spoken of the great discovery of Jean Mortier's innocence as a surprise to be offered to his widow. But there could be no danger, she thought, so long as Roger stayed at the chateau. It was only in Paris that an investigation could take place, and since he had not set off for Paris, what was the use of being alarmed ? The surprise on hand was probably some charming work of art in commemoration of his betrothal. ' Well, then,' she said with unusual gaiety, ' we must wait for the surprise. We will not disturb our artist. Come with me, dear.' She drew Florence after her to her chamber, and thence into the little sitting room next to it, where she had passed so many hours of unhappiness. There, with a sort of playful peremptoriness, she sat the young girl down in the middle of the room, as if she had placed there a big vase of flowers to brighten it, to embellish it, and to impart to it sweet fragrance. Then she said, ' I want you to be my secretary this morning.' ' I shall be very glad, madame.' ' Wait.' Gabrielle had the courage to open the bookcase where she kept the private journals into which for 15 years she had poured her confidences. She touched them for the first time without fear, nay, she moved them, in order to find some bundles of paper which she looked through. Florence watched her. She had done the same thing herself that morning when she searched her mother's closet for her papers. Gabrielle found what she was looking for, a large sheet of paper, which she unfolded, and drawing Florence to her side, she showed her, on her writing table, some paper and a pen. ' Copy this for me,' she said, with make-believe authority. Florence looked at the paper and read it over rapidly. It was a list of underclothes and jewelry, carefully numbered. She grew slightly pale, and her moist eyes looked questioningly at Madame de Monterey. Gabrielle leaned over her and drew her mouth to hers. ' It is the list of my wedding trousseau,' she murmured with a broken, trembling voice. ' It is very complete. I could not make out a better one, nor one more satisfactory for you.' These last words, said almost in a whisper, glided warmly into Florence's heart. She burst into tears. Gabrielle's tears flowed also. They wept in each other's arms, and their kisses were interrupted by the words, ' My mother ! My child !' It was their first moment of effusion. While this was passing, Roger was seated before his easel in the white parlor in such a way as to be screened in case of a surprise. Above all things, he did not want Madame Emilienne to see him prying into those archives, those records of her sorrow. He began to read with a strange beating of his heart. Not that he now had any doubts of Jean Mortier's innocence. His faith, reinforced by his love for Florence, seemed to him invincible. He was expecting nothing but to find proofs of Mortier's innocence. And what agitated him supremely was the fear of not finding sufficient clues by which he might be guided in his parents' investigation. The upholsterer's widow was in everything orderly. She had sorted and numbered all her documents, just as she sorted and numbered the business papers belonging to the slate quarry. The sad history could be read in her papers, chapter after chapter, in regular succession. The newspapers first announced the murder. They mentioned the discovery of the body in the Bois de Boulogne, and stated, as it is always proper to do in such cases, that the police were on the track of the murderers. Next day there were details. They told their readers that Pierre Mortier had supped at a fashionable restaurant between a party of women of bad character and young men of fashion. They added that all these very different witnesses would be at once summoned by the police. Roger, though no one had ever spoken before of this story since his childhood, but who retained a vague memory of the visit made to his father by an agent of the police, whom his mother had herself conducted to the door, knew that his father was one of the men at that supper on that fatal evening. It pained him. It disconcerted him before he had read far in these papers, as soon as his feelings began to get interested, to be thus suddenly brought face to face with this painful fact. He knew that his father had been living the life of the club, and had been often from home at night in the days of his infancy. Yes, he distinctly remembered the long, sad waitings of his mother for his father's return, the tears she had shed as she leaned over him in his cradle, tears that he paid little attention to at the time, but of which he now found traces lingering in his memory. Yes, indeed. While someone was murdering that man who had eaten his last supper in his father's company, his mother had been weeping and watching for her husband, and the table at which Monsieur de Monterey was feasting had been next to the one occupied by a bevy of women of the town. Roger saw suddenly a vision like one of those double tableaux part of the scenery in modern theatres. A supper scene, the tables brilliantly lighted, surrounded by bold, laughing, cynical, ensnaring women, trying to attract the attention of men of fashion, fathers of families, whose wives were weeping and watching for them at home. Beside this picture was its contrast, a bedchamber with the faint gleam of a night lamp, a wife sitting up in bed with her elbow on her pillow, listening, but hearing no sound outside in the silence, hoping for the return of her prodigal husband, and watching at the same time for any noise from the next room where slept the child in his cradle, forsaken by his father. Roger was by nature an artist. His artistic perceptions had probably been cultivated by the life of seclusion in which his boyhood had been passed. His childish impressions, which rarely found vent in words, had crystallized in his brain and taken the form of pictures. It had become natural to him to have all his ideas come to him in form and color, and this in a great measure because they did not express themselves in words. It was quite natural, therefore, that he should form a mental picture of the first details he read about the murder. He saw distinctly the dark wood, the man assaulted, and the other man taking flight. It was the third picture in the series, the first being the supper party, and the second the silent woman watching in the night. The newspaper went on to relate, on the authority of notes taken at the Prefecture de Police, that the guests at the merry party had been examined, and that the result of the examination of the women, who had all been brought up before a magistrate, had been that there was no evidence to implicate them in the death of Pierre Mortier. But immediately afterward, as if to make up to the reader for this exoneration of the women, the newspapers announced the arrest of Jean Mortier, the discovery of 2 banknotes at his lodging which had undoubtedly belonged to the deceased, the seizure of the hammer which had probably been the weapon with which the murder was committed, together with a fact that told strongly against the prisoner, viz., that he had been out all night, and that he confessed to have passed it wandering about the Bois de Boulogne, near the very spot where the assault on Pierre Mortier had been committed. Roger was overwhelmed by this account of the arrest of Jean Mortier. It was the most stunning blow he could have received. Appearances were terribly against him. The pale, half-crazy man, who after a cruel deception had laid by in an envelope, directed by his own hand, 2 notes for 1,000 francs each, which had that very day been in the pocketbook of the murdered victim, and who could not prove the shadow of an alibi, seemed assuredly guilty. Roger had no means of picturing to himself the appearance of the poor upholsterer, nor of his home. Before him stood two figures that hid from his eyes that of Jean Mortier, Madame Emilienne in her sorrow, and the bright face of Florence, lighted up with hope and faith and filial love. He saw nothing beyond them. The hammer was a coarse material argument that he could not get over. And was not the man's suicide after conviction a damning proof of guilt? Roger felt crushed. The women, and the men their associates at supper, faded out of his imagination. He saw only a man bowed down under unanswerable proofs of guilt. One paper gave the account of how Jean Mortier had been taken to see his cousin's corpse at the morgue. The hammer exactly fitted the wounds on the body. What more was needed? Roger, at this point, felt hopelessly discouraged. He laid down the papers on his color box, put his hands before his face, and thought. The pictures, called up by the papers, seemed to make further investigation hopeless. What could he suppose? The judges and the jury seemed to him to have decided rightly. Before reading the trial itself, he felt certain of the verdict. How could a man be acquitted with such an accumulation of evidence against him? How could he have been innocent? Was it not more probable that wifely love and filial love were both mistaken? Might not Jean Mortier have been lying when he protested his innocence to Madame Emilienne? Lying. Roger, who was as truthful and honest as his mother, felt a cold shiver pass over him, a secret horror. Had he not often had reason to doubt the word of his own father? Had he not often felt the deepest humiliation, almost amounting to despair, when he detected his father in a course of lies? He was horrified at having his father come at all into this inquiry. He was angry with himself for in any way connecting him with this sad story, in which he had only played the part of a witness who felt pity for the prisoner, and a husband who had joined his wife in showing great kindness to Jean Mortier's family. But in vain he struggled to put his father out of his thoughts at this moment. He could not help using him as a standard of comparison, as a proof that men were sometimes capable of falsehood. Do what he would, Monsieur de Monterey seemed mixed up in this tragedy. He was associated with it from the beginning, when he had supped almost at the same table as the man who had been murdered, till at its close he had offered an asylum to the widow and daughter of the murderer. Was it homicide or murder? Roger had himself, when speaking of that matter of Pavll's, drawn a distinction, which, though it might not acquit Jean Mortier, at least might somewhat mitigate the crime. He might have been, as it were, a homicide without premeditation, just as Pavll would have been if he had killed his man. He could not have been a murderer. But no, his lying in wait was evident. Jean Mortier had not Pavll's excuse of being a fast man and a gambler like Pavll, and some others. After half an hour of reflection, Roger rose and left the white parlor, hiding the papers in case anyone came into the room. If Florence chanced to see him in his present mood of discouragement, both her love for him and her attachment to her father would be wounded. Roger might seem to her to have betrayed her tender trust by not being faithful to the belief with which that tenderness had inspired him. He wanted to get into the garden, to get rid in the open air of something that seemed to press with a weight upon his forehead. Then he would come back and struggle against these appearances. Since men could lie, why might not human things? In the garden, where he strode about impatiently, Roger encountered Madame Emilienne. She was coming back from her usual morning visit to the slate quarry. He reddened as he saw her, and dared not stop to speak to her. Emilienne read, in the trouble in the young man's eyes, only a feeling of shame for his clandestine curiosity. She smiled at him gravely, and passed on as if she were in a hurry.
She did not wish to stop him, nor to explain anything to him, nor to influence him. She wished for his own genuine, unbiased impression. As soon as she was out of sight, Roger had an impulse to run after her, to call her back, to cross-question her, to confess to her his sudden terror, and to implore her to tell him why she had never for a moment felt a doubt in spite of the overwhelming circumstantial evidence. But to implore help from Emilienne would be to confess his own impotency. It would be giving up his secret partnership with Florence. He would feel like a deserter. It would be best, in any case, if he must be so unfortunate as to be brought to feel the certainty of Jean Mortier's guilt, to share that sorrow at first with Florence alone. And besides, he had thus far only read the results of the first legal inquiries. If there had been a terrible error committed at the trial, of course there must have been strong evidence on which to found it. This evidence had shocked him. But was it not precisely to prove that appearances could be false that he had undertaken the investigation? No doubt, thought he, the newspapers kept their readers informed of each piece of evidence against the prisoner as the inquiries of the police proceeded, and perhaps he might find, as he read on, the gleam of light that had thus far failed him. He went back into the white parlor. He found there Florence, her face all brightness, transfigured by the influence of the dews and the sunshine in her recent interview with Madame de Monterey. ' Have you finished ?' she asked eagerly, going up to him with outstretched hands. ' Not yet,' replied Roger with an uncertain smile. ' Perhaps you have not even begun ?'' Yes, I have.' ' Did you stop ?' Florence's voice grew less assured. ' I have come back to go on,' said Roger, still embarrassed, his unwillingness to answer her disguised by his caressing tone. As he did not tell her why he had broken off, Florence guessed his motive. ' Did you get discouraged then, already ?'' No, but I felt as if I could not breathe. I went out into the open air. Ah, Florence, how terrible it all was ! How much your mother must have suffered !'' Poor mamma,' murmured the young girl. ' How dearly she will love you if you succeed.' Florence, in these words, seemed to admit a doubt of his success. She made no absolute assertion. She said, ' If you succeed.' This timid concession, made to Roger's scepticism, seemed to him an exhortation to perseverance. He said to himself that he must conquer. He went to his easel, sat down, and reopened the papers. ' I am going away. I will come back by and by,' said Florence softly. ' No, stay,' replied Roger tenderly. ' You do not need me. I think, on the contrary, that you may help me.' ' How ?' Roger dared not own that he thought she might exercise a sort of exorcising influence over his fears. He said, ' I may want to know what you remember at the time.' ' I don't remember anything. I was so young.' ' I remember a good deal.' ' How can you ? You did not know us then.' ' I heard much talk at the time of this great misfortune. My father and mother talked about it. You know he was called as a witness.' ' Yes, I knew that. You were older than I. All I recollect is the sad, pale face that lay beside me on the pillow not long before the police came to our door. I remember the farewell kiss he gave me, and indeed, I could swear with my whole heart that it was not the kiss of a criminal. Then I only remember how mamma made me say my prayers, how she prayed for him, how she put on mourning. We have never left it off. What more can I tell you ? My father lives in my memory as so kind, so tender, so unhappy. I loved him more than children of my age commonly love their fathers, because all the sorrow I had seen around me made me precocious. That is all I remember.' Florence was resolved not to cry, but her voice here became tremulous with her effort to keep back her tears. Roger envied her for being able to have so sad and pious a remembrance of her early years, for having early loved her father. Alas, he had early doubted his. ' Stay,' he said again, almost childly persistent.
I beg you to stay. I want you. You must." "Oh, it does not need all that to make me stay," said Florence softly. "But go on just as if I were not by. I will warn you if anyone is coming. I am more than ever bent on my surprise." She seated herself in the embrasure of the window, where she usually sat. She picked up her embroidery, but she did not draw her needle through the work. She sat with her hands idle, leaning back in her chair, attentive and yet in a dream, watching Roger, who had begun to turn over the papers and to read them, at the same time keeping an eye on the garden, till at last, lowering her eyes as if to give them rest, she sat simply waiting, with a slight smile. Roger had resumed his reading with still deeper attention. I have mentioned that Jean Mortier's widow had made notes on the papers she had carefully preserved. These notes had, for the most part, been made during the trial, and she had added little since, having no need to strengthen her resentment against man's injustice, and needing nothing for her own conviction. But the brave woman had labored, or tried to labor, to strengthen the brief drawn up by her husband's counsel, while yet something might be done. And when the lawyer failed, she had gone over her notes, and, as it were, completed them. If this impassioned commentary gave Roger little that was new, at least it convinced him of the faith and energy of the widow. After a few bitter, sorrowful protestations against the facts as related by the papers, and the conclusions drawn from them, Madame Jean Mortier had written on a sheet of paper pinned on to one of the journals a long account of her visit to Madame de Monterey. This account was evidently written under the influence of some incomprehensible prejudice. Here are a few fragments of this paper, useful perhaps to us, and startling to Roger. "Why do they never suspect any of the gentlemen who supped that evening in the same room as our cousin? The women were suspected soon enough. Fast men and fast women are much about the same thing. I went to see Monsieur de Monterey, but I could not find him. His wife saw me. She could not give me the particulars I should have been more likely to extract from him, though she assured me that all he knew was that he had supped in company with Monsieur Pierre. I ought to have been able to get on with this lady. She seemed amiable and rather sad. But these women of the world, even the best of them, have a sort of manner that one can never get over. She meant to be kind, and yet she wounded me. She thinks Jean guilty. She cannot understand the complete confidence that I am proud to feel in him. I wonder if women like her ever love their husbands. She owned to me that her husband plays high habitually, and that he had lately lost immense sums at the gaming table. The lawyer had better inquire into this matter and take note of it. If Jean had been a man given to gambling or to any kind of dissipation, the crime he is accused of would have been more probable. But when people are poor like us, our poverty is in itself a sort of presumptive evidence that we may be guilty, while fashionable gentlemen, steeped in vice, are not even to be suspected. I will see Monsieur de Monterey. I must see him. At least I have discovered that the lady is not happy. Her pride did not conceal that from me. She wept with me. What a pity that she would not understand me. I asked her why she seemed so anxious to make out that my husband was guilty. Can she be afraid that suspicion might rest upon her own? She kept on speaking of the hammer. Well, what of that? The hammer, which is their main argument, proves nothing. Cannot men be killed with some other weapon that is very like a hammer? I will go and see the hardware man. I will find out if there are no tools that make the same kind of wound as a hammer." Here Roger paused. He began to tremble. His mother now came upon the scene, and her association with it was not what he could have hoped or expected. Why should not she, so loving, sad, and sympathetic, have made common cause from the first with Madame Emilienne? He did not dare to be angry with Jean Mortier's wife for the injustice of her remarks on the unaccountable lack of kindliness in Madame de Monterey. That was, of course, a slander, but it was possible that on that day, for some reason, his mother might not have been willing to let her feelings have free play. Among Emilienne's observations, two passages stood out sharp, luminous, and threatening. They dashed themselves, as it were, in Roger's face. He felt like a sick man in the semi-delirium of a fever. Can she be afraid that they may suspect hers? And men may be killed with some other weapon than a hammer. These were almost the very words used by Madame Jean Mortier 2 days before when speaking of that matter of Pavell's. Could this fixed idea of some weapon like a hammer have led the upholsterer's wife to impossible conjectures and suspicions? This was what Roger was now eager to learn. He no longer thought of leaving his work till he had finished it. Florence, who saw him absorbed with the deep flush on his face, sat softly smiling. She could not pity him for any suffering in the task he was undertaking, since their own happiness and the happiness of everybody else would be sure to grow out of his discoveries. Roger was, in fact, tightly seized, and as it were drawn under iron wheels by the interest of these documents. They made him the victim of a pitiless curiosity. They tore off his very flesh at every turn of the page. He would gladly have stopped, have taken time to think, to weigh, to investigate, but he had to go on. Madame Emilienne ended her observations on her visit by recording that she had given Madame de Monterey the numbers of the banknotes that had been stolen. That was at least a proof that she had awakened some interest in the heart of Gabrielle, but nothing more. Yet Roger drank in this idea and was comforted. Next came a newspaper relating the scene when Jean Mortier was confronted with the dead body of his murdered kinsman at the morgue. The newspaper alleged, as a sure proof of his guilt, that he faltered. He did falter from horror, and that he had fainted away. This view of the matter had exasperated Madame Emilienne. In her heavy round hand the writing of a woman who had learned to write only at a public school, and had no knowledge of how to use her pen lightly, in writing that indeed seemed made darker and deeper to emphasize her words, she had written on the white margin of the printed sheet, "Jean has so little strength. The poor fellow had suffered so much before they put him to this torture. Why don't the judges, who are men themselves, let me sit beside him when he is examined, or stand by him when he is confronted with such dreadful things? It is horrible to have that taken for remorse which is nothing but the effect of pity. If I had been there, he would never have fainted, and all that has been said about it would never have been said. Ah, poor dead Pierre, murdered by someone unknown to us, not by my Jean. I think I could have made you seem to smile that you might not horrify the innocent." What effect might it not have on Jean, with his impressible nature, if he were convicted? He might kill himself. I fear he would. Roger was much impressed by these lines. The prescience of the loving wife who foresaw the probable suicide of her husband showed him that she was able to judge him impartially. She read clearly the future. Might she not be equally correct as to the past? Why, when this thought entered the mind of Roger, should it have redoubled his agitation and deepened the color in his face? Was he beginning to say to himself that he, like his mother, might soon come to desire to believe in the guilt of Jean Mortier? Why had his mother wanted to believe it after all? Confused remembrances, which I will relate hereafter, began surging through his brain, like waters from many founts, which trickle, intermingle, loose themselves, burst the barriers that confine them within bounds, and carry destruction along with them. He kept his attention fixed on what he read, though it tried to escape from him. He dreaded lest the tide of another anguish might carry him away. The papers said little about the murder after the first examinations till the trial. Madame Mortier in her notes alluded to this silence, and, poor woman, it seemed to cause her a new alarm. If nothing were said by the papers, it meant that the police had found no clue to the real murderer. The circumstances of the visit from the priest of the Madeleine, who had advised her to choose for her lawyer Maitre Lacaille, the leading advocate in the Cour des Assizes, was mentioned by Madame Emilienne. Our readers, if they have read the first part of this narrative, The Steel Hammer, will remember that when Madame Emilienne received this advice, together with the money she would need to pay the eloquent counsel recommended to her, she had at once exclaimed that the priest must have come from the real murderer, who was suffering from remorse. The priest had protested that this was not the case, and she had said nothing more, but she had then conjectured that the money must have come from Madame de Monterey. The traces of her first suspicion and of her second conjecture, which proved afterward to be true, were found in her annotations. Roger trembled when he read them there. A few moments before he had been surprised that his mother had not shown Madame Emilienne more pity. He now perceived that her pity and her sympathy had been very great. Madame Mortier had added to her papers, for the benefit of her counsel, all letters that bore upon the subject, copies of which she had preserved and tied up with the newspapers. She had also given him her own views. Her arguments were few. Every line attested her conviction of her husband's innocence and her own deep love for him. She seemed to think that surely was enough. She, however, insisted on an inquiry being made by her lawyer as to all instruments or tools resembling a hammer, and she implored him on no account to omit calling Monsieur de Monterey as a witness, and subjecting him to a rigid cross-examination. She said that even if he knew nothing as to the crime, she thought he could put them on the track of the criminal. Why should she have said this? There was a burst of bitter hatred against Monsieur de Monterey inserted the evening before the trial opened. ' This man,' said Madame Emilienne, speaking of Gaston, ' seems fatal to me. I know not why. For he appears to wish well to Jean. He tries to serve him. My lawyer is forever telling me so. If he is summoned as a witness, Maitre Lacaille counts much upon his testimony. But why should he be a witness? Why is he nothing but a witness? He and his friends and the girls at that supper ought to be just as much under suspicion as Jean. Why shouldn't they ask him where he passed the night? It is true that he probably could not use a hammer, and that a gentleman like him is not likely to lie in wait for another man in a wood.' Roger could bear no more. He could hardly breathe. Of course, this explosion was the mad paroxysm of a sufferer on the rack writhing in agony, but it was a formal charge growing out of many things that had given birth to vague suspicion. Roger would not yet look back into his childish memory. He dreaded to see his recollections raise their heads like serpents hissing at him from the past. What could be the meaning of it all? He had now reached the account of the trial. He drank in every burning word. He read with startled eyes. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of For 15 Years by Louis Ulbach. Translated by Elizabeth Wormeley Latimer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. The Verdict Reversed. The indictment told Roger nothing new. The legal particularity with which the circumstances were stated worried him. He turned as soon as possible to the depositions and cross-examinations of the witnesses. The personality of Jean Mortier seemed, for the first time, to stand forth out of the shadows in which, until then, it had been hidden from his view. Jean Mortier appealed to his good character, pleaded his poverty, his love for wife and child, thus defending himself, so far as Roger was concerned, more effectually than if he had subtly refuted the charges in the indictment one by one. Roger looked over the tops of his papers at Florence. She seemed to him to have in her simplicity a noble bearing, a part of her inheritance from the man whose spirit rose before him. He thought she must be very like her father. Though Emilienne's features, softened and refined, were decidedly those of her daughter, her likeness to both parents attested their close union. She had the sense of honor common to them both, their purity and innocence. Where had she been, poor little thing, while her father, Jean Mortier, stood up in the court before what is called the bench of infamy, and invoked his child's pure trust in him as something to be pleaded in his own defense? Did she stay, lonely and unhappy, with some woman in the neighborhood, waiting for her father to be acquitted and her mother triumphantly to return? Ah, thought Roger, if I only could have been her little companion then. He submitted the deposition of Pierre Mortier's notary, Monsieur Boisselot, to a careful examination. The reader may remember that its benevolent leaning toward the prisoner had told against him. The man whose mission it had been to make known to Jean Mortier, a few hours before the murder, the cruel way that fate had used him, the kind-hearted man who had witnessed Jean's deep sorrow, owned that he had from the first had a presentiment of evil, but he never dreamed of a murder, only of a suicide. Roger again trembled. Maitre Boisselot, as well as Madame Mortier, had had the same idea that Jean might commit suicide. This, which to the jury seemed a presumption against the prisoner, was to Roger quite the reverse. The shame of an unjust accusation, together with his actual ruin, had been enough to overwhelm him. His real crime of self-murder, which was not among the charges brought against him, challenged Roger's deep compassion. When he read the account of the pathetic scene where Jean called on his wife to testify in his behalf, and when Emilienne, stretching out her arms to him, responded by a proud assertion of her faith in him and of her love, Roger let two big tears drop on the newspaper. Florence saw them. She rose and softly drew near him. She was pale and trembling. She put one hand on Roger's shoulder, and said in a voice that was almost a sob, " Don't you find anything ? I was beginning to hope just now." Roger seized her hand, pressed it hard against his lips, and when she drew it back, cried eagerly, " Ah, how I love you !" These words were only a promise of pity. Florence responded in a trembling voice, " You frighten me." " Don't be afraid," stammered Roger. Then, without knowing exactly what he said, for he seemed to himself to be walking in a state of somnambulism, he went on, " It is I who have cause to be afraid. Let me go on." He let the girl's hand drop, and she went back to her seat. He resumed his reading. The name of his father again attracted his attention. The bailiff called to the witness stand Monsieur de Monterey, who, standing up before the court, swore solemnly to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. When children sit in judgment on their parents, their judgments are implacable. They accept the painful duty in the spirit of martyrdom, and feel it no sacrilege to distrust where distrust seems necessary. Roger said to himself with horror, as his father began his evidence, " I wonder what falsehood he is going to utter." He said it in his heart. He did not mean it. It was involuntary. It will be remembered that at the trial Gaston's testimony was in favor of the prisoner, but his sympathy, so far from gratifying Roger, was dreadful to him. The son had taken the measure of his father's unreliability. He saw exaggeration in his eager assurances that he believed in the innocence of the prisoner. The court had asked Monsieur de Monterey to give his impressions of the deceased, and to repeat what he had said of him before the juge d'instruction. Gaston
with an embarrassment very perceptible to his son, repeated his impressions. He said that the man seemed coarse and fierce and very disagreeable. He undertook to picture the scene of the murder and all that he supposed might have taken place. Jean, according to him, ruined, cleaned out. The gambler had been so imprudent as to use this slang word, which is part of the jargon of the gambling table, had probably appealed to the generosity of a rough, brutal man. Repulsed, insulted, and jeered at, he had lost his head, and in a moment of anger and despair, as he brandished his cane, he had struck him. Roger uttered a cry and sprang to his feet. A flood of light poured in upon him. It was his father. His father, who, when no one had said a word about any weapon but a hammer, had used the word cane. A cane brandished over the head of the victim. All at once, Roger remembered a day when his father and mother had spoken before him of a cane with a handle very like a hammer. Only 48 hours ago, had not his father threatened him with a cane, and had not his mother, in wild terror, flung herself between them, when at once Monsieur de Monterey, ashamed of his anger, had almost apologized to his son. He remembered other things besides. Facts and suspicions that had been floating in his brain grew clear to him instantly. His memory seemed full of them. At his cry, Florence had started up, and again came toward him. He heard her step, but with an almost angry gesture, so completely was he unconscious of what he was doing at that moment, he pushed her from him. He saw, instead of love, a vision of the past, frightful, threatening, full of horror. He wanted all his faculties to look at it, all his attention to be concentrated on it, for as the scene rose before him, a voice seemed to cry out from the columns of the newspaper, and to be echoed by something in his own heart. He read the rest of his father's deposition standing. Jean Mortier's lawyer had caught up the word cane that escaped from Monsieur de Monterey, and had used it in his argument to break down the hammer theory. He had tried to demonstrate the impossibility of killing a man with an instrument that had to be handled at such short range, the necessity of at least having the hammer fixed on a long handle to obtain the necessary swing. Yes, yes, cried Roger in his heart. That was it. It was a cane. It must have been a cane. He had the self-command to go on and finish his father's deposition. The reader will remember that it ended by a reiterated protestation from Gaston that he was ready to swear that he believed Jean Mortier to be virtually innocent. " My God !" cried Roger, dropping back into his chair. He felt that this affirmation of his father's was an additional baseness, whereas upon the trial it was looked upon as a proof of noble and generous feeling. Roger's agitation was so great, and the only conclusion at which he could arrive was so terrible, that he wanted to gain strength to bear it, even by strengthening his own horrible suspicions. He went on reading the paper. The medical experts testified after his father. It may be remembered that one of them demonstrated the possibility of murdering a man with a small upholsterer's hammer, and that the other, who was older, affirmed and demonstrated, on the contrary, that the impetus given by the swing, either of a long-handled hammer or a thin cane, would have been necessary to make wounds so deep as those found upon the body. Roger had nothing more to learn. He knew. The papers dropped from his hand and were scattered at his feet. The strange pricking sensation that runs through the body when subject to an electric current passed over him, and his fingers became rigid. The doors of his memory stood now wide open. His own boyish recollections poured a cruel flood of light upon the dreadful story.
He saw a scene that had taken place between his father and mother 15 years before. He did not understand it at the time, and yet even then it had vaguely alarmed him. He saw himself in the salon of the little hotel in the Rue d'Anjou, a child in petticoats, standing by his mother's side, leaning on her knee. A servant came in, bringing a cane, whose handle was something very like a hammer. At the sight of that cane, Monsieur de Monterey had flown into a rage. He had seized it, broken it in pieces, and flung it into the fire. The boy, much astonished and distressed by seeing a thing he would have liked to own thus thrown away, had taken the tongs and tried to get it out of the fire. And Roger could remember his mother's sad voice saying, "Let it alone, my child. Your papa is right. It is better it should never be found." Yes, those were his own mother's words. Did she know then that the cane was important evidence? That afternoon he was with his mother alone. She had wept long and bitterly, and in his great pity for her he remembered that he had cried too, and had said, "Don't cry, my dear little mamma. He will never do so any more." From that day he could feel that his respect for his father had decreased, and that he had been a more tender boy in his behavior to his mother. Yes, that scene had left a deep impression on his mind, and now the wound it made was again opened and bleeding. In respect to that cane, he had been very naughty, or rather, he had really meant to help his mother. He wanted to carry out her wish that no one should ever find it. And next morning he had gone into the salon, knelt down before the hearth where the fire had not been rebuilt, and scratched in the cinders with his little nails until he found the metal handle of the cane, and put it in his pocket. Oh, how frightened he had been when he met his mamma at the parlor door. She had suspected nothing. She did not even notice his little dirty fingers. But he had told her a falsehood. How well he remembered that falsehood. It was his first, his only lie. He remembered another scene. One evening, after a long stroll in the Bois with his father, when they came home they found the drawing room a blaze of light. Monsieur and Madame de Monterey had then talked in his presence of the murder in the Bois de Boulogne, and as Roger heard them mention an upholsterer's hammer, he had asked what kind of a hammer that was, and his mother, in her grave, low voice, had answered him, "Something very like the handle of your papa's cane." Everybody had seemed disconcerted, and he was disconcerted most of all. For had he not picked that very handle out of the ashes, and was it not still hidden away? At first he had taken great pains to conceal it, putting it constantly in some new place, looking upon it as something he had no right to own. Afterward, when he became a schoolboy, he had kept it as a souvenir of his very early boyhood, though he could have given no good reason for the value he seemed to attach to the broken toy. He had it still, upstairs in his own chamber, in a corner of one of his drawers. He wanted to look at it again, to examine it, to see what it might reveal to him now. As he rose, he thought at first that he was going to fall. He could not make a step forward, but his sinews stiffened into steel. In another moment he could stand, and a moment afterward he found himself making his way to the door, moving stiffly like a ghost or like a man in armor. Florence, in her amazement, dare not stir. Warned by Roger's previous gesture not to disturb him, she sat motionless in her chair with her hands clasped before her. She could not understand Roger's state, but she did not wish to break in upon it. It seemed to her a sort of stupor inspired by amazement at the truth which had suddenly been made plain to him. Roger apparently had forgotten her. He did not turn toward her. He walked straight to the door, quitted the parlor, leaving the door open behind him, and taking no notice of the papers lying on the floor. Florence distinctly heard his steps resounding on the staircase. His footsteps were heavy as he went up the stairs. It seemed as if he meant to let every one in the chateau know that he was going to his room. While he went slowly thus to his own chamber, thinking over everything connected with the object he was in search of, Florence rose and began looking at the newspapers and papers lying on the floor, but she found out nothing. She felt some scruples, too, about disturbing them, or even touching them. Her heart beat loudly. She glanced around her. Through one of the glass doors she saw her mother in the garden. She was tempted to rush to her, to call to her, to give her the first inkling of the surprise in store for her, to tell her of her anxiety, of her hopes, for it was evident to her that Roger must almost have arrived at the truth. But then she thought, why should I take from Roger the pleasure of announcing his discovery? He has shown so much zeal in making it. I must leave him the honor of our triumph. Emilienne, on her part, saw that her daughter was looking at her, but she waited, and would not appear to turn her head toward the white parlor. She curbed her impatience and anxiety by gathering rose leaves. The luncheon hour was at hand. The bell would soon ring, and generally 5 minutes beforehand the family would meet together in the garden, that the meal might not be kept waiting by the absence of any one of them. Monsieur and Madame de Monterey would, no doubt, soon join Madame Emilienne. That was another reason for Florence to wait, and not be treacherous to Roger. He was not long absent. She heard him coming down with the same step with which he had gone up the stairs. When he stood on the door-sill, framed by the woodwork of the doorposts, his face was livid, as if he had drunk poison. At this sight Florence could not contain herself. She gave a scream and was rushing toward him. Roger put a finger on his lips to desire her to keep silence, and holding something in one hand tightly clasped, mute, eager, walking with an automatic step which seemed to make his whole body move at every stride, he went toward the table where he generally sat when drawing, unless he was at his easel. A large sheet of drawing paper was always laid there, ready for his sketches. Roger laid down before it the thing that he was clutching in his hand, seized a pencil, and began to draw. It was strange to see a young man in such a state drawing something with precision, growing paler and paler as he worked, tearing his very soul in shreds, vivisecting it with the point of his pencil. First of all, in one corner of the big sheet of drawing paper, he sketched the thing that he had been up to his room to find. Then beneath it, with feverish skill, he drew a man in the act of striking another man with a cane, at the end of which was a handle exactly like a polished metal hammer, in every respect the shape and size of that of an upholsterer. The man in act to strike, though Roger had not consciously intended to give him that likeness, was unmistakably, fatally, like Monsieur de Monterey. Just as the drawing was being finished, the luncheon bell began to ring. Roger did not hear it. He was absorbed in the drawing. When he had ended, he stood with his eyes fixed on the work. His mouth was set and rigid as the dead. Florence had not moved. She had by this time as much fear as hope. She wanted to tell Roger that the bell had rung for luncheon. She saw her mother coming toward the room. She knew she would now surprise them. Gabrielle had come downstairs, and the voice of Monsieur de Monterey was heard, gaily calling for Roger. Roger heard him. That voice, sharp, forced, and falsetto, broke up his catalepsy. A gleam of wrath and passion shot from his eyes, and suddenly gave place for a big tear. He left the table, but as he did so, he lost his strength, and staggering toward Florence, he dropped at her feet, seized her hands, dashed his head upon her lap, and burst into tears. " What is it ?" asked the young girl. " If you can find out nothing, never mind." " I have found it. I have found it all. whispered Roger, lifting his head. Thank you, said Florence, enchanted, comprehending nothing of his agony, believing only that his emotion was caused by the long strain, or that it expressed his strong sense of the sufferings of her innocent father, so long calumniated. Thank you, she repeated lovingly, and bending over him, she pressed a long kiss on his hair. He drew back. It seemed sacrilege. He sprang to his feet with a cry of terror. What he saw was more than he was prepared for. Emilienne had come in quickly, had gone up to the table. With one glance she took in the drawing. She saw the little hammer-like handle of the cane. Without a word, without a cry, she had possessed herself of it, and of the drawing, and holding them aloft in her clenched hands, she rushed out of the room. Roger tried to stop her, but he was forced to lean one moment against the doorpost to save himself from falling. That moment enabled Emilienne to launch her thunderbolt. She rushed up to Monsieur and Madame de Monterey, who were standing together at the door of the dining room. With one hand she touched Gaston on the elbow. He turned round toward her. She blazed with wrath and triumph. Murderer, she said hoarsely, with a ring in her voice which emphasized the word. Gaston had a sudden fit of epilepsy or apoplexy. He grew livid and staggered backward. Gabrielle placed herself before him, and pushing Emilienne away, cried, "You are killing him." "Why not? He has killed two," replied Emilienne. The eyes of the two women met. Their glances crossed each other. Jean Mortier's widow held up the little object that was like a hammer. "Look at it," she cried. "Do you know this?" Gabrielle staggered back in her turn, overcome by surprise and horror. Where could it have come from? Emilienne held up the drawing. "And that! Do you see that too?" she cried. Gabrielle glanced toward Roger, who had rushed into the room. He snatched the paper from the hand of Madame Emilienne, who made no resistance, and tore it into fragments. But when he wanted to take back the piece of metal like a hammer, she resisted and hid it in her bosom. "Will you kill me, that you may rob me?" she screamed out. "Son of a murderer!" Roger drew back abashed. Gaston seemed turned to stone, but his stupor was caused by a rush of blood to the head. He now dropped backward as if struck by lightning. His head crashed on the door-sill of the dining room, and blood began to flow from the wound. Gabrielle, unable to break his fall, threw herself upon her knees and tried to raise him. Roger also rushed to the assistance of his father. He caught Emilienne's eye as he passed her. "Thank you," she said in a sharp tone of anger and satisfaction. These were the very words that Florence had used to him a few moments before, and they were torture to him. Florence had stayed behind in the white parlor, bewildered and uncertain what to do, seeing imperfectly, not daring to understand, but dimly divining that she had set loose unwittingly some terrible misfortune. Her mother came up to her. "Let us go," she said. "What has happened?" The widow, without stopping, made a backward gesture with her hand as she walked on, and pointed to the group in the dining room. "There is the man," she said, "who killed Pierre and Jean Mortier." Florence trembled and bowed her head. "Ah, I knew it! I always knew it!" the widow repeated, as panting, she drew her daughter after her by the power of her passion, and they entered the detached part of the house where they lived. Florence followed her mother, overwhelmed but without resistance. When mother and daughter were in their own rooms, Emilienne flung on the table the little object like a steel hammer. "Look there," she cried. "It was with that he struck Pierre Mortier. It is the handle of his cane. Oh, Roger, think no more of him. It is now his turn to suffer. He must drink the cup of shame that we have drunk for years. Pack up your things. No, that would take too long. Get your hat and let us go.
We will not stay one moment longer under this roof." "Where are we going?" asked Florence. She shed no tears, for her mother's eyes were dry, but her voice had a touching tone of tenderness. "Where are we going? To find a magistrate, to bring the gendarmes to this house, and death with them. I think, mamma, that death has come already." Florence spoke softly, looking through the window from which she could see into the dining room. "Ah!" This exclamation came from Emilienne, who resumed in a less strident tone. "I did not expect such a punishment. The murderer accused, tried, sentenced, and executed by his own son. Vengeance is thine, O God." "Poor Roger!" repeated Florence, now beginning to cry. That second allusion to Roger troubled Madame Emilienne. She frowned. "We shall have time enough to pity him," she said. "You too, my child, have been an instrument to serve God's justice. You will suffer from it, but you must feel no remorse. It is your duty to avenge your father." 10 minutes after this, Madame Jean Mortier and her daughter left the Chateau de Hellepoix without knowing what was passing in the other part of the house, without another word to each other, or saying anything to the servants whom they met, who, frightened and bewildered, stood aside and saw them go. They had no idea where they were going, only that they must quit that house of murder. Emilienne walked on, proud, fierce, and resolute. Florence followed her with deep sorrow in her heart and something like remorse, but full of steadfastness and courage. End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of For 15 Years by Louis Ulbach. Translated by Elizabeth Wormeley Latimer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. The Livre d'écrou is ended. Gaston was carried to his own chamber and laid upon his bed. He breathed with difficulty. He was neither red nor pale, but the blood had settled in his face and made it blue in places, with white blotches under his skin. A deep wound on his temple was bleeding on the pillow. Gabrielle's first thought was to bandage the wound herself, but she sent off at once for the doctor. Meanwhile, she tried every remedy she knew of to relieve apoplexy. For some minutes her sole thought was that there lay her husband, wounded and dying. Did she still love him, or was it that she pitied him? Or did she hope still, against hope, that she might bring his body back to life and awaken a new spiritual life in his soul? No, she thought of nothing but the pressing exigencies of the passing moment, doing, speaking, and ordering with clearness, sense, and energy. But all the time 2 rivers of tears flowed from her eyes. Gaston, though he did not come to himself, seemed rather more easy. His wife sat down beside the bed watching him. Then she first began to remember her son. Roger was standing in the doorway, not daring to enter. He had helped the servants to carry his father upstairs, and when they went away, he withdrew too. From afar, with eager eyes and a white face, he stood watching his parents, feeling like a parricide, dreading lest his victim should recover consciousness and curse him. That curse would have seemed to him both a just punishment for his unhappy rashness and a sort of comfort to his conscience, which reproached him for not being able to feel like a son toward a dying father. Then, too, he dreaded his mother. Might she not be angry with him for not having confided in her, indeed, for not having obeyed her? Gabrielle, by a little silent movement of her head, summoned him to come to her. He entered the room slowly, with his head bowed on his breast, and knelt down before her. "Oh, forgive me," he sighed with deep grief in his tone. Gabrielle suddenly remembered something that had struck her in the first shock of that fatal moment. "Was it you, then," she whispered, "who picked out of the ashes the thing I tried to find there?" "I was very wrong, was I not?" "No, it was God's will. There had to be proofs. I, too, have kept the banknotes." "Oh," interrupted Roger in the same tone, his face flushed with the disgrace of being connected with a robbery as well as with a murder. There was a brief silence. "I have lived 15 years and known it," said Gabrielle, wishing to comfort him. "Dear saint," murmured Roger, kissing her hands. "But the trials of these years have been as nothing to what is coming," she resumed. "The great trial is beginning now." She turned her eyes toward Gaston on his pillow. Roger followed the direction of her glance and rose. They both stood looking at the guilty man, lying there struggling for breath. "I do not want him to see me when he first comes to himself," said Roger. "He bore the sight of me this morning and yesterday," said Gabrielle in a sad voice. "What? Did he know that you knew?" "Yes, he confessed it all to me yesterday. We had an explanation." Dear martyr! Roger looked at her almost with adoration. He added, "Why did you never let me share your griefs before? Ah, my child, you have more than your share now. You need not covet mine." Then Roger remembered Florence. He thought his mother was alluding to her when she spoke of his sufferings. He gave a quick sigh. Youth always thinks that what deprives it of its hopes is unjust and cruel. But he regained his courage, and met even the loss of Florence like a man and a hero. "I ask of God but one thing," said Gabrielle, "that he may recover, that God will give us back him whose soul we must save, whatever else may happen." Roger, by a slight movement of his lips, assented to this sentiment, the last proof of wifely love. But in spite of himself, it was rather in obedience to his mother's wish that he assented than from any real faith that his father would live to be a penitent man. After another silence, he asked hesitatingly, "Did the servants hear what passed?" "No," replied Gabrielle, "we were alone." "But suppose anyone told them?" "Ah, you don't know her as well as I do," replied Gabrielle. "She is incapable of meanness. If she strikes us, if she gives us up to justice, it will be openly, in broad daylight, not secretly, by no underhand means. But she may—" Her voice grew lower and lower. She was afraid that what she was about to say might betray a lack of courage. It had been the secret calculation of her life for 15 years, and now she was about to own it to her son, to confide her hope to him, in hopes to give him courage. Roger leaned over her to catch her words. "Perhaps," she murmured, "she may take pity on you both, my children." Roger drew himself up proudly. "Hush, mother. Never let us think of that again." He was renouncing the love to which his thoughts had turned only a minute before. The sick man moved slightly and gave a little sigh. Roger drew back into one corner of the room, afraid of being seen. Gaston opened his eyes with difficulty, but he saw nothing. They were bloodshot, the pupils were dilated, and he could not see. He struggled a few moments to regain possession of his memory, to recall what had taken place, and then with thick lips murmured, "That hammer, that hammer, my cane. Gabrielle has betrayed me." At this monstrous injustice, Roger was rushing forward to protest, to accuse himself, and to defend his mother. Gabrielle restrained him by a movement of her hand. Gaston lifted himself a little with great difficulty, raised his hand to his head, felt the bandages, followed them with his fingers till he discovered the wound, then suddenly recovering full possession of his senses, as if he had touched the spring of life, he said, with eyes that had regained their vision, "It is in the same place. It was there, just there. Oh, murderer, murderer!" Gabrielle and Roger trembled. They had not thought of the analogy which struck the dying man. It seemed as if a last gleam of intelligence had flitted across his brain to show him the inevitable justice, the eye for an eye, the stroke for a stroke, of that invisible hand which for 15 years he had counted on escaping. He tore at his wound to make it open. He felt no physical pain. His suffering was mental. He roused himself to complete consciousness. The mist disappeared from his eyes.
He saw Roger standing beside his mother, and he called to him. ' It was you, then, who made that drawing. Did you see it at the time? But that was enough. Why did you strike me ?' At that moment the doctor came into the room. Gabrielle and Roger clung to each other as they stood by the bed. They now had a double terror. What might the doctor think ? What might not Gaston say if he went on speaking ? The doctor, as he felt the patient's pulse and listened to his breathing, and uncovered the wound upon his head, began to ask questions. ' How did the accident happen ?'' It was a fall,' said Roger quickly. Something like a smile seemed to pass over the lips of Monsieur de Monterey. He breathed out faintly, ' Yes, it was a fall.' The doctor tried to bleed him, but the blood would not flow. The prick of the lancet seemed to extinguish the little life left in him. Was Gaston terrified at the sight of his own blood ? He closed his eyes and opened them no more. The doctor shook his head. That shake was the signing of the death warrant. He put his lancet in his pocket, laid Gaston back upon his pillow, drew aside, and said in a low voice to Roger, ' You had better send for the cure.' Gabrielle heard him and fell upon her knees. Roger gave his father a long look of compassion, of farewell, and of repentance. Then he went out with the doctor. ' Monsieur,' said he, with anguish in his voice, when they were out of the sick chamber, ' is there really no hope ? Can nothing be done ?'' Nothing. But 5 minutes ago he seemed rational and was talking.' The old doctor was a good Catholic. ' Then I regret,' he said, ' that you did not send at once for a priest. He might have been able to make his confession.' Roger looked down. He had never thought about confession. Quite the contrary. But now he dreaded it no longer. He called a servant and gave him orders to go as fast as possible to the cure's house and bring the cure. Then, as the servants all pressed round him full of sympathy to ask after their master, he added, ' You may say that he is dying.' These words he uttered in a loud, sharp voice, as if he hoped that Florence and Madame Emilienne would hear them in their part of the building. That done, he went back to his father's chamber. He went up to the bed and took his hand. He wanted to feel its last vital warmth. He wanted to warm it by the pressure of his own. The death struggle began, but it was brief, and when a quarter of an hour after the cure came in, out of breath, the hand of Gaston was quite cold, and a mask of yellowish wax seemed to have overspread his face of marble. The cure, who had come to absolve him, had no hesitation in pronouncing a conditional absolution over the great man of the village, whose wife was so charitable a lady, and he went off to have all his bells tolled, as an announcement to the surrounding country that there was going to be a splendid funeral before long in his parish. Gabrielle's grief and that of Roger were equally great, but they were different. Both were overwhelmed by the suddenness of what had happened, and death, which took from them the guilty soul they had trusted they might yet bring to repentance, gave them back in his stead, in the depths of their remembrance, the husband and father. They would not reproach each other, nor could they feel remorse. A sense of justice, stronger than mere feeling, told them that they had been but the blind instruments of a divine law, not its interpreters. The trial was ended. A solemn peace seemed now to rest upon the memory of the guilty man they mourned for. They might now forget everything, except that the wife might remember how truly she had once loved him, and the son that he had for years been a respectful and dutiful son. They wept together simply and copiously, and though they did not acknowledge it to themselves, it seemed to them as if their tears were a propitiatory offering, which Heaven might accept on his behalf, even after he was gone. For 15 years all Gabrielle's thoughts had been divided, as it were, into two portions. Half of each thought had been always on the alert, watching over her terrible secret and its scandals. After about an hour, Madame de Monterey said to her son, turning toward a window that looked out on the detached building occupied by Madame Emilienne, ' She ought to know it.' ' I will go,' replied Roger, with the steady courage of a soldier. ' No,' replied his mother, ' not you. It would be an unnecessary humiliation on your part, or it might excite her dangerously. Let us leave her free to act as she thinks proper." Roger rang the bell. Gabrielle ordered a servant to let Madame Emilienne know the misfortune that had come upon them. " Madame Emilienne is gone," replied the servant. Why did he say gone instead of gone out, which would have been more natural? How long since? She went away this morning, a little while after the accident. Mother and son exchanged an anxious glance. " Let me know when the ladies come back," said Madame de Monterey. The servant left the room. " They will never come back," said Roger piteously. " They will bring the police," sighed Gabrielle. " What would be the use of that now ?"" They can, at least, ruin our family honor." " Ah ! they may have all mine," cried Roger, wringing his hands. " But what will you do ?"" I provided for everything long ago. I have thought of that, like all the rest. She is right. She could not have remained here. For 15 years she has been prepared to leave at any moment ; and I have been prepared, too, for flight any day. We will go away now, will we not, dear mother ? Yes, we will sell the chateau. But it need not now be a flight. We have nothing more to fear for him." Roger and his mother stayed all day and all night in the chamber of the dead, like soldiers at their post, never losing sight of Gaston's corpse, moved partly by pity, partly by dread. As the hours went by, the fear became less, the grief became more. Yet at the least noise outside, Gabrielle started and fancied she was about to see the police enter the room, solemnly ushered in by Emilienne. Of course, they could now do nothing against Gaston, but might they not question her, and force Roger to acknowledge that it was with that hammer-like cane his father had murdered Pierre Mortier? She felt it was her duty to satisfy the legitimate demands of the widow. The crime, so long hidden, would be raked up, now that her husband was dead. No honors would be paid him even at his funeral, and as his coffin passed to its last resting place, all those who looked on would view it with contempt and horror. But that day, that night, and the next day passed, and no one came to the Chateau de l'Hupois but those whose business it was to provide for the honors to be paid to the dead. Up to the hour of the funeral, no breath of scandal had sullied the memory of Monsieur de Monterey. Gabrielle wanted to watch over her husband and to protect him to the last. She had vague fears of some possible insult to his body in the church or at the graveyard, and leaning on the arm of her son, she insisted on following the bier on which the man so dear to her once, so guilty before the law, was escaping earthly punishment. When she took the place of chief mourner in the funeral procession heading the servants from the chateau and the workpeople from the slate quarry, she suddenly found herself in the presence of Madame Emilienne, who, in deep mourning, but with a gravity of bearing that might have been mistaken for profound respect, was in her place in the procession. Gabrielle looked for Florence. Florence would have seemed a pledge of pardon, but Florence was not there. The two widows gazed a moment at each other. There was no threatening look in their sad eyes. They were like two men upon the ground to fight a duel, who would think it dishonorable to add any further provocation to that which they have met to settle by the sword. Roger, too, noticed Emilienne. A faint color rose in his face. He did not need to look for Florence. He knew she could not be there, for his heart would have told him of her presence. The ceremony had all the solemnity due to Monsieur de Monterey's fortune and position, so far as it could be furnished by the church in a country village. The curiosity of all the neighborhood was satisfied. Big silver tears were sewed all over the black draperies, but the only real tears seen by Roger and Gabrielle were in the eyes of each other. If they did not see any in Madame Emilienne's eyes, it was because they did not think of looking for them there. With her face in her hands, she was weeping bitterly. Was it that this funeral was burying her chance of vengeance? No, she wept for that other dear corpse that she had not been permitted to have buried, that she had not even seen, huddled into its grave in haste by turnkeys and underlings of the prison.
She wept for him for whom for 15 years she had dreamed of providing a noble funeral. The reader must not forget that Madame Jean Mortier had been once a pious woman. She needed all that still remained to her of religion not to rise up and angrily accuse the injustice, not to say the ingratitude, of Heaven, which refused her this reparation so long ardently wished for. It seemed to her that she was losing Jean Mortier over again, and losing him now forever, that not till now had the dishonor of her husband been complete. What? Must the murderer triumph? Here was his corpse being followed with esteem by all his neighbors in his funeral procession. There was his widow weeping, pitied, admired, envied, for people do envy even the sorrows of the rich, while she, the widow of the righteous man, the man who had been sacrificed, tortured into his grave, was taking part as a hypocrite in this false show of grief and honor. Of course, all this splendid funeral could be made to seem a falsehood. Of course, it was in her power to take an overwhelming revenge. The work that now lay before her was no longer a work of reparation, but of vengeance. And with her ideas all confusion and her feelings made more acute by witnessing the grief of others, she actually prayed to God to give her free scope to avenge herself, though she well knew that God would reserve to himself the right of pardon and of pity. When all was over, and when Madame de Monterey had returned to the chateau, Emilienne asked to see her. Gabrielle was prepared for this interview. Roger, who was in the salon with his mother, asked leave to remain, but Jean Mortier's widow, after a suitable greeting, stood so rigid, so straight, so determined not to say one word while he was present, that Gabrielle said to him, "You had better leave us." And Roger could not disobey her. He was tempted to listen at the door, but he felt ashamed of such a piece of treachery. His mother, he knew, had courage, more courage than he. Emilienne was alone. She was the mother of Florence. He might fear her, but he could not hate her, and he dreaded to commit the meanness of slandering her husband's widow. He had to leave the field to the two rivals in grief. He had to accept whatever punishment the widow of Jean Mortier brought with her. He went into the white parlor and sat down before the table on which he had made that fatal drawing. There he hid his face in his hands and wept, but they were softer tears than those he had wept that morning or the night before. He remembered only that Florence was lost, and what good would his life do him? End of chapter 16.
Chapter 17 of For 15 Years by Louis Ulbach. Translated by Elizabeth Wormeley Latimer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. Accounts are settled. Alone, in presence of each other, Emilienne and Gabrielle, who had led for 15 years a life in common, seemed embarrassed by their tete-a-tete. Both at the same moment remembered the visit that Jean Mortier's wife had made to the wife of Monsieur de Monterey to get some information from her the day after the arrest of the innocent upholsterer. The 15 years since of mutual strategy seemed now like a long dream. They had gone back, as it were, to the day after the murder. Only this time it was Emilienne who had the upper hand. It was she who could now say, "The hammer is the proof. Your husband was the murderer." Alas, what use could she now make of her advantage? Gabrielle was standing. If she sat down, she was afraid it might seem as if she were feeling her own weakness. But yet, in receiving Emilienne, she did not like to appear to expect that their interview would be a brief one. She waved her hand vaguely, therefore, toward a chair. Madame Mortier observed the gesture. She walked up to a chair and leaned upon it, remaining standing. Gabrielle leaned against a cabinet. They were different in features and expression as they stood there, but alike lovely and alike in sorrow. They were rivals in grief and in their dignity as widows. It would have been hard to say at first sight which of the two had been a widow for 2 days and which for 15 years.
which was in her own house, and which had come to visit her.
Emilienne displayed neither enmity nor compassion. She had dried her tears on leaving the church door. Secure as to her right, and sure of her own power, she made use of both without desiring to add or to diminish aught from the part she had to play. " Excuse me, madame," she said, with a manner that implied that she needed no excuse, " but I thought we had better finish settling to day the accounts between us." Gabrielle tried to hide a slight shudder that passed over her face. " I am at your service, madame," she replied simply. Emilienne continued :" I did not expect so suddenly to leave you, but, fortunately, ever since you put me in a position of confidence, I have endeavored to be always prepared to give up my place to some other person. My books are all in order, and—" Gabrielle could not repress her astonishment. " Was that what you came for ?" she cried. " Of course." Madame de Monterey looked fixedly at Emilienne to disconcert her if she were simply ironical. She was willing to receive her blows, but not her scratches. The dark eyes of the other widow were inscrutable. " There is no hurry," said Gabrielle. " Pardon me, madame, there is hurry. On the contrary, I do not wish to remain any longer in this neighborhood, nor to re-enter this chateau." Madame de Monterey bowed her head, but she did not seem to flinch. Then she looked up. She was a brave woman. She thought of Roger, she felt herself strong for his sake, and since Madame Mortier seemed in no haste to attack her, threaten her, or strike her, she thought it better to bring on the attack, the threat, and the blow. " I hope you understand, madame," she said, with a gentleness which in itself was bravery, " that I am at your service for that, as I have been for the rest." She emphasized the important words. Madame Jean Mortier was obliged to take some notice of this speech. She dropped the lids over her dark eyes. " The rest," she said hoarsely, " is not so pressing now." " It would be but just, however," resumed Gabrielle, " not to say generous, not to keep us waiting for your decision." Emilienne's fierceness rekindled at these words. " And why," she said, " should I be generous ?"" I said you should be just. You cannot be as bitter against my son as against me. I ask you to put an end to this suspense for the sake of my son." " And suppose I have not yet made up my mind," answered the widow with energy, " to anything more than that I will separate myself as entirely from this house as I always ought to have done ? What I owe to Jean's memory shall be done, but I will do it as he would have done it himself if he had come back to me this day from the galleys, to which he was sent by your husband. He will judge of my justice from where he sits in heaven. I wish for no reparation which depends on money, neither must it be one of mere revenge. There must be some way upon earth to obtain what I mean. I will seek it out. I will take advice. But first of all, I wish to be quit of this hospitality that you forced upon me, which I have accepted for 15 years, and which hampers me. I know that I have paid for it, but it was much more advantageous to Florence than our life of poverty in our poor home would have been. While taking precautions to secure yourself, you have helped me as to my child. I remember all that, though I will not sacrifice to it more than I ought. You see the pros and cons of this account are harder to adjust than the books of your slate quarry." " You owe me nothing," said Gabrielle, with respect to Florence. " I always have loved her. I love her as a daughter still." " Yes, your love for her was a snare in which you thought to entrap me. You are caught in your own trap. Well, it was my trap, too. We may as well both own it. We have been both guilty on that point, and I more than you. But Florence loves her father's memory, and she will get over it. I will console her." " Alas !" said the other mother, " I shall not be able to console Roger." Emilienne gave a little start of impatience, either to hinder Gabrielle from saying more upon that point, or to put aside any temptation to be merciful.
Gabrielle went on, lowering her voice almost to a whisper. I am so afraid of his despair. If he should kill himself. Oh, in your family men do not kill themselves, replied Madame Jean Mortier with cruel irony. Gabrielle looked at her gently. Do you hope to put Roger to the proof? She said. What use would the death of one who is innocent be to me? Said Madame Mortier. Do you suppose I hate Roger? If you ever have loved him, you might love him still. If I did love him, I should suffer to see him suffer, but I should go no further. I cannot mitigate his trial. Our sorrows fall hard upon our children, but it was you who brought it about. I hope the contrary. Since you were out of Paris, out of France, when you became afraid suspicion might fall upon your husband, why did you come back after you heard I was a widow? Oh, yes, I know that you are charitable, and that you thought you could appease your conscience by benevolence, and besides, it was a wise precaution. And yet nobody but me ever dreamed of Monsieur de Monterey. I always suspected him in secret, but nothing more. I knew that you suspected him. If you knew it, you ought to have let me struggle on in my poverty without bringing me here. Yet here, in the end, the truth has come out when you least expected it. I have always expected it, at any time. Did you know that your son could produce the proof? I did not know that Roger had kept the handle of a cane that his father had flung into the fire, but I have another proof myself, which I have always kept in reserve, not to prevent your knowing the truth when the time came to bring it to light, but to enable you to prove your husband's innocence more easily. Another proof? Cried Emilienne with an incredulous smile. A proof entirely conclusive, said Madame de Monterey calmly. What is it? Some banknotes stolen from Pierre Mortier, one of which has one of the numbers written down by the notary. You have one of those notes, you say? Yes. And you never burned it? No. And you own to me I will give it to you. Emilienne made a gesture of amazement. She looked distrustfully at Gabrielle. Could she be mad? Or was she crushing her to the earth by her own greatness of soul? Will you really give me this proof? She said again presently. Certainly I will. Then I cannot understand, on your part, these 15 years of dissimulation. Madame Mortier stopped, as if she expected Gabrielle to make some explanation. But Gabrielle, who had now resumed her natural position of superiority, and who wished to keep it throughout the remainder of the interview, judged it unwise and useless to the only strong interest left her upon earth, the honor of Roger, to give any further explanation. She replied calmly, You have now, madame, everything necessary to restore the good name of your husband. It is your duty to do so, a duty that I envy you. We are going to leave this chateau and to sell it. It would be as painful to us to inhabit it as it is odious to you. I shall quit it, however, with regret. It has been the scene of many sufferings, but you will always know where to find us. We shall not attempt to evade a responsibility I have always foreseen. You will never hear of us again unless it be to respond to your questions by our depositions. Roger knows that he has forever said farewell to Florence. His despair must look to me for its cure. I shall always feel deep remorse on this subject, but you will never hear of it. And now, madame, since you seem to think it necessary I should look over your accounts, I am ready." Gabrielle could not smile on such a day, but the light in her eyes had all the sweetness and the piety of the smile of a Christian martyr. Emilienne, looking down, felt her dark eyes unable to meet those of the other widow, and in a tone like that submissive one in which, for 15 years, she had responded to all orders from Madame de Monterey, She asked permission to go and get her ledgers and accounts, and left the room. During her absence, Gabrielle did not stir. She dreaded lest she might impair her courage by any change of attitude. She stood looking fixedly at the door which communicated with the vestibule of the white parlor. She was breathing a blessing from afar by magnetic projection, as it were, from her own heart, on the son for whose happiness, though all seemed lost, she struggled still. Emilienne returned with a great book under her arm. Gabrielle, as if it were but right to resume the old habits of the house, took her upstairs to her own little sitting room on the first story, where she had always been in the habit of settling their accounts and talking over the affairs of the chateau. She took her usual place. Emilienne placed herself at the corner of the little writing table, and the accounts were gone over by them both, while not even a tone of voice in the words that they exchanged together betokened that any other matters were pressing on their minds. In this settlement of accounts, there was one indispensable part that was especially delicate. Gabrielle had to give Madame Emilienne her salary and her share of the profits of the quarry, according to an agreement between them. Jean Mortier's widow did not, however, humiliate Madame de Monterey by declining this money. She thought it quite proper that an agreement should be carried out. She was not ashamed of making money. She was neither proud of it nor indifferent to it. The last column was added up. The last signature was made. Gabrielle rose and laid down her pen. Madame Emilienne let some papers she was holding in her hand, vouchers for the settlement of the accounts, drop on the table. The hands of the two women almost met for 1 second, then each drew back her own. All was finished, but it almost seemed as if neither could bear to end the interview. At last, Emilienne rose slowly and went silently toward the door. Then she turned round quickly, for she heard a slight noise made by Gabrielle in opening the little cabinet where she kept her private papers. A flash darted from Emilienne's eyes, and she glanced eagerly into the recesses of this mysterious cabinet, which she had looked at so often and with such ardent curiosity. Gabrielle saw the look. She went on searching till she had found a sealed envelope, which she held out to Emilienne. "Take it, madame," she said unflinchingly. "It is a letter which would have been sent to you after I was dead, had I died first. It will give you permission to receive from my notary another envelope in which are banknotes stolen from Pierre Mortier, which will make manifest the innocence of your husband and the guilt of mine." Emilienne hesitated to take the envelope. "Take it, I beg of you," said Gabrielle. Emilienne obeyed her. Madame de Monterey then took from the same shelf 3 manuscript books, which she also offered to the upholsterer's widow. "I ask but one kindness from you, madame," she said gently. "It is to take these books with you and to read them." "No," replied Emilienne, drawing back. "Do not refuse me. Do not be so unkind." "The unkindness consists, it seems to me, in thinking me capable of wishing to pry into your secret thoughts." "If you have now, or have ever had that curiosity, I should consider it perfectly allowable, and the most scrupulous conscience need not be ashamed of it. On certain subjects we have never talked together. We have never exchanged confidences. A few minutes ago you said something which showed me that you do not understand my conduct for the past 15 years. These books may help you to understand it. Do not be afraid. They contain neither my defense nor my excuses." "I should not fear the effect on me of any defense or any excuses," replied Emilienne, in a tone of bitterness, defiance, and condescension. Gabrielle went on gently. "Every day I have written in these books all I have done, and I have given the reasons for my doing it. You will find here how cowardly I have often been. It is my confession. God does not need it, for he knows it all, but I thought it useful to myself. It has helped me to bear the burden of my life. It witnesses without reserve against me and against him whose widow's weeds I wear. You owe it to your husband's memory and to him who is the judge of all, to read these manuscripts. That done, our accounts will be settled. There will be nothing more to be added to them. All will be cleared up at last. Your task will be much simplified. I think you will be able to see then, better than you see now, how to do justice to the memory of a man who was innocent, without taking from the heirs of him who was guilty the credit of making a voluntary expiation. That expiation Roger is now about to commence. I began it 15 years ago." Emilienne trembled. A flush rose to her face. "I do not need to be told," she said, "that you have suffered." Then she added, to soften the seeming harshness of this reply, "I can at least give you my esteem." "Then you will read what I have written without prejudice? That is all I ask." "What is the use? Nothing can ever alter our relative positions." "Nothing, of course. But when we have each done our duty to the utmost, our whole duty, we shall have more courage to console our children. Your daughter will be strengthened by the knowledge that you are not unjust. My son, by the testimony of my conscience that I was never in heart the accomplice of the crime of which I was in part the cause. My duty is ended. I have but to wait patiently for the fulfillment of yours." Madame Mortier, under the influence of Gabrielle's simple dignity, felt that she was losing ground. Her wrongs did not seem to give her an absolute advantage in this solemn interview over Madame de Monterey's dignity, education, and skill in the use of language. Each roughness or rudeness on her part seemed to her to compromise her cause. She was embarrassed in accepting what she had so long hoped for. "Well then, madame," she said, taking the written books, "I promise you to read them." The two women left the little parlor together and went downstairs in silence, step by step and side by side. "Do you wish to speak to Roger?" asked Madame de Monterey. "No, but there must be some newspapers and papers in that room, which my daughter took from me in order that your son might read them. I shall want them. You have a right to them." Gabrielle was about to open the door of the white parlor. Emilienne feared she had been rough and cruel. She stopped her by a movement of her hand and said, "It will do if you forward them to me with my things, which I will send for tomorrow." "No," replied Gabrielle decidedly. "It is better that no one here should have a chance to look at them, if it has not been done already." She opened the door. Roger, who was sitting at a table with his face on his arms, raised his head. "My boy," said Madame de Monterey, "what did you do with the papers Florence lent you?" Roger grew paler than before. "I don't know," he stammered. Gabrielle glanced round the room. On a table in one corner of the parlor, a servant, in setting things to right, had put in one pile all the papers she had picked up on the floor, where Roger, 2 days before, had scattered them. "Are not those the papers?" asked Madame de Monterey, touching them, as they say King Charles I touched the axe of his executioner. "Those are the papers," replied Emilienne. Gabrielle walked away, leaving the upholsterer's widow to gather together the documents relating to the trial. When she had them all under her arm, Emilienne bowed her head and went out, by one of the glass doors, into the garden. Mother and son looked at each other. Roger's eyes asked anxiously what had passed, but he did not say a word. "Oh, my son, promise me," his mother cried, "that whatever happens, you will live and bear the life before you." "Why do you require that promise?" replied Roger. "Because I must live and bear life, too, my boy," replied his mother. These words burst forth from her, dictated in part by faith and partly by despair. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of For 15 Years by Louis Ulbach. Translated by Elizabeth Wormeley Latimer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. The Pursuit. A fortnight, 15 days passed by.
Madame Jean Mortier, the day after her visit to the chateau, sent a messenger to bring her everything she had left in her apartments, and no one dared to ask him any questions about her. Where was she? Gabrielle thought it probable she had gone to Paris. In Paris she could find the best lawyers, and they would advise her as to what had better be done. Madame de Monterey awaited with patient anxiety the result of her deliberations. The estate of Houpois, its chateau, and its slate quarry were put up for sale. Roger had been feverishly active in taking the necessary steps to dispose of the property. He had been several times to Fumay, and had made a journey to Rocroi. A vague hope, which he was hardly conscious of himself, kept up his courage as he went round the country. Might he not come suddenly, by chance, upon some trace of Florence and her mother? Of course, he formed no wishes, he indulged no hopes. He had promised his mother to bear the burden of his broken life, but he had not promised her to wish to live. He knew that all self-deception was impossible. He knew that Florence's proud sense of dignity would be equal to his own. When she had promised him to be his wife, if he discovered the truth, she could never have imagined that the truth that would remove the stain upon her name would destroy the happiness of both, would part them, and, alas, make them love each other more. He knew that she, like himself, must be crushed beneath the blow. But though she might suffer as much as he, neither she nor he had any right to feel remorse for what they had done. She had simply done her duty in trying to find out the man who was really guilty. He had done his in obeying her, and in not being daunted by any obstacle, not even though he sacrificed the honor of his father. He knew that she, as well as himself, would try to take submissively the blow which ruined their young lives, and which they had themselves brought down upon each other. Only Roger wanted to see Florence for one last interview, to bid her that farewell forever which he dreamed he would have courage to speak. He fancied sometimes that his misfortunes were not great enough, that the pang of a last glance together at their lost happiness would test his courage. If they could but have that, all the rest would seem to them a matter of course. They would yield without a murmur to their destiny. Could I only see her again! Ah, but once more, he cried. He confided this mad longing to his mother. Gabrielle and Roger had no secrets from each other. The flash of lightning, which had laid bare their hearts, had drawn them closer together. Their love became something more than filial on the part of the son who had sat in judgment upon his other parent, more than maternal on the mother's part, whose aim in life was now to heal the wound that love had left when hope was rent away. When all pretexts for scouring the neighborhood were over, when a day was set for the sale of the property, when great placards were posted up in all the adjoining villages and on the gate-posts at the entrance of the chateau, Roger's state of depression greatly alarmed Madame de Monterey. She felt that she had less strength to struggle against discouragement in the house where her first long trial had ended so disastrously. She wanted to hasten their departure. She almost regretted that she had not yet received the first hostile demonstration on the part of the widow of Jean Mortier. When would she begin the work of avenging her husband's memory? Roger's courage needed a stimulant. A manager, who had been engaged to take Madame Emilienne's place, was to answer all inquiries on the part of possible purchasers of the slate quarry. He would manage the affairs there, and look after the chateau till it should be sold. Gabrielle, when the day of their departure was fixed, wished to leave Houpois alone with her son. If they should give way to grief upon the journey, no curious servant need be by to speculate upon their tears. On reaching Paris, they would go into furnished lodgings. But would they stay long in Paris? Why should they not go at once to Italy? Madame de Monterey had almost made up her mind to consult some magistrate or lawyer, that she might know exactly how far she was liable and what risks she would run. She wished fully and voluntarily to pay all that was honorably due to the widow of the man who had suffered being innocent. But that being ascertained and settled,
She wished to be free to devote herself to Roger's cure, if he were curable, or to share the contagion of his grief and die of a broken heart with him if his case were beyond a cure. If they should decide on any fixed residence, either in Paris or elsewhere, their servants and their furniture could come after them. After a long visit to the church, the graveyard, and the village poor, Gabrielle, one evening at dusk, got into her landau with her son to drive over to Fumay, where the same night they would take the train for Paris. Alone, hand in hand, very pale and in deep mourning, with their heads bent toward each other, not weeping because each feared to make the other weep, but with their hearts full of an immeasurable grief, through which shot poignantly the thought that they were quitting the home where Roger had dreamed his love dreams, and his mother had suffered and prayed, saying farewell as they drove to every spot they knew. And every turn of the road they passed, they went on rapidly. The movement of the carriage seemed to lull them in their misery. When they had driven about 2/3 of the way and began to perceive the lights of Fumay, the road being very dark, they came near running into a carriage which was coming in an opposite direction and carried no lighted lanterns. Madame de Monterey's coachman pulled up his horses and did not miss the opportunity of abusing the driver of the offending four-wheeled cabriolet, accusing him of going to sleep on his box. A sharp, croaking voice responded by an oath. Then the shabby vehicle turned out of the road to make way for the aristocratic carriage with its shining lamps. The landau went on. The man of the foul tongue, who possibly did not think he had sworn enough, or who may have considered that he had been abused more than sufficiently, seemed anxious to exchange more sharp words with the other coachman. He screamed after him. But if Madame de Monterey's coachman could not refrain from gratifying his natural instincts by abuse of the awkward driver, who might have injured his horses or locked his wheels, he was too well behaved to stop and quarrel, especially when he was driving the family. He whipped up his horses and put them into so fast a trot that it soon became a gallop. When they had galloped about 250 yards, Roger, astonished at the pace that they were going, put his head out of the carriage and told the man to drive more slowly. "I don't want that old rattletrap to catch up with me," answered the coachman contemptuously. Roger looked back on hearing this, and saw, sure enough, that the dilapidated cabriolet, which had now got its lamps lighted, was trying to come up with them. Its lamps seemed blinking and flashing like two great fierce and angry eyes. They could hear the driver's whip crack and his voice shout, and many oaths and curses. "All right," said Roger to his coachman. "Go on at any pace you like, only take care the horses do not run away with you." Being authorized to keep up his gallop, the coachman brought down his horses to a trot. It was not disobedience, it was simply a love of contradiction. He thought he would not tire his beasts, and he did not like to seem afraid. The trot, however, of such horses as his, more than equaled the lumbering gallop of a common cart horse. "It seems as if we were running away," murmured Gabrielle in a tone of sarcasm. Roger made no remark. Madame de Monterey resumed. "Perhaps that carriage was going to the chateau." "Not likely," said Roger. Gabrielle looked out the window on her side. "What a pursuit," she said dreamily. "Gendarmes seldom make such efforts to come up with evildoers." "Gendarmes don't go about in carriages," said Roger with an effort to make fun of the remark, which, however, made him uncomfortable. "Not when they are alone, but suppose they have a magistrate with them." "What a notion that is of yours, dear mamma." Gabrielle shook her head. "I am sure," she said, "that they are in chase of us." Roger, out of consideration for his mother, looked out again. The two lamps were keeping behind them at about the same distance, jerking up and down, but steadily coming after them. "They are following us," he said. "You mean pursuing us. Let us wait for their carriage. In 3 minutes more we shall be in Fumay, and then, if you like, we can stop." "Yes, I do wish to. I am afraid of seeming cowardly." "Don't be afraid of anything, dear mother. You will see that this is nothing but a country boor angry at what Baptiste said to him. It is a quarrel between drivers, that is all. We shall soon know.
The man would be mad to drive after us like that for such a little cause. We are not sure that he is alone." Roger did not contradict his mother this time. He began to be possessed of a strange disquietude. In 3 minutes the landau reached the outskirts of Fumay, and stopped at the entrance of the town, at a nice little inn which had been transformed into a poor hotel, the Soleil d'Or, where travelers, either on foot or horseback, could find entertainment. Madame de Monterey was in the habit of baiting her horses at this place whenever she drove into the town. The landlord's wife, who looked out when she heard the wheels of the carriage, came up to the door of the landau, opened it, and called the stable boy to take the horses. "No matter," said Madame de Monterey languidly. "We are going on to the station. The station at Fumay is a quarter of a mile beyond the town." "Oh, you have plenty of time, madame," replied the woman. "You have a good half hour before the train starts." Gabrielle had got down from her landau. Roger got out too, and while his mother walked into the inn he stationed himself in the middle of the street, ready to punish the impertinence of the driver of the cabriolet, who came along as fast as his wheels would fly over the stones, or to receive the first shock of anything that might be dreadful for his mother. The cabriolet, with its rusty wheels jangling and clattering, came jerking over the pavement, the driver whipping his horse all the way. He pulled up right behind the landau. It was not the driver who got down. He drew back to give place to a black shadow that slipped past him and went quickly toward the door of the inn. But Roger stepped between the shadow and the door. "Is it you, madame?" he said. He recognized Emilienne. "Where is your mother?" she asked abruptly. Roger pointed to the inn, but at the same time he made a movement to prevent Madame Mortier from entering. "Come with me," she said, grasping his arm and drawing him after her. Gabrielle had been shown into a little room reserved for travelers of distinction, a room very rarely put in requisition. The landlady was lighting 2 wax candles on the mantelpiece. Madame de Monterey had heard the wheels of the other carriage, and knew that it had stopped. She put one hand over her heart. Her heart had beat too quickly for some time. Emilienne pushed open the door that stood ajar and went forward. Roger could no longer hold her back. The face of Madame Jean Mortier gleamed with a strange new brightness. She felt sure of her triumph, for she said as she came in, "You knew it was me then, madame? You drove so fast." "I did not know it. I am so glad I have come up with you." The two women looked a moment at each other. A round table covered with a cloth stood between them. They waited till the hostess had adjusted her 2 plated candlesticks on the fireplace, one on each side of a wooden clock, and had then retired. As soon as she had closed the door, Gabrielle said ceremoniously, "I would have waited for you at the chateau, madame, if you had let me know. It would have taken too long, and then I have but just decided." "What do you want of us?" said Gabrielle faintly. She drew up a chair and sat down, partly with a sense of what was due to her own dignity, partly because she trembled so that she dared not try to stand. Emilienne leaned, both hands closed upon the table, also in order to steady herself, and to prevent the trembling of her hands. "I want to give you back, madame," she said, "the journals you did me the honor to lend me." Gabrielle looked at her son with some anxiety in her eyes. Was Emilienne going, before him, to desecrate this sacred confession so frankly confided to her? Was she going to make use of her own words to put her to fresh torture? "You might have sent them back to me, or burned them, or kept them," she said slowly. "No, madame. I was very anxious to bring them myself, and to tell you what I think of them." As she raised her voice with an unnatural ring in it, Gabrielle's fear grew greater. "Roger, leave us," she said to her son. "No, Roger, stay," said Emilienne with authority. "I want you." There was no threat apparent in her words, but this made her only the more formidable. Was she so very sure of the effect of the blow she was about to strike that she wanted a spectator? She walked round the table that divided her from Gabrielle, and when she was quite close to Madame de Monterey, she hesitated as to what she was about to say. Then suddenly she bowed her head, bent down almost on her knees, and said in a voice whose very humility and tenderness seemed harsh and strained,
Will you ever forgive me for having so long tried to struggle against the respect, the admiration, the love I feel for you?" Gabrielle, in her amazement, uttered a little cry. She came near fainting. This sudden, violent, unexpected proceeding was too much for her in the state of her heart. Roger, breathless, ready to do anything to protect or to support his mother, came to her side. His eyes were full of fear. He could not understand anything. "Yes," pursued Emilienne, now kneeling altogether before Madame de Monterey, and taking her hands, which she lifted to her lips. "Forgive me. I have tried to hate you, but I never could. I have tried to have no pity for your sorrows, and I was forced to pity you. I tried to avenge my wrongs, and I have been miserable. You are much better than I, for you have suffered more than I, and yet your life has been a life of love. Ah, Roger, what a mother you have!" Here Emilienne's voice failed her. She gave a long sob, though she shed no tears. Gabrielle, leaning over her, tried to protest, and endeavored to raise her. "No, no, leave me where I am. I ought long ago to have knelt at your feet. I was proud of my power to torture you because Jean had been an innocent victim. I have measured your sorrow now with mine, and I find that it was far greater. How well it was you made me read those journals. Only an angel could have written them. Those pages, where I found so many traces of your tears, seemed as if celestial wings had fanned them. Oh, Roger, Roger, if you only knew! But you shall read them too." "No, no," cried Gabrielle, confused, bewildered, and overjoyed. "Why not? Our children have already been made to sit in judgment on us. Why should anything be withheld from them? It is my turn now. Florence gave you those odious, dreadful papers to read, Roger, did she not? She is keeping your mother's journals, which she has read and reread, for you. Go and read them with her." "Florence? Oh, where is she?" "Here, in this inn. We have never gone farther." "Here?" Roger hesitated. He looked at his mother. He looked at Emilienne. "Let him go, madame," she said. "Let him go and find Florence. You can leave us alone now, Roger." She smiled as she said this, but there were tears in her eyes. Roger pressed a kiss upon his mother's forehead and quickly left the room. Emilienne, who would not rise from her knees, for she felt gratification in thus being able to assume an attitude of adoration to the woman whose grace and virtue had, in her hours of hate, so often tempted her to love and to admire her, now said more gravely, but with the same eagerness: "Let us hasten, madame, before the children come back, to make an end of all sad things. I told you I would do what my husband would have done had he returned home from the galleys. He would not have disinterred the dead, nor dragged him forth for public degradation. 2 weeks ago I sprinkled holy water over him who did us both such terrible wrong. I will not falsify the sign of the cross I then made over him. He has paid his 15 years of penalty, and you have likewise paid them. If you do not curse his memory, I will not pain you by my bitterness. I need not ask advice from a lawyer. I have asked it from my Jean. He blames me for being unmerciful toward the merciful. Anything I could do would not bring him back to life again. See, I will prove to you that I am no longer proud of what I call my rights. I ask you to make the arrangement you dared not propose to me. Your husband was the cause of the dishonor of our name. Well, give me his name for my daughter. I know you have wished for this marriage. The wish is on every page of your journal. It is my wish too. Alas! This was the punishment you had hoped to inflict on the pride of Monsieur de Monterey. I will live happy under my still dishonored name, for I shall know now that my child is happy. You are a better Christian than I. I have been jealous of you. If you only knew how my heart loved you all the time that I was trying with all my strength not to let you perceive it. Every time I threatened you, or wished to threaten you, I had to overcome the temptation to cry aloud and tell you that I loved you. Ah, I could not but suspect what were your secret sorrows. Yes, I have often wanted to look into your journals. I've been tempted to steal them. You guessed that, perhaps, and you have done well to lend them to me. They have made my heart purer. They have filled it with a new light. They have taught me true justice. They have revealed to me true goodness. What more can I tell you? I love you, I love you. I will never leave you unless you send me away. Emilienne could hardly breathe. Her passionate nature, so long restrained by a feeling she thought stronger than the attraction exercised over her by Gabrielle, having burst all barriers in its swift overflow, now knew no restraint. Two great tears gathered in her eyes, but she wiped them away quickly. To weep was to lose time, and she had so much lost time to redeem. Ah, how you frightened me, murmured Gabrielle, who hardly knew what she was saying. Just now, you mean, when I pursued you? I knew that placards of the sale were all over the country. I guessed you would soon leave the chateau. I said at first that I would write to you in Paris, that I would go to Paris and seek you there. But today I grew too impatient to wait. I comprised matters to save myself from shame. I fancied, if I got to the chateau after dark, that the familiar places would not recognize me, and that I should not see them. I thought that you would be alone, your presence the only thing luminous in all the darkness. The awkwardness of my driver caused me to recognize your carriage. How we drove! Did you know that I had bought your horses? I was sorry for it this evening." As Gabrielle listened to Madame Jean Mortier, who in her almost delirious eagerness was now making this allusion to the horses, she had been at first almost beside herself with surprise. But this touch of gaiety in Madame Emilienne seemed to bring her back to her senses again. " You are sure," she said with a slight smile, " that you will never regret what you have now said to me?" " Never. I am very sure." " I am so used to fear," said Gabrielle, " that I hardly know how to hope. You have so entirely fulfilled my dearest wishes by flinging yourself voluntarily into what you were once pleased to call my snare, that I dread being awakened from a dream so sweet to me." " Ah, madame," replied Emilienne, who in presence of this gentle seriousness became serious and devout, " God alone can know if we shall always remain reasonable. There may come back to me moments of bitterness, wafts of feeling from the days that are past, and the same thing may happen to you. Jean was innocent of murder, but he committed the crime of suicide. I have never felt that until now. I was thinking too much of avenging him. We have each to pray for a husband who has been guilty. That will unite us before the altar, and that is the best cement of a true friendship. We shall each keep our own sorrows. The happiness of our children will shine on a dark background." Gabrielle's triumph overcame her. She forced Emilienne to sit down by her side, put both arms round her neck, and drew her closely to her bosom. It was the first time they had ever had any real communion during the 15 years that they had lived together. The past was stifled in that close embrace. The door opened. Florence and Roger entered. They were both pale, but a faint light glimmered through their sadness. They held each other by the hand. They went up to their mothers, looked at them with faith and love, and their smiles were smiles of thanks and benediction. The light of the guttering candles flung back shadows over a group of 4 beautiful heads. Madame de Monterey's coachman sent up word that he was afraid they would miss the train to Paris if they delayed a minute longer. " We must go," said Gabrielle, rising with an effort, and as she rose, leaning on both Florence and Roger. " Why so ?" asked Roger. Madame de Monterey shook her head. " This place is too near to our house of sorrows." " Suppose we all go ?" said Emilienne. " There is another later train to night. Florence and I have hardly unpacked anything. We can pack up again almost immediately." " You are right," said Gabrielle. " Never let us part from one another. Let us go together and find some new abode where we may live the new life now before us."
At midnight, in a rain which seemed to harmonize with the sorrows connected with their 15 years' residence in that part of the country, the two mothers and their two children got upon the train. They carried with them a secret holy joy, one might almost say a most sweet sadness. Half way to Paris, the engaged pair, looking at the heavens, saw stars appearing in the sky. They reached Paris in the early morning. The dawn was chilly and rather pale, but it promised a fine day. It was a foreshadowing of their after lives, which at their dawn had been cheerless and watered by tears. But their day was about to open into the warmth and brightness of youthful happiness. For before the sun of their life rose, they had been trained to duty and initiated into sorrow, the two things that make love deep and lasting after marriage. End of chapter 18. Recording by Deanna Beauvais. End of For 15 Years by Louis Ulbach. Translated by Elizabeth Wormeley Latimer.